One last question. Suppose, Lord Russell, this film were to be looked at by our descendants, like a Dead Sea Scroll in 1,000 years' time. What would you think it's worth telling that generation about the life you've lived and the lessons you've learned from it?
I should like to say two things. One intellectual and one moral. The intellectual thing I should want to say to them is this. When you are studying any matter or considering any philosophy, ask yourself only what are the facts and what is the truth that the facts bear out. Never let yourself be diverted either by what you would wish to believe or by what you think would have beneficent social effects if it were believed. But look only and solely at what are the facts.
Is there anything going on today? I don't know. 7 a.m. here. Hello. Welcome. Good morning. Good evening. Good day. Good afternoon. Aloha. Welcome back to the Unidentified Celebrity Review. Welcome to Big Phone Home 3. 8-hour live stream talking all day about UFOs and UAPs and reaching out to our local and state lawmakers, trying to inspire as many people to look in the mirror and activate themselves and get in contact with their lawmakers, improve the FOIA process. We're here to ask for more and longer videos that already exist. We're going to get into all of it right now. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited we are finally here. We've got the crowd there. Hyped. Thank you all so much for being here. My girlfriend's on her way to Starbucks to get me some coffee. Good morning and good luck from Bryan, Massachusetts. Thank you so much. Fifi Barbora. Thank you so much for being here. Jeff Sama, thank you so much for being here. Christian Thompson, I am also looking forward to this, my friend. Thank you for being here. Ron Holmes from the UK, what's shaking, buddy? Thank you so much for being here. I hope you reach out to your UK Parliament. All of these tweets work for them, and you can also reach out to our lawmakers through tweets as well. I was working last night on some tweets to members and military branches of the UK Parliament. So hopefully some of those tweets went through this morning. So welcome. Waiting Aliens, thank you for being here. Alan Bubb, thank you for being here. Ryan Sprague, what's shaking, brother? Grant Levac, our first guest, he'll be here in an hour. Ryan Sprague will be helping us co-host as well during, I believe, the 1 o'clock hour. I don't have it right in front of me this second. Spooky, thank you for being here. Gabriel Kari, thank you for being here. A lot of new faces here, but everybody's hype. Black Vault is here. As I said on my social channels moments ago, Godspeed, Big Phone Home 3. Thank you so much, John Greenwald. Amazing work yesterday. Can't wait to dive into it a little bit today. Greenwald for president. I agree. Let's do it. Greenwald for president. All right, you guys. Let's do it. Let's start the Big Phone Home 3, shall we? We've got some stuff to talk about in this first hour. We're going to be going over the website. But before we do all that, of course, want to remind you guys, this show, this event, everything here is free. So do us a favor, like, share, subscribe, tell everybody what we're doing here. This is going to be a really fun day. We've got a lot of wonderful guests lined up. So let's do it. Let's do it, shall we? Let's bring in our co-host, Mr. Ratherby Squidding, whose camera is not working, right? Because your cable
I
went
actually
bad.
have a cord from Amazon that should be here within hours.
All right.
My camera might be upgraded later on.
So check out the second half of the Big Phone Home 3, where Rather will be in 1080p. We've got UFO Jane Kyle. Hello, my lady. How are you? Good morning.
Hey, well, I had the lights off rather for a second there, so it took me a while to realize, oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, this is a completely different. Streams are way different when
them
it's this
on,
early in the
see?
morning.
I did fix my issue.
You did good,
Pretty
and you
quick though.
you sound great, which is awesome as well. Because I was like, oh, we don't have Gene here for a sound check.
Yes, and I missed mic check. Sorry. So.
Yeah, don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. We're here. We all sound great. We all look somewhat great.
It's been a long week.
It's been a long week. I last night I had an improv show.
Last night was a whole week.
Yeah. Well, last night was a whole week. Yeah, I was saying, like, yesterday I got up at 6. I didn't get to bed till 2. You know, it was a long day prepping for this and arguing with people. It's been great. It's been a really great week. All right, let's do it. Christopher Plain, hey, what's shaking, brother? Thanks for being here. I hope this is 10 a.m. Eastern start time isn't interrupting Jazz Shaw's lunch. It might be. It might be. All right, Jane, push your mic away a tad. You are clipping just a little bit. According to Bill, our producer.
Oh no.
All right.
Hope that's better.
All right. I think it is. It sounds a little better. I have a feeling it is. All right, let's do it, you guys. Let's bring down the music here a little bit. So we had one thing I kind of wanted to lead with. I thought this was really, really cool. Yesterday I was interviewed by who was it? I don't want to get the station wrong, but it was our friend Brian Anslinger, and he works at KATU in Washington. He did this last year, but it ended up only being an article. This year, we actually made the news. So I thought it was pretty cool. I wanted to play this little spot for you guys because I was like, yeah, this is cool. We'll get these ads out of the way. And we'll pull it up here in a second.
Just go to the App Store and download Stir. Free TV, anytime, anywhere.
All right.
If there are things appearing on our ranges, our training ranges here domestically that we can't identify, we can't track, we don't know about, that jeopardizes the safety of not only our service members who are training, but I would argue of the homeland.
Several lawmakers are seeking answers from defense and intelligence officials on unidentified aerial phenomena, things reportedly seen and tracked on radar, flying around in U.S. airspace and installations more commonly known as UFOs. And tomorrow, UFO activists are rallying online, calling on lawmakers for more transparency and accountability in the issue of strange things seen in the sky. It's called the Big Phone Home 3, a one-day event designed to lobby lawmakers and bring attention to the fact Congress is now publicly earmarking taxpayer dollars to investigate UFO reports. Organizer Lou Jimenez says they're also pushing the lawmakers for more information about 3 videos confirmed by the Pentagon to show Navy pilots encountering unidentified craft.
We're also asking for the full versions and all data having to do with those 3 videos to be released immediately so the public can look at it, open source it, murder board it, and try to come to a conclusion or some sort of, or at least more clarity as to what we're looking at in those 3 videos and whether or not, is there anything in those 3 videos that constitutes us spending this money? Like, we need oversight.
The Big Phone Home kicks off at 7 a.m. We've posted a link with more information on this story, KATU.com.
It is
very cool.
So
pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
I thought that was fun. I was surprised. I was like, if
I'd be scared if I was trying to hide these videos. I'd be scared of the Big Phone Home
for sure, right? That one news hit's gonna make it go absolutely batshit crazy. It was really funny during that. John Greenwald texted me. He said, "Godspeed, my man. See you soon." And I said, "Thank you, sir." And he's like, "I just watched you read my text on a webcam. I feel naughty." So I thought I'd share that with the show. That was pretty great. So yeah, I mean, I thought that was a cool, and they wrote a little article with it, and the article was like perfect. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is great. If I had known, I guess Brian did tell me, but I was kind of in the mindset of last year. Like, I didn't think this was going to make the actual news. So I would have worn a better shirt if I had known that. I knew we were on a Zoom. I just didn't know it was going to be used, or maybe I did. I just didn't. I missed it. But my sister here with a $10 donation says, "Hi, have a great show." Thank you, sis. Appreciate it. All right, so let's get into this. So we've got will be a little bit of a repeat of the first hour of yesterday's show, but for all the newcomers, all the new people who haven't done this before or trying to figure out, hey, what are you guys doing here? What's this Big Phone Home all about? Essentially, it's a gathering, and Sean Cahill wrote this a couple of years ago, but I thought it summed it up beautifully. It's a gathering of professionals, amateurs, journalists, veterans that are gathering together, sharing ideas, and soliciting our government with those ideas and trying to move this conversation forward in a constructive and harmonious way. I guess that's paraphrasing what Cahill, but I added a couple things there. But essentially, that's what it is. We're coming together all on the same day, not because activism happens on one day. Activism is 365 days a year. But if we all come together on one day, like a protest, there's a bigger impact.
Yeah,
when we all a symphony of voices all on the same day, asking for roughly the same things, it's an impact. So. No matter how you feel about us or the show, help us become part of that impact. It only helps you. So again, we highly, highly, highly encourage you guys to join in this effort. So I'm pulling up. Oh wait, this isn't it. Let me pull up the
bigphonehome.com.
Yeah, the bigphonehome.com. And just FYI, rather, if you can keep it, it's going to be obviously, if you, Jane as well, if you guys can help me keep an eye on the chats, if there are any killer questions, please let's point them out, and try to acknowledge them if we can. But here, let me
for
do
sure.
this. So here we go, bigphonehome.com. It's a beautiful website. And just real quick, I have to give a shout out to my UFO Garage boys, especially Ben Jenkins. He helped us create this website. So if you guys are looking for a website, if you're looking to promote your business, highly recommend you get in touch with Ben Jenkins over at UFO Garage. He did a beautiful job on this website. He created it last year, and it was a really, really seamless effort this year. I mean, the beautiful thing about the Big Phone Home 1 and 2 is that it set us up for success for this one. Everything was I want to say a lot simpler, but we didn't have to build everything from scratch. We didn't have to build a website. We didn't have to build our email list. We didn't have to build our Twitter handles from scratch. Like we had all of that stuff pretty much ready to go. I updated it with any sort of if there was any voting change or district changes, things like that. So everything's updated. Everything is current. And Ben did a really wonderful job just helping me plug in that info for this year's event. So let's get into it. So step one is, and I haven't even done this yet. We're going to have to do this today. So if you guys haven't done it either, please do, is to sign our petition. So our petition, real quick, I am going to read some of these to you guys because I think they're important. And it's the whole point why we're here. So in 2017, the Department of Defense confirmed 3 UFO videos called the Gimbal, Go Fast, and Tic Tac, totaling in 2 minutes and 20 seconds of what former and current government officials claim as evidence of physics-defying maneuvers. The DoD has since confirmed the videos. Oh, oopsie. I just took it off there. Has since confirmed the videos. Where was I here? As real encounters. Since 2017, these videos have been analyzed intensely and have caused a debate within the scientific and UFO communities. There's insufficient public data to determine whether these videos constitute taxpayer money to be allocated for new office procedures within the Department of Defense to analyze UFO data. The public needs more clarity. On June 15th, 2022, after the public UAP hearings, retired Navy F-18 fighter pilot Lieutenant Ryan Graves tweeted, quote, "Where are the remaining 4 minutes of the gimbal video, and has Congress seen it? If not, why not?" End quote. These incursions happened in 2004 on older systems in American airspace and are now in the public domain. Congress, it is time to release the rest of the footage and all the data related to the 3 UFO videos. It will help us build more trust between the American people, intelligence agencies, and lawmakers. We request the immediate release of the full versions of Gimbal, Go Fast, and Tic Tac videos. Thank you for your time and consideration. The relentless public. So, sign this petition. We haven't even really said anything about the petition. It's already got 61 signatures, so that's great. So do us a favor, go sign the petition, share the petition. It's the easiest step that you can do in this process. So go for it. Did you guys have any thoughts on the petition?
Easy to get behind. I just signed it myself right now.
Yeah, super simple, you guys. Like I said, it's the easiest.
It's a no-brainer. I don't know why. I don't know, unless you're working in national security and have some intelligence concerns. I can't see why you wouldn't want all the videos.
Michelle says the cold brew's on the way. I cannot wait. I came to my desk without anything to drink. I don't have any water, nothing.
Yeah, I left my coffee in the other room. I started off with my lights were turned off. I got here late. I left my coffee.
You know what's funny? I woke up at 6 a.m. Look at that. Rather's got his own mug. I woke up at 6 a.m., thinking, oh, that'll be plenty of time to get ready, get my stuff together. And before I knew it, it was 6:40. And I'm like, damn it. So yeah, I had to struggle to get to this desk, but yeah, so eventually we'll get some liquids on this desk, which I'm sure is not dangerous for all the electronics I'm working with. Anyway, going on to step 2.
Already had like 3 cups, if anybody's worried for me.
So step 2 is, pretty self-explanatory. It's 2 different links to find your representative in Congress and your representatives in the Senate. You're going to use those phone numbers, those emails to send what is step 3, which is 3. Step 3 is 3 different little steps. So the first is make a phone call, write an email, or send a tweet. And step 2 helps you do all of these things, except for send it. Their Twitter handles are there on their pages. So it does help you send a tweet as well, but we've got those in there for you if you want. So make a phone call. So we've got our script here to make a phone call. I think of this as a loose script. It's really bullet points. You can sort of use this however you want. You could read the whole thing to whoever answers the phone. And by the way, guys, on our lunch breaks, we'll be stepping away to make these phone calls and contacting our local and state representatives as well. We're not here to just rah and not do any of the legwork with you guys. We'll also be calling. Unfortunately, we can't do that live on the air because I live in the state of California and there's some legalities to that. So instead of getting myself in legal trouble, we'll just do it off air. But again, these steps are super simple.
That would be so awesome though if we had like maybe for Big Phone Home 4. Well, maybe we can call it Big Home Phone. We can have a call center like I don't know, we could have like a virtual call center, and then just every once in a while, we could see people's little boxes and just see them talking on the phone, but like not have any audio.
Yeah, well, that was the idea. The idea was the original conception of the Big Phone Home was it was like an 80s call-a-thon, where you had a host and behind you would have a row of people making phone calls and taking calls, but instead of like that, it would be virtually, and the idea was that every channel would do their own Big Phone Home on the same day. So every channel, Post Disclosure, That UFO Podcast, Jeremy Corbell, Brian, John Greenwald, all of those guys that have channels that have amazing followings. The original idea was, hey, you guys do your own show on that day. If we're all doing our shows and we're all bringing our awareness to our audiences, it'll be even more impactful. But that is difficult doing it online like this. It's difficult to coordinate that. I'm sure one day maybe we might get there, and hopefully we'll garner the support from the UFO community again. So people like that, maybe you would jump in and help us. John Greenwald has immensely. But yeah, that was the idea, is everybody hosts their own show and everybody, use the website to propagate the message. But we'll get there. Baby steps. This is only the 3rd iteration. And I think it's going pretty well so far. But so we've got our phone call script, and it starts with a pretty boilerplate thing. Once somebody picks up the phone, thank you so much for taking my call. Is it all right if I express my current concerns about the lack of efficiency when submitting requests through FOIA and the threat of that UAPs pose to our national security? And then once you read that first line, you can sort of pick any bullet points you want from here and express yourself, or use one of the bullet points, and maybe you have your own sort of requests from your local lawmakers. Go ahead and throw those in there. Of course, we always recommend, when contacting lawmakers, keep it short, keep it respectful, and keep your personal stuff out of it. That's what we recommend. Of course, you can do whatever you want, but it's usually a lot more successful if you stick to those 3 rules / guidelines. Thank you, my darling. She's giving me water and coffee and some kind of breakfast sandwich. So thank you. I'm sure I'll be consuming those very quickly between steps here. Okay, so. Once you read that first line, you can say, I am concerned that UAPs are a flight safety hazard and a potential threat to U.S. national security, as retired F-18 fighter pilot Lieutenant Graves suggested on multiple occasions. Are you aware on June 15, 2022, after the public UAP hearing, Graves tweeted the following: where the remaining 4 minutes of the gimbal video? Has Congress seen it? If not, why not? We want the full versions of all 3 videos. They are already in the public domain and well known. It's time to release the full footage now. I encourage you to consider improving FOIA by creating and supporting legislation that will help us reduce the long wait times and the common practice of hiding information with the use of overclassification. An increase in transparency will go a long way on many issues. Most of all, help mend the distrust between the American people and the distrust the American people have in their government. In addition to congressional public UAP hearings, we would also like to request quarterly public AMA forums hosted by mediums like Twitter Spaces or YouTube town hall live streams. These type of events provide an opportunity to take and answer questions directly from us, the public. We recommend that Chief Scientist Dr. Sean M. Kirkpatrick from the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office host the first forum. I'll be watching these issues closely and voting accordingly. Thank you for taking my call. Again, you don't have to read all of that. You could pick and choose whatever parts you like or add whatever you want. But again, this is just a guideline and an example. So again, not the rule, just the example. Go ahead,
Make it your own, man. Well, I thought that the whole ask for quarterly town halls was a moonshot, pie in the sky. But then we saw that NASA's now doing that. So yeah,
but here's the thing. Let's talk about that for a second. It shouldn't be pie in the sky. We pay for that Aero office. We pay for that office. We pay the salaries of everyone in that office. We pay for the NDAA to be proposed and written into law. We pay for all of these things. All of these things are taxpayer funded things. We have a right to ask for these things. We really do. And the same thing with those 3 videos. Those 3 videos are taxpayer videos. We own those videos. Okay. Like, I don't need the pilots' names because I understand some of them are still serving. And so to publicly release those names, we're not looking for that. We're not looking for sources and methods on those videos, but we are looking for everything else outside of those 2 things. Like, we want every other scrap of data that those 3 videos have to offer. And we have a right to those things. We really do.
Yeah, no, we've been conditioned to not to expect that and not to think that we can get stuff from the government. But yeah, that's not how it should be. And we're, the valve seems to be turning in the right direction. And
I think it is. Yeah, no,
we can help turn that valve.
We sure can. We sure can. And again, the valve was started by Lou. The twisting of that valve was started by Lou and by Christopher Mellon, and all of the credit to those guys. They inspired this, and we're just picking up the torch and trying to do it the best we can. So huge shout out again to those guys. And I have to emphasize every time, like, we do not hate anybody. We love those guys. They inspire the hell out of us. We just want to question them to the nth. We want to hold their feet to the fire. And that's what we do that with everyone. We do that with everyone, not just them. But they were a huge inspiration. And I think you're right, rather. I think it's going in the right direction. I think the public is insanely apathetic with their government right now.
Yeah.
They don't trust it. They don't believe that any of these processes work. And I'm telling you, they do. We've seen them work from the Big Phone Home 1 until now. We've seen that they listen to us. We see that they're responding to us. And that they're in some cases listening to us. I mean, even when Katie Howard had put her sort of initiative out a month ago, there was no oversight in that. And I suggested, hey, if you call, do it with oversight. And then we got a little sort of oversight clause that when they actually released after the phone calls and after they made the vote, and then they showed what they wrote, that was in there. And I was like, well, did we have a part in that? I have no clue. But I know it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. We asked for public hearings. We got a public hearing. We asked for a UFO office. We got a UFO office, essentially. So these things are coming to fruition. I mean, and they're not, and it's not like, okay, you got your UFO study. That's it. We're done. We're going by. They're continuing. The next year's NDAA, they've already got language and amendments that have already been voted on. So there's going to be more to this. This is not going to stop here. And like I've been saying, I think 2013 is going to be a hell of a year for this discussion. And next year's Phone Home is, I think, going to be insanely bigger because I think the information hopefully will bring clarity, but also hopefully bring a lot more curious minds to look at this and help us decipher what's happening.
Yes, it seems like more information usually brings more questions in this arena, but that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also just the nature of this discussion. It seems like when we get clarity on something, it opens a door for 10 other questions. I'm sure
specific questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Jane.
Specific questions that lead to specific answers is where we need to get. I don't know that we have been there for many years in ufology. I mean, yes, certain researchers were doing really good work and all that, but again, it's like we were talking about last night, how still right now all the theories are on the table of whether this could be interdimensional ghosts or just tricks of the mind or time travelers from the future or whatever. Like, we're still so open-minded. It's, I think, when we start getting to specific questions around specific evidence, we'll be able to determine, oh, okay, well, we're not talking about an interdimensional entity here. We are talking about a physical object that's showing advanced technology, or not,
or not.
Something else.
Crusher 5000 says the way the sun is hitting Rather's forehead is making me melt.
It's a hot day out here in Seattle.
Yeah. Okay, so the next step here, and this is one that we're super proud of, is our US email template, our UAP template. And what's funny about this template is the word UAP doesn't even come up once. This template was written by John Greenwald, and it's about the Freedom of Information Act. So we're going to read this today because, again, this is what we're here for. Fixing the FOIA is our main goal for this day. If we can fix FOIA, if we can help fix FOIA, at least get the conversation going on helping fix this process, I think it would go a really long way, not only for the UAP discussion, but for a lot of other discussions. And that's what really is beautiful about this initiative, is that it's an initiative that any American can get behind, because FOIA is specifically an American process. So any American can get behind this initiative. And again, it reaches way beyond the UAP discussion. And this is something that, again, when people want to point to this discussion or point to this event and say, try to make fun of it or try to minimalize it or try to ostracize it or make it like it's an unintellectual event, when somebody asks, hey, what's the Big Phone Home about? You can say first thing right out of your mouth, it's about improving FOIA and giving more power to the people and getting information and empowering our journalists, our freedom of the press. That's what we're trying to do. And if that leads to more UAP information, wonderful. But if it leads to other wonderful things, that's even better. It's all icing on the cake. So, we're not just some fringe movement of UFO nuts and believers looking, for the aliens and the bodies and the crafts. We're actually trying to improve America. Like, we're trying to improve how this country operates and how people get information and stories from their government. And FOIA is a it is the most powerful tool that an average American citizen has to getting information from the people who usually don't want to give it up. So just real quick, dear blank, so you put in your senator or congressman's name here. As your constituent, I'm writing you today to express my concerns about government transparency and our right to freedom of information. The Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, has been a crucial tool for the general public to access information otherwise hidden under lock and key by the U.S. federal agencies and military branches. However, through the decades, those agencies and branches have undergone an enormous loss of respect for not only the law, but the American people themselves. From outrageous processing times that for some requesters extend beyond a decade to the overclassification of information, a concern echoed by Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines earlier this year, who last year also was expressing extraterrestrially invasive things coming from space. The FOIA needs your help, and now. I hope and trust you will see the importance of the American people's right to access information and our right to transparency when it does not affect national security or endanger people's lives. Today, your colleagues in Congress and the Senate are receiving hundreds and likely thousands of messages just like this, and we band together to show our concerns over this issue. With those voices, I hope you will take action. Please consider creating or supporting legislation that will help reduce the long wait times and the common practice of hiding information with the use of overclassification. An increase in transparency will go a long way on a multitude of issues, but most of all, help mend the distrust the American people have in their government. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, your name. And again, this is copy and paste. You put this in an email, you print this out, you lick a stamp. I know that's very antiquated. You put it on an envelope, you put the address of your congressman and senator. It's in a state like California, that could be up to, I think, whatever. There's a lot of congressmen in the state. So, depending on what your district, you can write to a lot of them, but it's usually just 3 letters. So it's not very difficult. You send your 3 letters out, and if you want extra credit, start sending it out to other districts in your state. And if you want even more extra credit, send more letters out to people outside of your state, primarily probably on the 6 committees that we're about to go over. We do have an Australian template, but we got Grant Lavac coming in in the first hour. He'll be here in a half hour, so we'll go over his Australian template when he gets here. But we also, if you're in Australia and you want to contact your parliament member, your senator, again, copy and paste this into an email and send it to your Australian representative, and hopefully that garners you a response. I mean, I know Grant got a response from his senator, and again, we'll be talking about that in hour 1. And then last but not least is our social media impact, our Twitter templates. And to me, I think this is probably the part I worked most on was the Twitter aspect of this thing. Right now, as we speak, there probably have been at least 15 or 20 tweets that I've sent out starting at 5 a.m. Or 4 a.m. We started tweeting out to, let me just read real quick here. But I yesterday, I tried to find all the Twitter handles for the most prominent UK Parliament members and branches. So we've got the UK Parliament, the Defence HQ, British Army, Royal Air Force, Royal Navy, First Sea Lord, Admiral Tony Ratigan, Army CGS, Chief of Air Staff, Defense HQ Press, Royal Marines, UK Stratcom, UK Strat Space Command. I emailed all of these guys basically asking them for more information on the Calvine UFO photo. Release what the MOD has. Let's look at this information. It shouldn't be kept till 2076. It's obviously causing, I don't want to say controversy, but there's a disagreement on this photo. So more data is clearly needed. And please, if you guys could remind me, was there a scientific study done on this photo? I know there was a photo analysis done by I think it was an independent photo analysis, but I didn't see a scientific study. Did any of you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what you can really study scientifically about just a single photo, right?
Right.
I think you have to make assumptions if you apply any scientific rigor to it, and I don't know that you really can make a scientific conclusion based on just one image. But short answer, I don't think no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I got into a little tiff this morning with Baptiste Friscoeur, and French gentleman who's been a huge supporter of this show. We love him to death, but it's like the conclusion in this scientific study that he sent me, the first words in the conclusion were, this is based on an assumption. Like, if we're assuming that he doesn't know the distances of these objects, we're making assumptions on the distances, which means it's not conclusive. There's data missing. There's data missing from the analysis. We don't know who the witnesses are, publicly speaking. There's a lot of data missing. So let's ask for it. Let's ask for it. Let's ask for that data. And maybe we can start plugging in these holes, because as far as I can tell, that analysis proves the photo is real. The photo is real. There's no arguing that. Now, what is in that photo, I don't think was determined by that analysis. At least I didn't read it anywhere in there. I mean, again, point out where I'm wrong on that. But basically, I read that analysis and I gathered, okay, they're proving that the photo is real and they're making assumptions on how far these objects are in the photo. But past that, it's an analysis. It's just telling you the photo's real. Past that, it's assumptions, just like the conclusion says. So anyway, going back to this, if all of us ask for it, we might have a shot of getting that data. Go ahead, Jane.
I'm just on the Calvine photo, and it all just comes down to the witness credibility. And right now, I also saw that people are just upset that we didn't look into more of the analysis that was done or whatever, the story behind the photo and all that. And ultimately, that's not what we're saying. We're not saying that there wasn't an investigation done and that there wasn't more to the story, but we're not that part. We're being given the photo, but we're not being given any information about the witnesses or how vetted they were, because that is ultimately, that would be the question is this a hoax? So then you're kind of bounce between witness credibility and hoax witness. And that's, you're just a ping pong ball unless we can get more information. And if there were other photos, if there was video, I doubt it. I mean, maybe there's more that makes Nick Pope excited about this.
I mean, I don't think anybody got video of it. That hasn't been sort of proposed anywhere.
Doubtful. Yeah.
But the bottom line is we need more data. We as the consumer of this photo have to blindly believe that these witnesses are being honest. And that's a huge problem. I don't know these witnesses. I don't know who they are. Never seen them on camera. I don't know what they look like when they answer questions. Those are all important things. And if you're going to put the label of the best UFO photo ever taken, I would love to hear from the witnesses and see them answering the questions on the photos that they took. I want to hear their versions of what they saw, not some account written in a paper. I want to hear from them. And that's not an irrational request.
Well, I mean that might be one of the harder requests, though, right? Because the government giving up people's personal information. I could see that being the
but this is not wanting to do that. This is not classified information, rather. You know what I mean?
I just want to know why they're sure it wasn't a hoax. I don't know that I need to know the address or the last name of the witness or anything.
Right.
I just want to know why they're sure that this witness is trustworthy. I mean, really, because this wasn't like the Tic Tac where it was during a military training exercise, right? So we just don't have that trust that we have with the other recent evidence. Also, I think this photo is still amazing, and I'm glad that we are seeing it, and now other researchers can say, oh, I actually remember a case I covered also from this time period, from this area, and wow, they actually did take a video. And so we'll learn things from this, but I just don't know how this is different than any number of incredible photos or videos that have surfaced online over the years, sometimes with witness video, on camera. I went over one of them with Mick West that I'm really curious about, that flying saucer in Houston from 2008. How we can speculate that it's a hoax or not, but it's limited with the analysis we could do, because it's a blurry video. This is a blurry photo. There's just limited analysis. So I just don't know how is this separated from the civilian UFO evidence over the years, because there's been some incredible footage and photos that you can never definitively prove as a hoax. All you say is, well, I don't trust the witness, or well, witnesses are more likely to lie than aliens are to visit. So you just end up in that kind of circular argument.
Or not even so much lie, just be mistaken.
True. But in this case, we're talking about intentionally deceiving versus misidentification, which those are definitely different categories of.
That's fair.
And one thing we know for sure is that the MOD saw 6 photos, right? The negatives of 6 photos, and we've only seen 1. So at the very least, it seems like we should be able to get their analysis of those additional photos, and that could go a long way of convincing a lot of people of whether it's a reflection or not. That could be pretty definitive. And I don't think, it sounds like they don't even have those photos at their disposal anymore, but just the analysis of, what they saw in those other photos, I think would go a long way.
But also those negatives were never classified. They were actually given back, I think, to the Daily Press, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they were given back to the press. It kind of
seems like they're lost to time.
And it's just like, okay, well, where did those end up? And it's like, there's too many holes, man. That's all. There's just there's some holes that need to be filled, and if they're filled, even 1 or 2 of them, it could go a long way into validating the title of this photo.
Yeah, clearing up these murky waters.
Right. I mean, look, we want it to be real, dude. I want it to be a UFO. Like, trust me when I tell you, nobody in the world wants that to be real than me. But does that photo match my experience? Hell no. Doesn't even come close. So therefore, I think that photo is not going to convince as much as actually seeing it for yourself. Nothing will, but I have a feeling we could get a lot closer than this. Just my opinion. But again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong on that opinion. But yeah, I mean, the whole point is of us even sort of veering off in that direction is there's clearly we need more data. Let's ask for it. And we've sent out those tweets 3 times this morning. So if you want to go look at my timeline, Lou Angeles on Twitter, please go retweet everything that's coming out there. Retweet everything that is coming out of my Twitter account right now. Quote tweet it, like it, share it. Let's get more people in here that have no idea this is going on, but maybe are curious. We have over close to 300 tweets. It doesn't count it for me, but it's a lot of tweets.
So yeah, fire hose coming out of your account right now. I'm doing my best to like and retweet in the background.
I'm telling you, I've worked my tail off on them. But a lot of these tweets are inviting congressmen and senators. They are targeted at these 6 main committees: the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the House Committee on Rules, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the House Armed Services Committee, and the Senate Armed Services Committee, and the U.S. Select Committee on Intelligence. The SSCI I use in the hashtag is they don't have a handle. But other than that, every other committee has a handle. I've put the handle of that committee. I've put every chairman of that committee. I've put every major member or majority member of that committee. And I've put the ranking member and minority members of each committee. I've emailed these congressmen and senators, and I've also tweeted at them individually and by group. So they're getting invites to come talk to us. So those are especially important to retweet, because the more that these congressmen and senators are getting pressure from us on a social media aspect to come and talk to us, the better. I mean, our goal here today, one of our goals is to get a congressman or senator to come talk to us and ask and put them on the spot, ask them some questions, ask them about the 3 videos, ask them, about the FOIA process, and if that's a good idea to help them, help us help you, help us help you improve FOIA, and we can help you get more data that'll bring more clarity, not only to the public, but to lawmakers. Lawmakers also need to be informed on this, and not all lawmakers have the access or are on the right committees to even know about this. So there's a lot of lawmakers that really aren't privy to what's going on because they're worrying about a whole bunch of other stuff. But, if we can bring their attention to something like the FOIA process, which I think most congressmen and senators would publicly anyway support that effort, to give people power. I think any lawmaker would be thumbs up for that, at least on a public side. Go ahead, rather.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that some of the Congress is getting obfuscated by the Department of Defense, just like us, right? The FOIA helps Congress people make informed decisions as well, and I think that the overclassification is kind of a bipartisan issue. I think that there's a lot of people who believe that the government overclassifies things. So it's very non-controversial. And what a testament that to the cause and to how far this movement has gone, that asking for a congressman to come talk to us, or a congressperson, isn't really an out there request anymore. They're having the conversation. I asked Adam Schiff a question about UFOs, and he was very happy to engage in these issues, which is amazing. The ball is going forward.
Pull up that video, because we really we brushed on that, but we really didn't really give that enough attention, and it's great. We'll play the response here, and it's a beautiful moment. And again, it didn't happen today, it happened weeks ago. So this idea that we don't do activism every day is bullshit. All right, I'll just straight up say that's bullshit. Organizing this event is a year-long thing, so give me a break with that stuff, man. If you hear that anywhere else, just change the channel, because it's a cop-out. And just real quick, I wanted to point this out. Josh and Artemis, who used to be a intern on the show, and they started their own show, and to be honest, we don't always see eye to eye on things. We just don't. But here he is. We're all good, mate, listening from afar. Have the girls here. Good luck to you. Guest in UCR today. You know what I mean? That's classy. that's a classy move, and I appreciate that. And it doesn't matter if we disagree. I think we all agree that we think there's something to this, right? We all agree on that, no matter what. We all agree we think there's a there. We talked about this yesterday, the there. And we disagree on a lot of things past that first point, but we should all be able to support each other in moments like this, no matter what our views are. More data is more data, which is more clarity, more transparency, more information, more ways to really dissect these things.
We might think the data is going to show something different, but
we need
there's only one way to find out.
Do you think Mick West thinks that there's a there?
I
wonder if that's a great question.
I've heard him say that he does think that there's mysteries and unexplained things that are happening in the sky. I think that's undeniable, right?
It's definitely undeniable. He's also changed his profile description from a debunker, right? To skeptic, right? I think because
I know he took the phrase debunker out of there.
He took the phrase debunk out of there because it wasn't a fair place to start from. He admitted that, and this idea that he shouldn't be debunking things, he should be analyzing things. And that was a mistake to put that phrase on there. And I think putting that phrase on there was, along with a couple other things, but that was the first misstep into the community, the believers sort of being more open to him, because as soon as they click on his profile and says debunker, they're like, I'm out of here, So and I think especially for people like me. Rather you sort of illuminated us to Mick. Mick was on the show before you came here, but you were the first one who was like, whoa, slow down, man. Let's really listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying. He's not saying what you think or what you're feeling or what your emotion is espousing. He's saying something different than what you're gathering from the conversation. And you were right. And we also, there was a flip side to that. Like everybody thinks that he's debunked the Nimitz case, and that's the most difficult case that he's come across yet. He has not debunked it. He admitted that on our show. And from that moment, like as soon as we got that understanding, resting Mick face. It's just, he sounds sarcastic, but he's not really being sarcastic. Once you get past those like little human qualities of his, he's doing amazing work. I think he's funny as all hell. He's as sharp as a tack, and he's incredibly respectful when he interacts with people. And he interacts with everyone, and he answers any and all questions. There's never any threat of lawsuits. There's never any visceral reactions coming from him. They're blunt, they're to the point. Sometimes they're snarky, but they're never over the top and cruel ever.
Yeah, and once we get that unambiguous video that shows that something truly weird is happening up in their skies, Mick and his rigorous analysis is going to be the movement's best friend and what we need.
Man,
we really are our own worst enemy. Because there seems to be a pattern where those who provide transparency onto things get just roasted, and that's the best case scenario, and then just hated on in the worst case scenario. But I think if everybody that's actively looking at evidence and proposing theories and analyzing it, talking to witnesses, looking at things from different angles, is contributing to the field, and we should all just appreciate that we have billions of people on the planet, right? And two heads are better than one, and it's like, why do we want to just keep cutting off heads and just siloing the conversation? It makes you smarter when if you can debunk Mick West, that actually emboldens the case. So I've always appreciated skeptics, debunkers. I've considered some of them my best fans, even if they're constantly critical of me, and it's made me smarter. And they're right. Like, I don't want to say a percentage. It just kind of depends on the person and the perspective, I guess. But yeah, we shouldn't be fearing that kind of debate, I guess.
I'm with you.
Yeah, iron sharpens iron, right?
Iron sharpens iron. That's such a great phrase. Rather, you're right, man. Iron. Let us be iron for each other, right? Like all of these channels, all of these podcasts, all of these opinions and bloggers and whoever. Like, we should all be iron to each other. We should all hold each other to the highest possible standard. And I just wanted to point this out. We got Grant Levac waiting in the back. We're going to bring him in here in a second. Super excited to have him here. But before we do, I want to share the screen real quick because Twitter's blowing up. And it's super exciting to see. But this one caught my attention from Thoreau Wellen.
Thoreau Wellen.
Walian. Sorry if I got that wrong. Thank you, Thoreau. I know, and this is amazing because Thoreau is someone we don't always see eye to eye with, but it's great. That's fine. I love it. Check this out. I love this. We don't have to agree with everyone all the time. We can come together for things of mutual interest like this. Nations do it all the time. Let's keep the momentum going on UAP disclosure and support this effort by Lou Angeles, Squidding, and Jane. And he's quote tweeting something that Brian, Massachusetts sent out. Again, another person who we always don't see eye to eye with. But he wrote, I'm not affiliated with the UCR. I don't always see eye to eye with them, but I listen to the podcast and I think we appreciate movements like the Big Phone Home 3. I wish them the best of luck with the event. Let's push forward. Thank you, Brian, Massachusetts.
Yeah, thank you for
putting your ego to the side. Seriously, like those are the kind of people we're reaching out to. You two are perfect examples of exactly who we're trying to reach and the message we're trying to put out there. Thank you so much for getting it. Thank you. Truly, man, like that warms my heart to no end. You have no idea, because we've been, man, the amount of flack this movement, but we've been getting is, I think, very unwarranted. But moments like this make me feel really good.
Well, people should remember too, okay, whatever it is you want to believe, but let's say, whatever the truth is, say there's advanced physical aliens on a physical planet just outside our solar system physically traveling here. We're going to get real specific here, okay? If that's happening, okay, that's the truth, that's the elusive truth, or one of them we're trying to get to. Mick West isn't going to cover that up by his skepticism. He's not going to stop you from figuring that out. Like, you don't need to be afraid of Mick West or questions or analysis. What you need to be afraid of is secrecy and the cover up and people who don't want questions to be asked, okay, and are trying to stifle the conversation. So if aliens are real and visiting, Mick West, like they want to be known by the way they'll be known too. It's we probably won't need any FOIA once they decide to make the big reveal in 2022. But
Rather loves your point when he does the slow.
I appreciate that. That was I felt good. I loved it.
I love his face when he does it too. It's always like.
Well, he doesn't give it out. It's meaningful because you don't get it all the time.
He doesn't give it out all the time, but I have a feeling we'll see this a couple times today.
Oh, today will be a good day, I think.
We've already seen it a few times. I love it.
Yeah.
Real quick before we bring Grant in, I want to just highlight a couple of things that rather pulled aside here for us. The Black Vault Originals, John Greenwald, who'll be here in a few hours. I just wrote my congressman. Thanks for the great website. Congressman Mike Garcia just received at least one from his effort about FOIA and transparency. Excellent. Thank you, John, so much for being an amazing support through this whole process in the last year. John Greenwald, man,
we think we get flack.
Man, yeah.
And it's really... It shocks me that the amount of flack that John Greenwald gets. He's
John Greenwald got violent threats, and legal action
lawsuits
lobbed at him last night. Oh my God, dude! God bless your heart, man. And I don't want to put this label on John because I don't do anything anywhere near close to what John does, but I do consider him a mentor. I really do. I just try to follow his example, even though, again, like I am nowhere near good as a researcher or FOIA requester as he is. He is the FOIA king. He's the reason why we're fighting for what we're fighting for, because he inspires the hell out of us, just like Lou inspired us. John inspires us with his relentlessness in FOIA and his ability to extract really difficult sometimes information out of these monsters that refuse to let it go, and the idea that he's got FOIA requests that have been sitting there for over a decade is ridiculous, and we should clean that up. So John, I mean, there are not enough words in the vocabulary of my brain to express how much we appreciate you. So thank you, man. Really from the bottom of my heart. Christian Thompson, who does the UAPDB website, go check it out. It's basically a conglomerate of every single show, of every single blog, of everything all in one spot, so you don't have to go everywhere looking for it. It's a beautiful site. Thank you so much.
If you missed something in the news, go check out UAPDB. Yeah,
the website's amazing, and Christian is one of the earliest supporters of this show. So thank you so much for being here, my friend. Mitcha68 with a $5 donation. Keep up the great work. Fight the power. Thank you so much. Jeb Sama says, I wonder if any of the videos would be so good that Mick would shut Mick West up. Maybe the 30-minute. Maybe. Well, hey, look, I think you're new here, Jeb Sama. And for all the new people here, we do have a disclosure clock. Okay, real quick. And as you can see, the disclosure clock, midnight is Mick West. So when this clock hits Mick West, we've officially hit full-blown disclosure. That means when this clock hits midnight, that Mick West is out here going, all right, y'all, UFOs are real.
Or we've all gone insane.
Or we've all gone,
either way,
crazy.
I'm there
and
for
by
it.
the way, the clock right now is just past rather be squinting. So we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. We got a long way to go. So appreciate that. Ryan Baker, if UCR becomes a morning show, I will be fired for a lack of work performance. Oh man, that would be awesome and terrible at the same time. Thank you for being here. Tupacabra, should UCR be a morning show? I think it's a perfect way to start the day. Oh, hell no. Hell no. You want a morning show? Go check out Chad Smith. And go check out Alien Girl.
Amy, I was going to say, I love Amy's show.
Go check out their morning shows, please. They are the morning people. I cannot do this every day at 7 a.m. Unless, of course, you pay me a salary. Maybe we can talk. But yeah, thank you, Tupa. Appreciate it. And by the way, Tupa's going to be here a little bit later in the day, too, to go over his UFO timeline. Really looking forward to that conversation. So thank you for being here. Spooky from the That One Time I Was Abducted show. Thank you so much for being here, Spooky. Love from the Tatiwaba crew. Massive respect. Thank you so much, man. Thank you to all the girls there. You guys are hilarious. I love watching your show. I know a lot of people give you flack for it, but I think it's fun and funny, and it's a fun release from all the other stuff that's out there. So appreciate it. Crusher 5000. Mick ignored my DM once. I talked to my therapist about it. It'll be okay.
Try him again.
Tina Tomaszewski. Oh my God, I haven't seen you forever. I've been thinking about you. I've been meaning to DM you on Twitter, but I've been so damn busy. Tina, so happy to see you here. One of our moderators and just a beautiful soul. Thank you, Tina. I'm so happy you're here. I know she's been going through a lot. With her health. So thank you so much, Tina.
Yeah, it's always great to see Tina.
Always great to see beautiful faces in this chat. And thank you, Rather, for highlighting those. All right, so let's get to one of my favorite people. And I could call this person a friend because we've actually met. And he brought me wares from Australia. He brought me some Australian cookies, which were delicious. I ate the whole pack by myself before my girlfriend got home from her work trip. She was pretty upset, but hey, I left her the Vegemite that he brought me as well. It hasn't been gone through all the way, but without further ado, let us bring in Australian activist, friend of the show, and just all around beautiful person and probably the biggest supporter of the show, Mr. Grant Levac. Grant.
Hey, we're here. Big Fun Home 3.
We did it. I love the tie.
I'm pumped. I know. I thought it's only appropriate I get the dust off the shirt and tie and wear my green and golds to represent my Aussie brothers and sisters down under. So
yes,
thought I'd leave the polo hanging up for a while. But it's so awesome to be with you guys. This is the event that got me so pumped in September of last year, and I couldn't be happier to be involved. So thank you for inviting me. And man, what a lineup you guys have! Like, I looked at the agenda, the schedule. You've got such an epic lineup of guests. I was a bit surprised though that I was the first guest up. I thought that maybe Tommy Zito would be first up this year. But
well, we tried to get Tommy. Tommy, I was trying to get in touch with him in the last couple of weeks.
Is he on hold?
No. He might
maybe you've got him lined up
the whole time.
The PTSD I just got from that comment was real, rather. But no, I reached out to Tommy. He was actually off grid for about a week. He didn't answer me. I'm like, man, did Tommy get mad at me? What's going on? And I knew he didn't get mad at me. I was just, that's just the way my brain works. But he got back in touch with me. He's like, hey man, I'm sorry I was off grid, and unfortunately I won't be available to come hang out. But thank you for reminding me, because I was like, don't worry about it, man. You're going to be there in spirit. And just to remind folks who Tommy Zito is, if you don't know who Tommy Zito is, we had him on last year's Phone Home. He was one of the most inspirational parts of the Big Phone Home, because he really gave us a great idea of how long sometimes things like this take. And so Tommy Zito he lives in Colorado, and I believe it was Perlmutter, if I'm not mistaken, Representative Perlmutter, that he was constantly just hitting up, trying to get answers on this UAP discussion. He would send them letters, he would make phone calls, and he kept getting the runaround over and over and over and over and over. Yeah, the senator's going to call you back. We'll set something up, blah, 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 blah. For 5 years, he did this. 5 years. And after 5 years of doing this over and over and over, he got a sit-down 10-minute meeting with his congressman or senator. I wish he was here to straighten me out on this, but I believe it was his congressman. Yeah, it was his congressman. And he got a 10-minute meeting with him, and he made him aware of what's going on. And a lot of the things that he expressed to him in that meeting, the congressman had no clue about. Even when we talked to Tim Burchett last year, when he came on, he's like, most of Congress has no clue about this. So it's incumbent upon us, their constituency, to tell them, to remind them that, hey, we're passionate about this. We care about this topic. And we're also going to vote depending on how you talk about this topic, or support or don't support it. So yeah, thank you for reminding me, Grant. Tommy Zito is here in spirit. We love him to death, and he's again just one of those activists that we really respect the hell out of, and did a lot of he did a lot of great lead work, but he also really opened my eyes to, oh my God, yeah, this could take a while. But 5 years ago, it was a lot more difficult to get a senator or congressman to talk about this.
Yeah. Well, I feel that Australia is very much probably a decade behind where you guys are now. I mean, we're in Australia, we're not even at the Big Phone Home 1 yet. We're at that step where we're just trying to engage our representatives. But I mean, I have to thank you, Luis, and I've said to you this in person, that to anyone out there that's a podcaster or a live streamer or a content creator, it takes so much time, energy, and effort to invest into researching a topic that you love, that you're passionate about, and then sharing it with the world. And then you guys just ramp it up and take it to the next level when you prepare something like the Big Phone Home. Because I mean, I can't imagine how much work and effort went into organizing not just the Big Phone Home 1 and 2, but this event. So thank you to you guys for working so hard to put this event together. I think it speaks volumes of the great work that you continue to do.
We really appreciate it. But I mean, the reason why you're here is because you are also doing great work in Australia, outside of being our friend and our huge supporter. But yeah, I mean, if you could tell us, you did a video on this, but you reached out to your Australian senator, correct? And, and you got some responses. So please, just walk us through what happened and sort of where we're at with that.
Yeah, so for context, for folks that maybe don't know what's happening down under, so on the 27th of, just really quickly, on the 27th of October.
You got an hour, Grant. Take your time.
I can take my time. I know, do yap on for a bit. But 27th of October last year, in Parliament, Australian Parliament, they have what's called a Senate estimates hearing, where a committee of senators convene and they kind of discuss, government spending, expenditure. Are we wisely spending government money on projects and programs? And so each senator had an allotted time to ask questions of folks in positions of leadership in government. And so the Australian Greens Senator Peter Whish-Wilson, he used his allotted time to ask the then Chief of Air Force, Air Marshal Mel Hupfield, questions about UAP following the release of the ODNI's preliminary assessment back on the 25th of June of 2021. And the line of questioning just completely threw the Air Marshal. He wasn't expecting it or anticipating it whatsoever. So I think the Air Marshal felt like he was thrown under the bus a bit by putting in that position. But Senator Whish-Wilson's questions really weren't answered in a satisfactory fashion. So he had a number of questions that he submitted, questions on notice that he submitted after the Senate estimates. And the Australian Department of Defence came back in December, and then over the course of a few more months in February, saying that they don't currently have any reporting mechanisms on UAP in an Australian context. They haven't investigated UAP, or what they would refer to as UAS, unusual aerial sightings, which they had a policy for from the 50s through the mid-90s. So the Royal Australian Air Force stopped investigating reports of UAP back in the mid-90s. And the Australian Department of Defence at that time, and even at the start of this year, hadn't even read ODNI's preliminary assessment, which really mind-boggled me, because I was thinking, well, Australia, the US is one of our strongest allies and Five Eyes partners. Wouldn't you want to know what our ally and the strongest military power in the world is doing to mitigate, what's keeping them up at night? I mean, if UAP potentially pose a national security threat and are presenting a safety of flight risk for its military aviators, wouldn't the Australian Department of Defence want to know about that? And they've just really taken no interest in the topic whatsoever. And they've, through the FOIA process, I've been able to secure some documents that have been relatively significant, the most significant documents to come out of the Department of Defence in more than 25 years, that really highlight the mindset that the Royal Australian Air Force and the Australian Department of Defence have on this topic. They've got no desire to collaborate with any allies on this topic. They don't have any interest in establishing any supporting investigatory bodies like ARO, and having any reporting mechanisms in place for military aviators. So that's really puzzled me. And so that's been the driving factor of me to engage my elected representatives, like Senator Whish-Wilson, who I've been in frequent contact with, and other members of Parliament and senators, to try and an advocate for this topic and encourage them to be asking these questions that I've been asking the Australian Department of Defence. We have a new Minister for Defence in Australia. We've actually had a change in government only this year. And so the new incoming Minister for Defence, his name is Richard Marles, who actually has an interest in the scientific exploration of life beyond this planet. He's indicated that in responses that he made during a National Press Club Q&A last year. And I've been trying to engage him and his office respectively through various means, telephone, email, Twitter, and I've had some responses come back. So, it was really, for me, last year when I attended the Big Phone Home 2, you guys really motivated me and inspired me to get off my ass and get in the game rather than watch from the sidelines. So, I mean, and the same with John Greenwald. I'd never submitted a FOIA request prior to late last year. So I really take inspiration and motivation from guys like you for the good work that you've done to help advance citizen advocacy and activism on this topic. So we're now at a position where Senator Peter Whish-Wilson is continuing to ask questions of the Australian Department of Defence, and I suspect he has quite a lot up his sleeve that he's going to be asking at the next Senate estimates hearing, which I believe is scheduled for October or November of this year. So that kind of gives you a very brief, summation of where we're at the moment.
So quickly, what are some of the questions that you think Senator Wishman, right?
Whish-Wilson, Senator Whish-Wilson,
Mr. Senator Wilson. What do you think some of the questions that he's going to propose in that?
Well, I think some of the questions that he's going to ask are not too different from what I've been asking. So we know that, President Biden signed into law in December of last year the National Defense Authorization Act, and there are clauses, there is legislation in that NDAA and also the Intelligence Authorization Act, when that gets passed, that the newly established office that is responsible for investigating UAP or unidentified aerospace undersea phenomena, as they're now kind of moving that way. One of the duties of the office will be to coordinate with allies of the United States to better understand the extent and nature of UAP. So I strongly suspect that the question that Senator Whish-Wilson is going to have is, well, the US government is going to reach out to the Australian government or the Australian Department of Defence at some point in time to ask questions about UAP, because Australia has had as almost as long as a history of investigating UAP as the United States, dating back to around about the Roswell days to the mid 1990s. And the US government will obviously be well aware of the reports of anomalous crafts and objects that have been reported at the jointly operated US-Australian military installation called Pine Gap in Northern Australia, in the Northern Territory, which Ross Coulthart documents quite frequently in his book In Plain Sight. And there's other military installations around the country as well that have had reported anomalous objects and craft that have been sighted. You've got the Harold E. Holt base in Western Australia. You've got Woomera in South Australia. You've got Maralinga. All of these military installations, like a lot of the military installations in the US, have had sightings for many, many years of unidentified aerial phenomena. So I think Senator Whish-Wilson is going to press hard on the fact, well, what is the Australian Department of Defence going to do or say when the US government comes knocking on our door and asking some questions? Are we not going to have anything to bring to the table? If not, I think there's a possibility that the Australian Department of Defence, Royal Australian Air Force, is going to have egg on its face and end up red-faced. So that's a big element. There's also questions around, well, is the Australian Department, what criteria would justify or warrant the Australian Department of Defence to formally review its current position on UAP? Because they haven't been investigating UAP since 1996, and they're saying publicly that they have no interest in this topic. So what is it going to take for the Australian Department of Defence to follow the US's lead on this topic and take it seriously? So we're at that point now where we're just trying to engage more senators to ask questions on this topic and pose them to defence leadership, so private citizens like myself aren't doing it. And one of the challenges that I face is that with FOIA in Australia, you run into a roadblock where if you make a FOIA submission and maybe it's a request that dates back several years or it's a relatively complicated request, the FOI case management team will often come back to you with an automatic refusal saying, look, this would place a significant administrative burden on the FOI team, so we're going to knock back your request. Whereas if a senator asks these questions at a Senate estimates hearing or another committee hearing, those questions, there's an obligation from the people that
they get moved up.
Exactly. It gets escalated, goes straight to the top. And Senator Whish-Wilson has done that time and time again on a number of questions that he's had. So I'm having frequent engagement with him and his office. And thankfully, through the great work of folks like Ross Coulthart, Australian researchers like Bill Chalker, Keith Basterfield, and Paul Dean and others, I've been very fortunate to learn from them and really stand on the shoulders of giants that those guys are, and collaborate on ways in which we can engage folks like Senator Whish-Wilson and have them consider questions for inclusion or ask at a Senate estimates hearing in, say, October, November. So it's certainly turning into be a collaborative group effort by enthused folks like those that I just mentioned down under to advance the conversation, elevate the conversation in government.
Well, a couple of things real quick. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jay, and I'll let you go in a second. But I'm looking at my podcast numbers. Australia's number 3 as far as most most viewed like countries. So you guys
that's
have
probably me.
Yeah, you probably. But it seems like you guys have the interest. But I'm curious, is you guys call it FOI? It's not the Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah,
but it's similar. It's a similar process. But my question is your process just as broken or just as ill-equipped as our process? And does our template for that John Greenwald wrote, would that be applicable in Australia?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, case in point, I actually leveraged John Greenwald's template from the Big Phone Home 2 to actually engage not just Senator Whish-Wilson, but other Australian senators and members of parliament as well. So
and it worked with Bush Wilson.
And absolutely. I've had other senators come back and say, look, they support the work of Senator Wish Wilson, but they're not going as far as to publicly say that, oh, well, we're going to carry the mantle alongside with him. But yeah, I mean, that template worked. I tweaked it obviously and localized it for Best Fit Down Under. But and that's why I'm really appreciative that you gave me an opportunity, Louise, to put together an Australian template that folks that are just like me down under, that are curious, concerned citizens can quickly and easily copy and paste in an email to their senators. But to your point, it's escaped me. What was the question you asked?
No, just simply is the
FOIA process?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's often referred to as just FOI in Australia. It's a Freedom of Information Act, but it's just referred to publicly as FOI.
Yeah.
Thankfully, and the process is actually very comparable. I mean, Australian taxpayers, we all have a right to information. So if you have concerns around something, you are entitled to information, documentation that is in the possession of the Australian government. So if I have questions about a particular topic in pertaining to UAP, and I know specifically what it is I'm chasing, I can just submit an FOI request. And the nice thing about FOI in Australia is that the statutory deadline for a response is only 30 days. Whereas poor old John Greenwald is waiting, in some cases, 6 to 9 years for a response on some of his. So we don't have the same backlog issue in Australia that obviously plagues the United States. So we're kind of at an advantage on that front. I haven't really come up against any issues to date with FOI in Australia. I mean, obviously, redactions will always be included pertaining to privacy information, or if there is information that is not relevant to the original scope of your original request, or if it's classified information around sources and methods and vulnerabilities and capabilities, that sort of thing. So it's very, very comparable to FOIA in the US. We're just lucky that we have faster turnaround time.
Christopher Plain loves
but on the other side,
deadline. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait. Hold on. Christopher Plain says statutory deadline for response. We could use that here. Good point. But Jane, you were going to say something, and then rather you can go.
Fair enough.
I was just going to say, I mean, so there's that hesitancy around government officials and all that. Is that a cultural thing? Is that a budget, how things are structured? And then, secondly, those who are into UFOs in Australia, based, I guess, on your answer to that first question, are they helped along by things going on here in the States and other parts of the world and media like Ancient Aliens and stuff like that? Or is it the cases that are, happening there that drive it?
Yeah, it's so Australia has been the Australian mainstream media has been very slow on the uptake of reporting on this issue. And I would say it's largely in part due to the documentaries that Ross Coulthart has put out that he produces with his 7 News Spotlight program. He's actually got another one airing just this weekend. And so as a result of those documentaries that Ross has put out, other mainstream networks are starting to also pay attention and putting out other documentaries. So there have been quite a few documentaries that have come out today. There's actually a 6-part documentary that is scheduled for release in Australia later this year that I was invited to participate in, which was really, really cool. And I was thankful I was able to add some context in an Australian setting. And, you have the breakfast shows in Australia invite folks that are prominent in this community, like, Jeremy Corbell, to come on and talk about it. So, to his credit, he's doing a really good job of increasing an awareness of this topic to the masses in Australia. But there isn't really, other than that, I mean, there is MUFON in Australia and New Zealand. And interestingly, I reached out to the director of MUFON Australia and New Zealand when I was working on some FOIA requests. And I was interested to learn how many Australian reports they had received in the comparable time frame that the UAP task force commissioned to investigate those 144 cases. So over the between 2004 and the end of 2021, there are 1,178 Australian reports that were submitted to MUFON. Now, how many of those are misidentification? Are they prosaic? But one of the reasons why the Royal Australian Air Force cancelled its unusual aerial sightings policy, its UFO program, formerly in 2013, is they could not find any scientific or compelling reason to further devote resources to investigate the topic. But they could not identify 3% of the cases that they investigated. So if you take 3%, if 3% of that 1,178 cases that were reported to MUFON from 2004 to 2021, that's 35 true unknowns potentially that could be true UAP. So there is, I think, a huge gap, a potential security gap that exists in the Australian Department of Defence at the moment by not taking this topic seriously when our US ally and Five Eyes partner is. And I think there's a couple of reasons why they're not taking it seriously. One, there is the fear of public perception and that the public will have this perceived loss of trust. I mean, if the Royal Australian Air Force's mission is to maintain air dominance and a control in the skies, and then they admit, well, we're now going to start investigating UAP again, they might be fearful that they're telling the public that we don't know what's in our skies, and is there going to be a perceived lack of public trust? Two, it could be that they're embarrassed that they could not identify 3% of the cases that they investigated over the period that they had a UFO program. Three, it could be that they're fearful of the stigma and ridicule that has plagued this topic for too long, that they've in part helped to create, along with the US military and not providing military aviators with sensible see something, say something reporting mechanisms. So there could still be this fear among not just folks that are in positions of authority in the Australian Department of Defence and government, but also those that are elected representatives and senators. They may be fearful that this topic is still political suicide to touch. And I would say to those folks, well, just have a chat with Senator Wish Wilson. He's been talking about UAP UFOs since October of last year. And guess what? He just got reelected. So, there is the stigma and the ridicule around this topic is starting to fall. Thanks to, in Australia, folks like Senator Wish Wilson, who sadly is still the only Australian senator that's had the courage and gumption to date to ask questions about this topic. So it's my hope that through the engagement that I have and the FOIA requests that I'm submitting, and if I can inspire only one other person out there that's an Australian taxpayer or citizen to ask questions of their elected representative or submit a FOIA request if they've got one, and that elevates the conversation among more Australian senators and members of parliament, then that's helping move the conversation forward. Yeah. So I know that's a long-winded answer to your question, Jack.
No. Great.
It's great. It's perfect.
Rather, you may go.
Yeah, you're thank you, and you're certainly inspiring, Grant. I think that you're doing a tremendous work there. It's great to see. It's lovely to see activism actually getting some results, and you're a prime example of that.
I deep fake less these days and probably spend a bit more time on my FOIA requests. Although that said, I did do some door knocking today, and I was trying to spread the word.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Well, and, going back to FOIA, I think that statutory deadlines are great, right? But if they can come back and say, oh, this request was so burdensome, we can't meet the deadline, and that's an acceptable answer, that almost defeats the purpose of having a deadline, right? And it kind of reminds me of calling up customer support and saying, oh, you're number 5,000 in line, we'll be on hold for the next 6 hours, 8 hours of the rest of your life. And the obvious answer is just to hire more people and, you know, get the resources to get the answers, right?
And look, they are good in the sense that, you know, when a FOI case manager comes back to you, they will tell you that we are, you know, if you do, due to the administrative burden that they will place on the FOI team, you know, we're giving you an opportunity to revise your request. So you can submit a revision to your FOI, which I've had to do on a number of occasions. I went after, so in Australia, we have what's called the Defence Aviation Safety Authority, DASA. And so military aviators, if there is a near miss or a potential collision of, say, you know, someone that's in the Royal Australian Air Force, they are required, they have to submit a mandatory occurrence report, kind of like a hazard report. And so I went after these occurrence reports for the last 10 years to see if any of these occurrence reports contained a number of keywords, you know, UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, UFO, and so on. They knocked me back on the 10 years, and I had to compromise on a 5-year search, only because, again, the amount of potential administrative burden that would be placed on the FOI team. I communicated that to Senator Whish-Wilson, and he actually then asked some questions of the Australian Department of Defence, looking back 20 years on slightly different keywords, but they were obligated to address his request. So that's why I say, again, you know, one of the drawbacks with FOI is they can knock you back saying, well, it's going to burden the FOI team or your defense personnel. But if it comes from a senator, there is a much greater chance that that question or questions are going to be answered.
I love it. We got a couple of comments here from the crowd that I want to get into, that some of them are funny. Let's see here. First from Dan James, says, "G'day."
I love Dan.
Grant, nice to see you representing the Australian perspective. Hopefully we'll have some forward momentum now that Mel Hupfield is gone.
So for context, Mel Hupfield was the former Chief of Air Force, Air Marshal Mel Hupfield. On the 1st of July, he formally transferred you know, command of the Royal Australian Air Force to a gentleman by the name of Robert Chipman. And actually just today, because I was so pumped that I saw the Big Phone Home 3 get some media coverage, and you, Louise, I actually submitted a FOIA request to go after emails for the new Chief of Air Force Air Marshal Robert Chipman. So hopefully that reveals some FOIA fruit in the not too distant future. But yeah, so just for context, Mel Hupfield was the former Air Marshal.
Love it. Diego Diaz says, let's demand the truth together, no matter our differences. Hashtag UFO Twitter. Thank you so much, you guys, for the donations. And Bree from that, Bree and Jamie from that time, that one time I was abducted by aliens, says, love you guys lots. Great job today. And Jane looks amazing.
Aw, thanks, Bree.
I agree.
Or Jamie. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I look
trying to figure out who it is, Bree or Jamie.
Let's see here. Jonathan Davies says, please insist the future hearings must be public or the cover-up continues. I'm hearing things are heading to closed sessions. There's going to be both. There's going to be closed classified sessions, and there's also going to be public UAP hearings. We are asking for this, Jonathan. We are also asking for, if you take a look at the website, thebigphonehome.com, we are also asking for, gosh, what are we asking for? Public AMA forums from the Aero office, you know, quarterly forums where the public gets to ask Dr. Kirkpatrick questions, or anybody else within that Aero office. And we're suggesting, hey, it'd be great for you guys to do a quarterly presentation followed up with questions, you know, and to see what the office is doing, what they're working on. We, as the public, deserve to know those things. We are paying for those things, and we have a right to that data. We have a right to ask for these people to talk to us 4 times a year. 4 times a year is all we're asking for. You're lucky it's not every month.
So we have a right to request it not be Susan Goff.
I mean, I want Susan.
I feel like
Goff
she would be the one, though, right?
Right.
So
I mean,
we might still
let's
get
Susan.
some.
I would love to get Susan Goff on.
She's
one
too
of the,
good, though.
No. I'm sure she's not. You know, like I would love to get her on one of these. You know, if we can get these forms, if we can get these requests fulfilled. Although now that I'm thinking of it, I should have asked for one every month, so that way we get one every 4, one a quarter. Because if you know the trick in Congress or as a
weekly
lawmaker,
meetings,
if you're a lawmaker and you need a budget approved, right? Let's say the budget you need is 10 million. Okay, you don't ask for 10 million, you ask for 20, you get 12. and like that's how it works, so that because if you ask for 10, you only get 6 or 7. If you ask for 20, you might get more than what you originally asked for. So it's the same thing here. If we ask for more than quarterly reports, maybe we get quarterly reports. So I don't know. Anyway, but yeah,
doesn't hurt to ask.
Doesn't hurt to ask. Now that I become death, and I'm curious what you think about this. I thought this was an interesting question. I love Ross, but he just talks about what he's been told. It's getting a little old. What do you think about that comment? I'm curious to know.
I disagree. I respectfully disagree. I think Ross and anyone that is living in Australia watching this, they will know that Ross is very well respected in the journalist. He's been an investigative journalist for many, many years. He was an anchor for many years for 60 Minutes Australia, which is highly regarded as one of the premier news and current events shows. So I put a lot of stock into Ross. I mean, he comes from a background of being a lawyer, so he's very articulate. He's incredibly personable, and he builds rapport very, very. I mean, you guys know, you've had him on your show.
He's a charmer, that Ross Colbert, and he also knows how to control the conversation.
Yes, and he builds rapport with people very quickly. So it doesn't surprise me that he has a plethora of sources that he will bend over backwards to protect, because that's that's the golden rule of investigative journalism. But that's all he can do. He can only retell or recount what his sources have told him until such time as he has verifiable evidence or corroborative evidence that can solidify what he's been told. He has to say, this is what I've been told. But what I love about Ross is he is he's an incredibly genuine human being first and foremost, but he's very articulate in the way that he retells what has been shared with him in such a way that every time he speaks, I'm just fascinated by what he has heard, what he has been told, and he's still receiving reports, and this is documented in his book In Plain Sight. He's having conversations with current and former people in the Australian Department of Defence that don't want to go on the record due to fear of reprisals, stigma, ridicule, that are saying that, look, there have been recent sightings over these military installations in Northern Australia, Northern Territory, Pine Gap, Western Australia. So there are incidents happening in Australia that he's being told about. People look to him as a trusted advisor, trusted source. They have a degree of confidence that if they talk to him, he's going to protect their identity and their information. So I think Ross is one of the pioneers in investigative journalism on this topic, among with many others. There are so many other brilliant minds and incredible folks that do great work in this community. But I do give a lot of credit to Ross for helping put Australia on the map, so to speak, and raise the conversation down under. Yep.
Yeah. And just real quick, I agree with pretty much everything you just said. I do think, he's a beautiful salesman. He's got, like you said, he's got a way with words. He knows how to enter a room and sort of control not control. I don't want to say control because it makes it sound like he's like controlling everything or being nefarious, but he demands an attention. He draws that. And just quickly, he wrote 5 books that had nothing to do with UFOs before he ever started talking about UFOs.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, he's won. He's a 5-time winner of Australian National Journalism Prize, the Walkie Award.
Walkie Awards. Yep.
He's been, you know, he's been on ABC TV, Four Corners, 9 Network News Sunday, 60 Minutes, and you know, and all of his books were best-selling books. He's a multi-award-winning investigative journalist who knows how to work sources, who knows how to protect sources, and he's a storyteller, and he's a beautiful storyteller, and it's a hell of a lot of fun to listen to him. But rather, I could see it on your face. What?
And you don't get that recognition either by not being good at your job. So I
agree.
Yeah.
And I think it's, you know, you kind of want to take stories with a grain of salt, right, until they're verifiable. But, you know, he's doing a great service in that, you know, we can use FOIA. We can kind of know where to dig and try to get things that will verify these stories and, you know, help us put this story on solid ground. So, yeah, no, I agree. It's, you know, a great benefit for the community, even if you don't take everything he says at face value.
He gives us great nuggets.
And as you guys know, what you see is what you get with Ross as well. I mean, I'm on a private email chain with Ross and a few other folks, and we collaborate and communicate on things that, I mean, Ross has been in the US recently, and he's been providing some updates, and he's very much what you see is what you get with Ross. The way that he presents himself is the way that he conducts himself in private, whether it's in writing or behind the scenes with you guys on the shows that you've done on UCR and the Singularity Lab. So I have a lot of time for Ross.
Yeah, I'll make time for Ross any day of the week. And I got to tell you, I've listened to his audio book twice of In Plain Sight, because it's just something awesome to fall asleep to, listening to an Australian whisper in your ear about UFOs. It's awesome.
My only gripe with Ross is he could probably get some
other
coaching,
actors to play.
His dialect coaching, yeah.
Or just hire other actors to play those parts, because his Australian accent comes through so hard when he's impersonating an American. But it's funny. It's really funny.
It is.
And it's also endearing because he's actually trying to do it, and he doesn't care, man. Like, it's funny. But yeah, I mean, we've had Ross on the show a couple of times. He was here for the last Big Phone Home. Weirdly enough, I didn't ask him to come to this. I'm sure he would have. But yeah, I mean, the man is a wonderful storyteller, and I feel like also, yeah, he does say, my sources have told me, and of course we've got to take, all stories with a grain of salt until they're provable. But for me, Ross doesn't come off as this is fact, this is true, and if you don't believe it, you're lost. It's more of like, hey, this is what I heard. This is what's going on. And I believe him when he says he's got sources and he's got people in a lot of different places. What rather?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, he's not making that up. He's not making sources up out of thin air. He's reporting what's being told to him.
I agree.
Yeah, and he's not forcing any belief or opinion on you. He's just telling you what he's heard, and with that information, what you choose to do with it is entirely up to you. And very much like what you guys do. You do news, reviews, commentary on everything UAP and UFO related, and you put the information out there, and what we choose to do with it is entirely up to us. So that's what I like about Ross, is he doesn't try and convince you, well, it's my way or the highway. He just puts the information out there that he's heard, with the caveat that I can't prove any of this. This is just what I've been told.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Jane, would you have something to say?
Oh, no. I just think.
I thought I heard you say something. I thought I heard a breath.
I mean, I can always ask a question. I can always say something.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think that's kind of what we all can be wrong about this, right? Even the big names can be wrong. We can be wrong. We can all. We should afford ourselves the ability to change our minds and be wrong about things. And I think that's kind of what's cool about this whole topic.
Agreed.
I think one final comment I'll make. I think I've listened to Ross on many interviews and podcasts, and I remember he saying on one interview that one of the gripes that he has is that other investigative journalists won't get off their fat ass and talk about this subject and ask questions. And he's in a position where he's kind of potentially reaping the benefit of being the only one that's asking these questions and reporting on it. But I think he does have a real desire for other people that are in the field of journalism, investigative journalism, to be asking these questions as well, because he can't carry the albatross on his shoulders on his own.
Grant,
we need more. We need more.
This is starting to sound familiar. Like, we're basically looking into the camera and saying, get off your asses and activate yourself and call your senator or congressman right now.
I was going to say, Grant, is the new Ross.
I'm just a sponge. I'm really fortunate that I'm learning from the good work that people like Ross, that you guys do, that John does, that Australian researchers, Keith Basterfield, Bill Chalker. I put a lot of stock into folks like you and them, because I'm learning. I mean, my mind is constantly changing on this topic every single day.
Every single day. And if it's not, honestly, I think I'm pretty confident saying, if your mind doesn't change on this every single day, you're doing yourself a disservice. It should be changing every single day. You're doing it wrong if it doesn't.
Totally agree. Yep.
I always like to say there's no wrong way to do this, but if your mind doesn't change on this constantly, you're doing it wrong.
It's both incredibly frustrating, but also it keeps you intrigued, and it keeps you wanting to know, well, what the hell is going on? I mean, what is it? Everyone says the three big questions, are we alone in the universe? What happens when you die? And is there a God? I mean, if we can answer this big question, are we alone in the universe, categorically, then man, I think more people will be looking up at the stars at night rather than just looking down at their iPhone and watching the Kardashians,
Grant, let's solve this right now. Go ahead and ask me those three questions you just asked.
So, are we alone in the universe?
No.
Absolutely right. Is there a God? In my opinion,
we are all gods.
What is God too? What's your frame of reference for God?
God is in the details of the things that you do.
I've heard you say that before, and I agree with it. And what happens after you die?
Party.
Hopefully, we're able to get some answers from Bigelow on that one, because he's doing some work on that.
Yeah, no. And do not expect any answers from Bigelow on that one. Sorry, Jay, go ahead.
No, I think I'm still I haven't watched the latest Kardashians, to be fair, but I think I probably would still watch the Kardashians. I would just be like, are they aliens?
Oh my God.
Aliens.
That's like one of the worst. My girlfriend watches the Kardashians too, and I'm always like, "Oh my God, why?" Swig
my
Cloud.
wife's obsessed with it.
Right now.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand.
Although she has the same hate of me. I'm still looking for treasure on Oak Island, and she just hates that they're not finding it.
Swig Cloud with a $10 donation. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work, UCR. We will try indeed. Christopher Plain says, I will straight up pay good money for a Luis Jimenez face card.
I can send you one, Chris.
What are you charging for those, Grant?
I have to. That's a good question. I think I could maybe create a side business, a side hustle.
Yeah, I think you could.
So look at Rather and Jane. You might have seen me wearing one sometime.
Jay Allen Heineken asks, did you say shrimp on the Barbie yet?
Shrimp on the Barbie? No, I don't think I just did that.
Well, you just did.
I've just said it there.
We got it. Lord Ludacris with a $5 donation. Great work and great lineup. Make sure to sign the petition and contact your senators. I cannot emphasize this comment enough.
Now, on that note, did you want me? I'm cognizant of your time and obviously the next guest, but did you want me to go through the Australian template?
Yeah, let's go through the Australian template real quick, though. We got Mick Wesses in the house. Signed. Oh my God! I signed the full UFO release now petition because I really want to figure out what the gimbal video actually shows. Oh my God! We're gonna move the disclosure clock. We're moving it.
Well,
no. We got Mick West to sign something from the big phone home.
And I'm sure his goal would be to move it back,
Honestly,
once he looks at it.
If
But
nothing else happens today, we've won. We've won. We've won. We got Mick West to join the big phone home, technically speaking. Welcome, Mick. Malcolm, if you want to come join the conversation, we'll send you the link. We'll squeeze you in here somehow, some way, sometime.
It just shows, whatever your position, you can get behind this.
Whatever your position, you can get behind this. Mick, check out the template for FOIA. Please help us with that one too. I think you might be interested in that. It's our first initiative, so please check it out. Grant, I'm sorry, I got super excited for that. That is amazing, rightly so. Right? Yeah. Okay, so thank you for highlighting that comment. Please, let's go over I'm going to pull up the Australian template now. Okay. So please go for it.
So let me just.
I'll pull it up as you're speaking about it.
Cool. So you can tailor obviously this for best fit, but this is really designed so that if you just want to do a copy and paste and send it to your local member of parliament or your senator, whoever is your elected representative, you can just send it straight onto them. And I'll show you where you can actually find contact details for senators and members. And I can share my screen, Luis, in a second on that one. So I'll read it. So dear, name as appropriate. Typically there is a way to address members of parliament. As your constituent, I wanted to take this opportunity to write to you directly and respectfully request your direct involvement on the issue of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, in an Australian context, and kindly ask that you follow Senator Peter Whish-Wilson's lead on this topic to secure answers for the Australian taxpaying public on what UAP are and their intent. Although politicians and UAPs, historically referred to as UFOs, have long mixed together like oil and water, I stole that from John Greenwald, that one, due to the stigma and ridicule associated with the topic, I urge you not to fall victim to the irrational fear of political suicide, and you can cut that out if you wish, and brush this significant matter of public interest to the wayside. If you require reassurance that elevating the conversation on the UAP topic will not upset your constituents, just have a chat with Senator Whish-Wilson and look at his political record. He was just recently re-elected. On 25th of June 2021, the United States' Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, released its preliminary assessment, Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, and concluded that UAP pose a potential national security threat and safety of flight risk for its military aviators. Of the 144 case reports that the UAP Task Force, UAPTF, examined, only one could be positively identified, a success rate of less than 1%. The remaining 143 case reports were and remain unexplained to this day, maybe with the potential of one that Travis Taylor's talked about, and have since ballooned to over 400 cases collected from various US government sources. Fast forward to 27 December 2021, when President Biden signed into law the United States National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, mandating the establishment of a new office designed to comprehensively investigate UAPs. In May of this year, the US Congress escalated its concerns on UAP by holding its first public congressional hearing on UAPs in more than 50 years. The US Department of Defense is now also supporting US lawmakers' efforts to assess and better understand the nature and extent of UAP by recently announcing the establishment of an all-new All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARO. Despite our US ally and Five Eyes partner taking the topic of UAP incredibly seriously, Australia is not. Why? Despite the Royal Australian Air Force having had a long history of investigating UAP via a several decades-long unusual aerial sightings UAS policy, formally cancelled in 2013, the Australian Department of Defence does not currently have a protocol for the reporting or recording of UAP. RAAF ceased handling of reports of UAP UFO in 1996 after determining that there was no scientific or other compelling reason for the Air Force to continue to devote resources to the recording and investigation of UAP. 143 cases, though, are pretty compelling. Furthermore, the Australian Department of Defence has confirmed via recently released Freedom of Information documents, referred to Defence FOI 54/21/22, released on 6th of July 2022, that it has, quote, has no plans to replicate a similar mechanism to that of the United States' recently announced All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Why? The United States National Defense Authorization Act that was signed into law in December 21 mandates, and this is a key one, mandates that the US coordinate with its allies and partners to better assess the nature and extent of UAP. Refer section 1683B7 of the Act. Yet Defence FOI 54/21/22 confirms that the Australian Department of Defence has, quote, no desire to seek collaboration on this issue. Why? To date, Senator Whish-Wilson is the only Australian senator have shown the courage and gumption to raise the issue of UAP in Australian Parliament and question the potential implications to national security and safety of flight in an Australian context. Why? Why is Australia not taking UAP seriously? I hope that both you and Senator Whish-Wilson can help secure answers to these questions and elevate the conversation on UAP across the Australian government by requesting open public parliamentary hearings on the UAP issue. Exactly what you guys were aiming for in the US a few years back. I trust that you will take my name and add it to the countless others writing to their elected representatives to ask questions and demand answers on the issue of UAP in an Australian context. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your response. Yours sincerely.
Amazing. There's a clap. You got the clap from Rather.
Yeah, I mean, that really sums it up all very nicely. Australian newspapers should be publishing that letter. You know, that really just kind of drives home everything.
Yeah, I mean, international, going global, and I've just posted in the chat for you guys a link to where folks that are in Australia can find contact details for their Australian senator or member of parliament. So if you visit the link that I've posted, I don't know if you want to showcase that.
Where did you post it? Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah. I see it.
Yeah.
Right here. There you go. Right here, you guys.
So that will take you to a page where you can access a whole list of senators and MPs in PDF format, labels and CSV files if you wanted to send them snail mail, or if you wanted to communicate with them electronically via email. Some of them have Twitter. You can reach out to them on Twitter as well. So I'll be posting a ton of tweets. It's obviously in the middle of the night here. So on our next business day, Monday, I'll be posting a few. So if you want to retweet some of the things I post, you're certainly welcome to. I wanted to highlight one other thing, Luis, if I could.
Yeah, please.
There's something that's been very significant, and let me share my screen with you if that's okay. I'll just give you, just make sure I'm pulling up the right one here.
Yeah.
Here it is. So this is pretty significant. So on Wednesday, the 3rd of August this month, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and the new Minister for Defence, Richard Marles, announced an independently led review that will consider defence's force posture and force structure. So they're essentially wanting to do a comprehensive strategic review to ensure that the Australian Department of Defence is well positioned to meet the nation's security challenges, in the region through to the next decade, basically, because there are some huge concerns at the moment over the influence that China is having in the Indo-Pacific region. So what the Defence Strategic Review, you can see on the right of screen, they're actually taking, if I just move my mouse over to it, public submissions. So, and they're taking public submissions from the general public. So if you want to be a lot more comprehensive on your reasons why you want the Australian Department of Defence to investigate UAP as a potential national security threat, because what if it is foreign adversarial, right? You can submit submission type. You can submit if you work in the military. You can, and you have some skill sets and expertise in that space. You can submit as defense industry advice. If you're in the academic community, peer-reviewed academic article or other industry. But this is the nice one, personal view. So the more folks that submit make a public submission for this defense strategic review. I think it's only going to bolster the need for there to be greater conversation on the UAP topic in an Australian context. And I'll add that link to the chat as well, Luis. So if you want to save it, you certainly can.
Yeah, definitely. Well, what I'll also do is DM me these links as well, because after the show, any links that we got, we'll go ahead and just post them in the description, so they'll always be there forever. And when anybody comes back to watch this,
so that's just another way. If you don't feel comfortable to engage your senator or your elected representative, if you want it to be something formal as via a defense strategic review public submission, go for it.
Yeah. Grant Levac, it's been an absolute pleasure, man. Thank you so much for being here and partaking and being such a huge support and being and getting off your ass and actually doing the work. We appreciate it. We really, really do.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the work you do. And again, if hopefully having me on can inspire one other, ordinary bloke who believes in extraordinary things in Australia to get off their ass and get in the game, then that's a good thing.
Yeah. Agreed. Well, Grant, thank you for being here. We will see you soon. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you throughout the day in the chats and on Twitter.
I'll be watching.
We appreciate your efforts. We appreciate the template. We appreciate your time. And we appreciate you just as a human. Appreciate, like, for real. You're a great person. And
thanks, man.
And I cannot thank you enough for all the support you've shown us, even through the most difficult times of the show. And it really hasn't even been that difficult. It's been mostly fun, but appreciate it, man, for real.
You're very welcome. I believe strongly in the work that you guys do, and the fact that my final thing I'll say, why I was drawn to you guys from day one, UCR, is you're educational, you're entertaining, and you don't take yourself seriously. And I think that's what resonates with someone like me. It's not for everyone, and fair enough, but you guys, you had me at hello.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon, Grant. I appreciate you stopping by. We've got to get on to the second hour, or third hour, actually, technically speaking. But thanks, man. We'll be, like I said, we'll be hitting you up throughout the day. But again, nothing but love.
Thanks, guys. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. Class
Grant
act,
everybody. Absolute class act.
Very inspiring.
No, he's the man. He's such a beautiful person. I'm really just like, we're lucky that we know him. We're lucky to have a friend of the show like him. He really, I mean, Jesus, he printed my face 100%. And put it on a stick. That's hilarious. So up in this hour, Jane, you ready for lunch?
Yeah, whatever.
I think I was going to stick out this hour. Is that right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I got it backwards.
Doesn't matter
Okay,
to me.
So rather, you go take lunch. Rather be gone for this hour. We're still waiting on Tupa, so maybe stick
got
around.
A major upgrade for this hour here.
We got a good upgrade, and the person who will be taking your spot is none other than our wonderful friend Christina Gomez.
Hello, everyone. Now it feels like the Secret of Skinwalker Ranch all over again. The review.
We're reviewing episode 11 today.
I haven't watched it, but I'm ready.
Well, Christina, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. I reached out to Tupa Cabra. He hasn't answered me back yet. Tupa, if you're listening, I know I saw you on Twitter here. You're up, buddy. We need you here. We're waiting on you. The second hour has started. Let's see here. Someone's Bill saying so. Hey, okay, that was just you, Christina. All right, so Rather, you ready to get out of here? Go eat some food?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some food, get some more coffee. Thanks for filling in, Christina, and I'll see you all in an hour.
Check to see if that cable came in. I probably didn't. It's super early. Anyway, I'll see you, buddy. Christina, how you doing?
Really good. It's early, so I'm also drinking coffee, but I'm ready. I'm ready to interact with Tupacabra and ask him all the questions about his past and his drawings and everything.
Well, I can't wait to get into his UFO timeline. It's a really wonderful tool. I don't know if you've seen it yet, if either of you ladies has seen it yet, but it's a really cool interactive timeline, and essentially it's the history of ufology. And it's kind of like Wikipedia, where it's interactive in that when you move through it, it sort of highlights and bubbles up on the different stories and things that happened in those years and all of the information and data that's related to those stories. And then there also, if the data is incorrect, or there's a way to sort of open source it, like Wikipedia, where people can say, okay, those facts are wrong, we need to change this. And so it will, it's not done yet, but it will update in that sort of way. So it'll be a great tool for researchers out there who want to quickly sort of reference cases or reference things that happen. It'll be a wonderful way to sort of quickly, rifle through all of those things. So yeah, it's a great tool. I can't wait to talk to him about it wherever he is. He's late to his own hour. But we'll see what happens. Christina, while we're waiting on him, what are you working on? What's going on in your world?
Well, today, Strange Paradigms, talking about all the strange news and weekly headlines from around the world. We just had retired Navajo Ranger John Dover on Shifting the Paradigm, and it was such an honor to speak with him. When he was on Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, I was fangirling, and so then being able to speak to him, I was like, I was so excited. And he spoke about everything related to skinwalkers, his research as being a Navajo Ranger, talking about Bigfoot, talking about paranormal encounters as well that he had to investigate. So it was really just incredibly fascinating. And then yesterday on Mysteries with the History with Jimmy Church, we talked about the mysteries of Peru. And while that place is just incredible, I am shocked that Peru has 3,000 varieties of potatoes. I mean,
I didn't even know that there were 3,000 varieties of potatoes.
I learned that yesterday. And I'm thinking that is the only reason to why I need to go. All I need to have is ramen and I'm set. But the ramen is not a thing there, unfortunately. But other than that, they have, I think, like 1,000 varieties of corn and 3,000 of potatoes, something like that. So that's extensive. I mean, also right next to the Amazon. Oh, yes. This is also true.
That's a lot of. So what was
they do a lot of exercise.
What was your favorite moment or sort of revelation in that discussion with Fugel that you found? We're like, oh my God, that's awesome.
All of it, all of the above, because while we can look from the sidelines of the TV show or read the books that have been written by some people that have kind of like walked around the ranch or have actually engaged in the ranch, being able to speak to the owner is a whole different ball game altogether. And I was very shocked by practically everything that he said, but I think the biggest thing is his transparency, his candidness when he talks about the ranch, and also giving people the opportunity to be a part of the research as well through the insider membership. And I'm so grateful for it because, once again, that sense of transparency where they're not trying to hide anything. They're not trying to state, oh, well, we have all this really cool videos and information, but we're not going to share it with the public. They're not like that. And the fact that TV crew and Bigelow and Nid's team members refuse to go back there, that's saying something.
Yeah.
Have you been in the inside? Have you been still doing the insider in there lately? Pretty active now that the show's over. What's like been a highlight there? Because we never ended up. Did you ever end up doing it, Lou? I think I got caught up in the Skinwalker Insider. I think Christina.
Oh no, I have not. I honestly, once we ended the Skinwalker reviews, it's something I've been intending to do, but then I had to get into Big Phone Home 3 mode, so that's all I've been focused on the last.
Which is a lot of prep.
It's a lot of prep. But we're here. We got it. We're doing. Once this is over, in the next month. In the next month, I hope we'll sort of get into the review of that website. But yeah, I think it's, from what I've been hearing and what Christina has shared with us, and I've heard from a couple other folks, is that it's an amazing tool or window into what Skinwalker, the guys on Skinwalker Ranch are doing. And the cool thing about it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Christina, but they do host quite a bit of conversations.
Yes, Q&A. It's called Chips and Salsa.
Chips and, oh, there you go. It's called Chips and Salsa. Awesome. I love it. Tell us about that.
the highlight is definitely the community. It has this amazing family atmosphere. And I mean, there are daily anomalies that show up on the cameras as well, but being able to interact with the crew members, with the teammates, it makes you feel like you are a part of the team. You're able to ask questions and they will address it to you live because these are live Q&As. But the really good atmosphere of working together, sharing info and being able to interact with the team in the live camera feeds, I think is unprecedented. Like Brandon said, there is no other team that is doing that also has a TV show that's doing extensive research except for the Skinwalker Ranch team.
What do you think are have there been any questions in it that have either stumped the team or I don't want to say stump the team, but you sort of made them look at this in a different perspective? Or
yeah, all the time. Just because that they live on the ranch or they visit the ranch, they don't have the answers, but they want to find them out to the best of their ability. But a lot of the things that are happening there, they have no idea how it's working, what's going on, or the extensiveness of it. I mean, for example, that mysterious triangle. They do all these tests in the TV show, but they still just don't really know what's going on. And a lot of people that are a part of the insider membership ask questions related to that, and also questions that come which have surprised the team, like stuff they haven't spoken about publicly as well. And suddenly people ask it in the live chat, and the team were talking about privately earlier in the day, and they get asked about it. So they get stumped all the time, but they're candid and they're honest when they don't know the answer instead of BSing somebody. So the Q&A has become an anomaly as well, I guess.
Somebody asked me to ask you about Jimmy's last star guest. I've missed the last week of Jimmy Church shows. I don't know. I can't. I don't know. But Mark, can you be a little more specific there? Because I honestly, I haven't watched his show. Like I said, I've been super busy this last month, so I don't know who he's interviewed this week.
I mean, I've been working in the evening, so I haven't been able to always catch them.
Yeah. How's it been working with Jimmy? What's been? I know you guys have been sort of collaborating for a little while now. What have been the things that you've come to love or learn about Jimmy Church? And it looks like we may have found Chupacabra. We did. He's here. But yeah, go ahead and answer that question, and then we'll bring Sam in.
Overall, he is the best mentor, giving deep insights, and he's very respectful to me and to the audience as well, and always incredibly encouraging. Whenever I have an issue, I call him. I'm like, Jimmy. And he's incredibly helpful. But this isn't about me. This is about Sam Chupacabra. Let's bring him in.
Let's do it. Without further ado, artist, filmmaker, Twitter Spaces host, and late to the party, Mr. Sam Chupacabra. What's shaking, buddy? How you doing?
What is good? Good, man. I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
We're doing really well, man. We're doing really well. We're in rolling into hour 3 here, and super stoked that you're here because I've been hyping up your UFO timeline. Okay. and telling people about it, because I think it's going to be, once it's done, right, because you're still working on it if I'm not mistaken, once it's done, this, I think it's going to be a really wonderful tool. So I wanted to bring you on. I wanted you to break that tool down and the purpose of it, and then also I wanted to talk about your artwork, dude. Like you're taking the UFO Twitter space by storm, dude. Your artwork is killer. Honestly, it's everything I wanted to do with my merch, but I was afraid to do it because I wasn't sure of the copyright issues with people's images. Sure. And then when I asked you about that in the space, you're like, I'm just kind of rolling with it, see what happens.
Roll the dice.
Better to ask for forgiveness than seek permission, So
it's true a lot of the time. It's true.
But let's get into the UFO timeline before we dive into that. Do you have a screen to share? And then we could bring that up, and you can, and it's the hour is yours, my friend. We'll have the questions for you, but yeah, awesome. This is all about you and the work you're doing. So let's highlight it.
Okay, cool. So I'll be able to explain it for a little while, and then what I'll try to do, because I've been like updating the timeline and getting it to like other programmers and stuff. So it's in a funky spot right now. But let me see what I can do. But
that's all right. It can be as funky as it wants, just as long as we get the sort of general idea of what we're doing or what's happening. And I think it's awesome. Yeah,
awesome.
But go for it.
Yeah. So first I'll kind of outline it while I bring it up. But essentially I needed a tool for myself because I'm not really good at following paper. I'm just not good at it, and it's not entertaining to me. So like I don't pull anything from it, and I don't retain the information. So I started out thinking like, okay, I need a visual way to do this, and I'm a filmmaker, so I do a lot of storyboard work anyway. So, you know, I was going to put out flashcards and start just kind of macking it out. And then I started writing it down and drawing it out, and it was just too much. So I was like, there's got to be an easier way for this. And then it turns out that there was not an easier way. I looked.
Yeah, it turns out there's no easy way to do a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
It's just, there's no substitute for that, unfortunately.
Someone should write a book about that. So
I've started and restarted so many like UFO database things and spreadsheets and
look at this. That's one time I was abducted. Tupa's single, y'all.
How do they know?
Oh my God.
Obviously, I have the time to do this, so I must be.
Yeah, you must be single.
It's a simple math question.
Let's be honest. Most men in this discussion arena are single.
Oh yeah, I'm always surprised when someone's like, oh.
It's like no guy walks into a bar and starts ripping UFO stats, and all the girls at the bar like, oh my God, who is
You're
that
so
guy?
right. Okay, there was one time. If people are into it, they really enjoy enjoy the conversation. But when I hear like someone be like, oh yeah, my wife said this, and we're like in ufology for hours, I'm like, your wife is mad. We've been talking for hours. But yeah, so I needed a way to see it, and I couldn't figure it out. So I just started to look for software that allowed me to like really drag and drop things in a format that I wanted to. So I found software that would allow me to kind of cheat it. And then so I just kept going with it. And I went through iteration after iteration. And my goal was to make it so that when I looked at it, it wasn't confusing to me, and that it also wasn't embarrassing. Because we all have shown our friends things, right? That are like, check this out. And they're like, dude, what are you talking about? What is this? And I just didn't want to look like that guy. So I just tried my best to make it look and feel as if you just downloaded an app and then turn it on. And so that really, really helped me see how it was kind of like panning out. And then by the end of it, like, you know, I was kind of, instead of looking at better ways for the UFO solution, I was actually looking for how to visualize the process in my brain of categorizing information. Because the more fluid that was, the easier it was to look at and the easier it was to like add to. And so I found a really good like middle ground of, you know, form and function. And then I just kind of kept going with it. And then I was using it mostly for your show, because you guys talk about details and the actual, you know, events. And there's not a lot of other shows that do that, right? So like I was having a hard time keeping up with you guys, and then having the app open, having it there just really helped me. It gave me context, and I felt like, okay, I can kind of keep up with these guys now, which I mean, still barely can, but I have the thing open when I'm doing research or when I'm watching podcasts, because it literally helps me to see it. It helps me to place everything in time. Because my memory is not that solid. I can't think of the bigger picture like that. So then it became a tool where I thought that I would be able to look for patterns that I wouldn't normally see. And so I started to add different things alongside the UFO history, just the main hitters. I started to add things like solar flares and technological inventions and big revolutions. And it really, these things started to sync up in a way that allowed me to really, I don't know, like it's like a jump to conclusions, Matt, from like Office Space, right? And so,
oh my God, yeah, Office Space,
right?
Okay, love it,
right?
Go
and so
on.
you need to have it. You need to have a jump to conclusions, Matt. You need something that'll be there that'll let you just kind of like see
Hold
it.
Hold on one second, Sam.
Christina is probably too young for that one.
About to go to Christina, have you seen Office Space?
Nope. No, but I
no
know the reference. I know the reference.
Okay, well, good.
I love.
But I guess that's why I wasn't laughing as hard, because it kind of like
I love when we talk pop culture around Christina, because I'll always forget that she's like half my age, and we'll put a pop reference, and I always like, right, Christina? She's like, never seen it. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right.
Hey, look, if it's SpongeBob, I know literally every single episode.
SpongeBob is a hit. It's a serious hit.
Let me tell you something.
My
The
son never got into
SpongeBob,
it,
the
so
first SpongeBob movie is one of my favorite flicks of all time. Not only does it have Ween on the soundtrack, but it's hands down it is the craziest movie. The last 5 minutes of that movie, hands down, the craziest thing I've ever seen on film.
The best soundtrack I've ever heard for almost any movie, any animated movie.
Ocean Man is Ween. That's all Ween, baby. Sorry, Tupa. I didn't mean to go on the.
What is Ween? Like, is that chocolate and cheese? Chocolate and cheese.
It's a band. It's a rock band. Very alternative rock band. They're great, but they're an acquired taste. They're not for everyone. That's for sure.
It's like the Violent Femmes or something.
Exactly. Or even like a punk rock band where you're like, oh, that song rules, but the rest of the album, man, that's tough to.
If you want to know what Ween sounds like, just imagine the SpongeBob SquarePants soundtrack.
I mean, just Google Ween and Ocean Man. It's like the coolest song ever. But anyway, sorry, that was a hell of a tangent too. But go ahead.
I loved it. Then I was using the timeline and I was adding to it. I was making it interesting for myself. And then around, might have been March or April, I shared a video of just a screen grab of myself using it. And it was like one of the most liked tweets I've ever posted. And I think it really, alongside my art and the stuff I was doing, it set me aside. And it gave me a little bit of verified accounts were like reaching out to me. Like, what is this? Yeah. Where can I find this? How did you make this? And I'm not a type A person at all. So, I like art. And I always thought that people would reach out for the videos or for, my drawings or whatever. But then for this, it was like, man, did the hundreds of hours I put into this on my own and the time I sent to my friends, like, hey, check this out. And they were like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Like, was it worth it? And it started to become worth it. And I was like, wow, like I invested all this time and all this energy and brain power into making this thing. And now I finally got a chance to show the community what this is, and they loved it. And so it just gave me all the energy to really finish it and then make it available for everybody. Because like I said, the way it is right now is just in some software and it's for me, it's my personal use. But it's so graphically available, like it's just pleasing that like a lot of, I reached out to development teams and other people and they were, ecstatic. Like they were blessed to be part of the team. They just wanted to do it on their own free time on the weekends because these guys do this stuff every day. And so what would take me another year to complete, right, is going to take other people a weekend and other things. So I'm just kind of spreading the work out, making sure that people are tackling certain tasks because the end goal is to get this on a website so that people can navigate it, both as an art piece, as just a big picture, look at it, like you can maybe get it as a poster and look at all the main hitters, and then you could zoom in on the timeline and it expands, the years to months and the months to days. And you can see the other little tertiary, lesser known events as you zoom in and explore it. And then like the really cool thing is like the search key, like you're going to be able to write in like saucer and then all the saucers pop up. So you can see like, oh, when did the Tic Tacs start appearing and how often do they do that? Bam, you got it all right there. If you wanted to isolate only the military involvement, bam, it's a button. If you wanted to isolate any single thing, Nikola Tesla's life, bam, it's all out there. And so you can really just see, and then you can select, and then you can contrast and compare the data that you want to see as opposed to anything else. That's why I say it's a good jump to conclusions map, because you'll be able to look for information and find patterns visually that you couldn't have found through just looking and reading and taking notes. My brain just doesn't work that way. I think a lot of people's don't. So as soon as people saw it, I think and when they see it and they interact with it, they're like, oh, no one's ever done this before. And ufology is really complex. It's really deep and it's really hard to follow. So why wouldn't you want this? Why wouldn't you want this on your phone? Or wouldn't you want this on your iPad or on your desktop while you're listening or exploring or doing your own research? And so the exciting thing for me too, as a experiencer and as a person who talks to countless experiencers, like this seems to be a huge part of the story, is people making sense of their own life in reference to the UFO phenomena. And so there will be a key feature for like, if you want to like set up a profile or whatever, where you can create your own layer, your own elements there. It would just be for you and your own. You wouldn't affect like the entirety of it, but you'd be able to put in like, oh, here's where I first saw the thing. Here's where I first saw it. Here's when I first had a panic attack, or you know what I mean? Here's when I went to therapy. Like all this stuff could be in there. And then now you can see your own life, your own, even if it's your own research, if you were studying Travis Walton or any other case, you can now use this tool as your own research tool, and add in your own details and look at how your life or your research is in reference or comparison to the other data too. So
can the researchers of those cases be able to input data for people to help decipher? Or
that's like
the
biggest, that's like the number one question is this can anyone add to it? And the answer is no. There will be a submission form that'll allow you to fill in like the easy questions: place, time, event, resources, background, and then you can submit that. And then what I'll do is I'll review it and then double check it, make sure that it falls in line and that it was accurately put in, and then I'll input it into the thing. And so my goal initially is to, when I launch this, to have all the heavy hitters already listed. Everything you could ever think of is listed. Anything that has, not everything that has a MUFON file, right? But everything, that's really that you could think of is in there. And then if people have very specific details or a case I've missed, then they would just submit it into a form, and then I would go through it and then put it in. And then, like I said, like if you want, so like that way, it's not like Wikipedia. No one can go in and change and alter it. I really want it to be, as is, so that you can just observe it.
What is your litmus test or your filter? Like, how do you weight it? So like, what would pass the test to make it? Is it, and is the information, it's article by article, case by case? I mean,
okay, so good question.
Like, so
there's like a couple layers, right? So there's like, is it verified, and how much in the history is it? How much of a historical impact did it make? Because this is a UFO history timeline, right? And so I want it to be like majority of things that you could easily research and find out. I don't want it to be full of individual cases with no reference point and no way to back it up. I would love it all to be sourced. I would love all the information to have multiple sources, not necessarily multiple witnesses, but at least something to have it backed up. So it's not just an individual's report. I just can't have it be an individual's report in the UFO history timeline. Yeah, right. And that's one of the reasons about having a setting where you can now, have your own layer and be like, oh, well, here's this. I know this happened. I know this happened, because I know a ton of people who do their own research, and they're going to want to add something to this, at least to be able to see it, with everything else. And so I want to give people that ability because it's interactive, but I don't want it to affect the overall, what I would call an art piece. This is mostly how I look at it, is it's an art piece. It's another one of my art pieces that, standing alone, it works just fine, but diving in and getting into the nitty gritty and the details, it works even better. But like the goal of it was to give people a visual reference so that their cortex, all the brain power that they use for visions, can start to be used as problem solving, and looking at these patterns and noticing like, oh, wow, like these things pop up at equal distances apart. That's something that you wouldn't know unless you were reading and then taking notes. And then even then, if you wrote down 1988 to 1994 to 1998, like you wouldn't know the pattern unless you really started to look at it. But visually, you can recognize the pattern and the rhythm in an instant. And so that's the goal of it, is to give people the instantaneous problem solving skills that we normally can't apply to this field in particular.
Well, no, and that's a beautiful point. I think the thing that we clearly as community members see the patterns. We know they're there, but no one's ever actually lined them up, and how they say, I would assume, line up probably really nicely in a lot of these different cases and different timelines, and I'm sure a lot of the same things pop up in these conversations. But Christine, I want to give you the floor. What any questions so far that's burned in your brain that you want to ask Sam?
My biggest question is, you have dedicated probably hundreds of hours doing something like this, collecting absolutely everything you can get your hands on. So at the end of the day, what are you hoping to gain from all of this, in the sense of, do you want just to help people understand? Do you want it to help yourself? Or is it even a bigger picture than that?
Oh, I want to help myself. I don't understand the UFO phenomenon all that well, and I don't think anyone else does. And so I made this simply to give myself a tool that I would be able to look at bigger picture stuff and tackle this in a different way. Because I've been in this since I was, 11 years old. Like really, I remember checking out books and getting weird looks from friends, and being that guy on long walks.
The weird kid. Yeah.
Everything came from Mars, And so like now it's like one of those things where, there's evidence coming out, and the internet's here. We can do our own research. And I wanted to see how good I was at researching, and how good I was at collecting data, and how much I could add to the conversation. And so, like I said, it wasn't until I shared this, this already kind of like in a completed kind of stage. I wasn't until I shared it that I realized other people needed this too. And so now I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to make this to where, again, I'm going to keep that same focus where I need it to work for me, because it has served me thus far. And then I'm going to get it out to everybody else, because I think just from the response alone, I didn't predict it. I didn't predict that people are going to want this at all. So I can't say I'm doing this.
Oh, I want this. Like,
yeah, no, we all want this. Yeah, and I also
absolutely
like this is so cool.
Yeah, and I also just, if you can, Sam, just get a sort of at least a little sneak peek of what this looks like, so people can just visually see it and get the taste and see why people are contacting you and reaching out to you, and why I got excited about it as well, because I'm like, holy cow, this is going to be great for people like Ross Coldhart or John Greenwald or even a Mick West. Like, if he wants to look at cases, he can easily access this thing and it'll take you right to it. I'm curious to know, in entering these cases, is there any particular case that you came across where you weren't that impressed with it at first, but once you started inputting the data, you were like, wow, this is actually pretty cool?
Yeah, foreign cases. So I don't hear a lot about the cases in like Italy and stuff, but I came across a very interesting couple cases of like cigar-shaped crafts in Italy around the same year. And so you realize, like, oh, there's some of these tertiary sightings that just didn't make pop culture references, and maybe they didn't make a big splash in American history, but they're there. And it's just it's those things, I think, that I'm finding that are really, really key. Is like, there could have been a craft sighting in one spot and then a craft sighting down the road, right? And so, so here it is, kind of bigger picture stuff. And I'm obviously still adding to it, but like, you have close encounter lists, and this will be kind of advanced onto things about technology, cattle mutilations I'm adding soon. There's a lot of cattle guys, so it's going to take a long time. And then something like military contact. So this is every incident where the military was involved.
Cool.
Again, you can like zoom in. Sorry about that. You can zoom in. And now when you zoom in, it's very like static, right? But eventually when you zoom in, these things will be expanding. And like,
so you
zoom out.
The farther you zoom in, the more it expands this way, and you can see the other smaller cases in between the big moments.
Exactly. So this little pocket here, I just found so interesting. This little run, right? And then
why is that?
Because it's so condensed. And so here we have the Foo Fighters of World War II, the Battle of LA, the Trinity explosion, and then this boom of all these like individual sightings.
Cow.
We have Operation High Jump, Kenneth Arnold sighting, the Roswell crash. So like, it wasn't until this year that I really realized, even though I was the one that wrote this down, that Kenneth Arnold and Roswell crash happened a month apart or less than.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's that stuff that you can tell somebody, but until they see it, they really can't, now when they think about it, they'll have these boxes of data, right?
Do you have shapes? To help them out. Are you noticing any patterns with shapes in here? Like, do you have that? Like, is that like you can click for all the military sightings? Can you click for all the saucers? Or...
Yeah. So here, like, this is a beginning part of it. So like
I'm just doing feature requests for this future product that
I.
But that's a good question. Sort of like, especially when it comes to the list of shapes that Congress redacted for whatever reason. Mm-hmm. We all know what those shapes are, but if those shapes can be transferred to this, so people could look. Acorn shape, cigar shape, tic tac shape, saucer shape.
Exactly.
It
looks like it. Saucer's pink.
That's amazing.
Pink
so I wanted to give everybody an extra little
shapes.
Points of data, right? So every sighting is going to have its own craft type listed, and that craft type will be something that you can search for. So here it just started off with saucer and tic tac, but you can already see, like, if you wanted to isolate just the saucers, just the tic tacs, they're right there, and so you can see them all.
Very cool.
And of course, everything will be able to turn off, turn on, and it's crowded now. But the way this is going now and how I'm designing it is, you will only see what you really want to see. There'll be an all-on button, but it's going to get a little overwhelming. So being able to really be specific. Oh, sure.
How are you going to, because the manual research here, so updating, right? So let's say you want to go gather all the cigar shapes, right? And go retroactively update. Like, are you going to get like a team? Can you get this crowdsource? Like, can we submit and help?
Exactly. So what I'm doing now is I'm assembling a team and then I'm giving them specific years to look through.
Sweet.
So totally open source, totally free time, weekend stuff you can do. You know what I mean? And you'll have like 47 through 49. Those are busy years. Probably shouldn't use those as an example, but like you'll just be given a certain time, and then you'll be able to like research and then pop it in. And this is not super sleuth stuff, not yet. This is stuff that requires just general Google searches.
Right.
This is mostly the historical stuff first, and then developing like a specialized team to go in and look for the very niche ones. And then what the point of that is as they include the niche ones, because everything has its own keyword, every single little search aspect will be popped in as a keyword. As you enter in little like kind of the smaller, lesser known sightings, they will be automatically categorized by year, date, all the stuff. So you'll be able to see if, hey, this is a random sighting, but look, down the street a year later, or a mile away the next week, something else popped on. And so now it becomes relevant. There's different points of contact that the smaller ones will have to like connect to, and that'll allow it to have a system to be like, oh, this will be bigger on the timeline. This will be more important because there's more points of data that connect this. So there's going to be a lot of like the smaller ones, a lot of the bigger ones, but the thing is all about leadership and teamwork. So thank God I have 10 years of directing under my belt and doing sets and effects and edits and all this stuff. So I can figure out like, okay, here's what team needs to tackle this job. And here's like the overall big picture, how long it could take to do this. And right now, like I said, I've been blessed to find people who do programming for a living, do software development for a living, who saw this and like spit their coffee out and were like, this isn't a thing yet. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
And then so people are jumping on to help me. But it's just about taking it slow, making sure that all the protocols for the input is written out perfect. So that way, when the development team is done creating the framework, it's a matter of typing it in and it appears on the timeline, the size, the importance, the location, everything as it needs to be. Because this is a long-term project. I don't want it to start if I wanted it just to look the way it looked, I could have continued the way I am right now. And you can see I can move stuff around and all this other stuff. And I would have just continued this until it was done. But needing it to be on a website, needing it to be interactive, needing it to be something, a tool, an actual tool for people, I needed it to be more advanced. And so that's the goal, right? Not to finish this, not to get this done, because I can get this done myself. It's to get it to where everyone can go type in timeline, whatever, and then look at it and be like, and then zoom around and have fun with it. I mean, I would spend a day or so on this.
Way more.
Right. And I would keep it open if I was ever looking into this or ever talking.
Well, it would be a bookmark. This is a bookmarker.
Absolutely.
Like this is something that you constantly like. Absolutely. I was just about to ask you, because there's another great tool that's not as interactive as this, but the data in it I think is amazing because it's police reports. It's coming from Newfork and MUFON, and the name of the website is updb.com. UPDB. Yeah, UPDB.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Yeah, it's like the name of our show. It's a terrible name, but it is what it is. Here, let me just show you real quick what it looks like.
It's not updb.com.
Or it's updb something. It's updb.app. Or let me actually go to that. Yeah, it's uapdb.app, not .com.
UAPDB.
UPDB.com.
UPDB. Okay, there we go.
It's right on the screen here. So you hit reports. You hit reports and you can put the date from what time to what time, the city, the district, and the country, and it'll give you every single report from that area. And this was really cool because for my sighting, I went and looked back to see if anybody maybe reported it, and they didn't. But there were other reports around that time frame, which was really cool to see. Like I never would have expected Cooper City, Florida, to have more than a page of info and UFO incidents on it. And I was like, damn, dude, this is awesome. And their official reports that these places are coming from. So, I mean, this could be a good tool in sort of helping fill in some of those gaps. I don't know if you've seen this.
Oh, absolutely.
But this is
this is awesome. One of my goals.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is to partner with MUFON and other people who collect databases, and then allow them to just essentially use the app and then data input their thing, and there'll be a MUFON button you can click, and then all the cases will pop up, at least the more popular ones. So that's one of the reasons why the data input protocol I'm making is so important, because I want other people to be able to apply their database to it. Because why not? You know, like partnering with someone like MUFON and just hitting a MUFON button and all of a sudden having all their cases appear, you know, to me sounds like a dream. You know, like, and the same thing goes with other people collecting data, police reports,
the
like you said.
structured fields.
Yeah.
I have spreadsheets that look kind of like that, Lou, and it's so overwhelming. Sam, it's exactly like this is such like a cloud parting moment for me personally. I was actually about to send out like a request for help, like starting in September, because I'm trying to focus on
this
Texas.
Conversation, Jan.
Because I'm trying to do this for Texas essentially, and laser focus on Texas. There's everybody else is doing great work on the other things, so it wouldn't be as helpful, maybe, you know, for somebody in California, but it would be so cool, you know, to use something like this, put in my messy spreadsheets that aren't really doing anything for me right now or the community, and it means something. So this is like so exciting, and yeah, if you can tell, I didn't expect we were going to talk. Art is. I want to talk about your art too if we have time, Sam. But I didn't expect that we would nerd out so much on all this analysis. I love it.
It's
been a big surprise. It's been a big surprise for me too.
I have millions of yellow Post-it notes all over my desk, and it looks it's like snow under my desk. So I'm incredibly looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
Like
we all have our mad ways.
Yeah, I'm hoping this cleans up a lot of desks for a lot of people. Maybe that's what. Maybe George Knapp's desk will finally get cleared off.
And it's inspiring too. Like, it inspires me also to do the work, you know, because I have the information in front of me and do the cleanup that I also can just do right in front of my face.
Yeah,
you know, and make those patterns. So
well, that's one of the things too, is that this is now a format. Like, if you know, once this is launched and you can get in there and play with it yourself, like you can literally like now you can do the work, but when you're inputting it, it automatically lays it out for you.
Yeah,
so that way you don't have to like shuffle through paper or show someone like you know your crazy conspiracy board.
Right.
like this is absolutely a crazy conspiracy board, but it just looks like Apple made it. It just looks like you can click on stuff. But that was the goal, is to like make a more sane conspiracy board, and I can't believe that people really, it vibes well with it. It just means that it occupies a space that was vacant. You know,
this is a space. Yeah, no, people, and obviously, right, because people are like, oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever seen conceptualized. And I think the implications of once this is done for researchers is going to be amazing. And that's why I wanted to get you on the show, because I'm like, this is important. Like, this is important. And you know, I've listened to your Twitter spaces. We've had conversations, and I know there are things we disagree on when it comes to this conversation. You know, but the beautiful thing about you and the beautiful thing about the spaces that you host is you allow these ideas to come in. You either agree or disagree, and then we move on. And it's nothing nobody's walking out of there insulted or feel like they've taken a personal beating, which is amazing, you know, and that's the way it should be. Not to say that we can't question these things, but keeping it respectful helps.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why I started the spaces. Thank you. I started them because it felt like an oasis away from the regular Twitter kind of interaction style. And so that's the spirit.
I mean, Twitter isn't human interaction. It's text lost in translation with no context and no human attributes attached to it. It's just text, and then it's taken however that person reads it, and then all of a sudden you've got a mess on your hands. Whereas, you know, with the conversations, it rarely goes that way. I mean, rarely. It happens, but it does. That's rare.
The first time I started a spaces that was essentially about like a hot topic that was being discussed in the moment, where a lot of mud was getting slung around, was the UAP.
Wasn't it the copywriting of the UAP? Yeah.
Yep. And the reason why I did is because I wrote a really witty tweet, and then like I went to like check it out, and I realized I was like one of 1,000 people who flung like some super mud at these kids, and I was like, okay, this is regretful. So I'm going to open up a spaces, and then maybe it'll save, right, the Twitter sphere a bunch of back and forth. And like it did because now people were able to pop in and talk, and they weren't, you know, waiting to like for their insult to get liked. You know what I mean? They were just able to raise their hand and talk, and that was just a better scenario.
Well, what was great about it too, and I was in that Twitter space, was that we had a copyright expert there. Mm-hmm. We had the people who felt wronged were there. The mm-hmm. Saucer Co representative was there, and everybody gave their opinions and I don't want to say hashed it out, but at least put their feelings on the table. And this is how I feel, and this is what I think about it. And maybe there wasn't a conclusion, maybe there wasn't a resolution for those things, but at least the conversation was had. And I think if I had to take a guess, I think Saucer Co went, you might have messed up on this one.
I hope, hopefully they did.
It. You know, hopefully they did. Yeah. But you know, we'll see. But I mean, from a and we talked about this in that chat. I mean, technically speaking, legally, they did what anybody else could have done. They did it. Like, they did it first, and they didn't ask anybody, and it was really shady how they did it. But that's business, man.
They made their point clear.
Yeah.
It did. It made their point clear, and I think my goal worked. I think that I cleaned up UFO Twitter for like that hour or 2 hours where people were no longer just throwing attacks at these kids for being business-minded and for having their goal. They were able to listen to it and hear it, and then by listening and interacting, you avoid that negativity being like put out on Twitter a lot. So Spaces for me is when I host spaces for controversial moments or just for the UFO like theories and stuff, it's so that people can really engage in a platform where you don't normally do it. It's just so solo and isolated. But yeah, I love Spaces for that, and I like the idea of being more contributing more to the field, to the study, to the process of learning, rather than the judgmental, critical, like social police type stuff that kind of happens in the world. So having a tool like this and inventing work like this and inventing work for myself to keep myself busy like this has been really good too. And interacting with UFO Twitter has overall been a much more positive thing for me than a lot of people. I think I hear a lot of reviews of it. And I think part of that is because I'm contributing with art as opposed to with my opinion. You know what I mean? And so it helps. It helps me anyway.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And speaking of your art, let's go ahead and whip up your website here, tupacabra.com. Just hilarious. I mean, right off the bat, you got Bill Nye the Science Guy, Tupacabra plus alien DNA equals Tupacabra. But here, just to get a sort of insight of what your art style and your work, explain where you came up with this, ego death and and sort of how you took the spirit of Tupac and mixed it with Sam and mixed it with his passion of ufology. Can you walk us through, how and why you started making this art?
I created the Tupacabra thing in 2012 as a joke. I made a friend laugh. I drew it on like a napkin or something. And I held onto the drawing. I always thought it was funny. Then this is funny. It's my son's birthday today. He's 3. And
man, happy birthday to Sammy, guy. So Tupacabra Jr.
And before he was born, like you go through a lot of anxiety. You're always like doing stuff, you're preparing. And one of the things I was doing was drawing a lot. And I ended up drawing, I found the Tupacabra thing in my email or something. I'm like, I can redraw this, on an iPad. I'll make it look good. And then I redrew it and I was like, wow, this is really funny. This is kind of cool. And then I kept doing it. And then I just I have a ton of art now of this Tupacabra character, and there was no home for him or anything. And then so I started to get into UFO Twitter through like Red Panda Koala's work and all the kinds of work I was seeing. And I decided to create a handle using this. And I was like, this will be a really great way to interact. You know what I mean? And like, it wasn't about being anonymous. It was just kind of about having a style, And so I popped it up there. And then when I started to really invest in kind of like creating the character, I realized that, Tupacabra occupies a space in ufology that hasn't been occupied before, which is this kind of a pop culture position, because ufology traditionally is a bunch of like older guys and like, kind of like UFO convention is basically the field, right? And so it doesn't have the context or the connotation of like anything cultural or anything where the youth can like kind of attach themselves to it, or an everyday person, right? The barrier of entry or whatever is really high. And so I wanted to lower that as much as I could so that people could engage with it without being, you know, super nerd without diving into like every single aspect. And then so it kind of became a conduit for that. And then I just really wanted to reach out to people who weren't normally in the UFO world, but knew of it and were interested in it and would like alien stuff. And so it worked. And it became a really cool way to interact with UFO Twitter, a really cool way to interact with people. But I wanted to make sure that I was still making myself known, right? Because I create videos for the field and things that I'm fascinated with.
Wait, are you just in this for the clicks and the money, Sam?
That's totally it. That's totally it. Because this is
good for you.
This is nothing but millionaires in UFO Twitter, right?
Right.
Yeah. We're all rolling in it.
Right.
Don't follow my example.
Dude, we invest so much of our sleep in looking this stuff up. You know, like where a millionaire would be, you know, doing all the things that they need to do.
Maybe delegating.
Yes.
Delegating sounds a lot of fun.
It really is not. But
by the way, I just added this Stanton Friedman sticker to my cart. I will be putting this sticker on my scooter.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
So that's gonna look great on the scooter.
Thank you. Yeah, I like making art that's like kind of like it flies under the radar, right?
Yes.
There's some art that I'm starting to make that really allows people to celebrate their UFO interest, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of it is so that people who know, right? And that it still looks cool,
that
feels cool. But it's like, hey, if now you can start a conversation with someone who knows a little bit more, right? And then it's like, cool. Like people, you know, I can imagine being in a bar or something and having someone like, dude, is that fucking J. Allen Hynek on your shirt? Like, what the hell is that?
Exactly.
You know, and it's better to me. It's a better reaction. It's a better conversation starter than I believe in UFOs.
Right. I agree.
You know,
I agree 100%. And I hate stuff with huge logos. I hate stuff that's loud and in your. I like subtleness in my fashion, and that's what I love about yours. And that's kind of what I mean. Our designer obviously was not as good as yours, but anything that I have on my store, the idea was minimalistic, and as simple as you possibly can make it, but at the same time still convey what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
And the only way you know is if you know. And it's sort of like Invisible Night School sort of secret handshake, you know, like you see somebody else wearing this and you're like, okay, bruh, like we're at the same party and you're the dude I'm gonna hang out with, or you're the girl I'm gonna hang out with because because of your sweater, you know, which is amazing, and it builds connections.
It does, and I think for people who are deep in the field, they don't like to talk about the baseline stuff with people in social situations. So you don't want to wear. And it's not a fashion conversation, but you don't want to wear like a big UFO thing. Everybody at the party's gonna be like, "Oh, aliens! Do you like X-Files?" And all this. It's like, okay, we talk about this stuff every single day. We don't want to talk about it at the bottom level with strangers, right? Like,
I would say the flip side of that is like, why is this? Look at this dude's shirt. Like, what is who brought this guy? You know, like, whereas if you wear this to a party, it's like, oh, that's dope. What is that? You know, if they don't know, they might ask you, "What is that?" Oh, this is J. Allen Hynek, you know, or this is Stan Freeman. Who's Stan Freeman?
Chupacabra.
Or even Chupacabra. Like he's
Chupacabra,
a researcher, artist. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, it's because you look at it like, is that Tupac, but as an alien, and then Chupacabra's playing words. So I was in a lot of weird situations on Twitter, like with NFT spaces and science spaces and you know what I mean, finance spaces, and just because that was the only things that were on. And I'd pop in and people were like, whoa, like what's Chupacabra? Like that's hilarious. And I would get invited to speak in these rooms because of the picture and the name. And so that's when I realized, okay, there's something to this. People really are reacting to this. If I would just pop it up here, Sam the ufologist, they wouldn't give a crap. They're doing it's not
I remember the first time you popped into our Discord. And I was like, oh, Chupacabra, that's a great name. And then you spoke, and I'm like, even better voice. Jesus Christ. Like this is silky smooth. just audio files in my ear. It's wonderful. But we got a few minutes left here. Ladies, did you have any other questions for Sam before we wrap things up?
I do. In your drawing of Chupacabra, he has a tattoo that says "Hug Life." What's the story behind that?
I just didn't think Chupacabra was a thug. You know, I don't, and so I just wanted to give him a different kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Hold on a second. Wait, I'm sorry, Sam. Just real quick, I have to ask Christina. Tupac Shakur.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why we're just old. Like
we're old. That's what it is. We're old. Okay, so Tupac Shakur, one of the greatest rappers of all time, had tattooed across his belly "Thug Life." And
Thug Life was his
Tupac
motto.
Shakur's a poet. He's literally a poet.
He was an artist.
That is
lyrics,
past my time. I'm
lyrics are
still in
museums.
college,
So
like
that's not an excuse. If anything, you should be exploring your musical taste right now in college. So go download or go watch.
That's true. You're not going to regret it.
But the idea that it's a play on words. Instead of Thug Life, it's Hug Life with Chupacabra. So that's where it comes from. See, look at her face; it's lighting up. See, the answer you were about to give her. The answer you were about to give her would have left her going, I still don't get it.
Don't get it. I don't get it. Thank you. I forget.
I mean, when it comes to music, the music they play in college is so cringy, but I like space music, a little more ambient, or obviously the SpongeBob soundtrack.
SpongeBob and space.
The music in the movies with Christina Gomez are insanely limited. And also food choices, ice cream, ramen. That's it. That is it. I love it. Jane, anything else for Sam?
Oh man, has your art ever gotten you into trouble?
Yeah, I was a graffiti artist for a long time in high school. I loved the idea of my art being a thing that was allowing me to have another culture. Like, I think the graffiti world was my first dip into a culture based on art, and it was my first attempt to become not anonymous and known for something I was doing. I was 15, 16 at the time. I got into a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. Paint is not cheap, and it was rough to get out there on trains and buildings and stuff. And so that's I think the most trouble it got me into. Now, I'm just an older person, and I've been using art for storyboarding films and figuring out a way to make, for the last 12 years, I haven't had a regular job. So I've just been trying to figure out ways to turn my art into a living and to make it so that the stuff I love to do is something that I can do. That supports me and feeds my soul and my family and stuff. And so through just being open and trying to be positive with it, it opened a lot of doors. So it's just the creative aspect, I think, is the one. It's my conduit to the world. It's how I will always shake someone's hand across, a distance. Most likely it will be, either through conversation or through the stuff that I'm making. And so I just like to have it there, and I like to put my time and my care into it so that it acts as a messenger for me. It's it's supposed to embody everything you do. Is supposed to embody you and represent you to people who don't know. And so when they see it, I hope it adds to the not the mystique or the personality, but to the vibe of what I'm doing creatively, trying to knock some walls down.
Well, two things. The first is I think I have to collaborate with you on some level on a film I want to make about my experience. And I know that would be a really great collaboration. So we should talk about that some other time. And then there was another thing I wanted to tell you, but it's slipping my brain right now. But did anybody else? I heard somebody else wanted to. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Don't mean to cut off a question here, but what is the timeline on the UFO timeline? When do you expect this to go public?
Great question. Great question.
Can people expect to see it?
I have a soft deadline for myself to have a beta version launched by December or January. And I'm hoping that by the first quarter of 2023, this thing is just out and we're all playing with it.
An underlined soft deadline.
Soft deadline.
Right. It's a lot of work. And so, appreciate the work. I take as long as you need, man. Just make it as good as you can.
I will. And if you guys, if anybody wants to contribute to the timeline project, right, because it's a lot of stuff to get through, the art and the timeline are something I'm trying to merge. So if you want to pick up some prints of my J. Allen Hynek or Dorothy Izad or Jacques Vallée stuff, you can pick up a set of all three of them if you want to. Make a donation to the Timeline Project, and I will be shipping those out here in this month to everyone who contributed. We got a lot of people who did it, and I thank everybody on my Patreon supporters, all the people who donated, and the people who are looking through my merch. It all goes to feed what I'm doing in the field. And so it's just a huge thing. So if you want to contribute, please check that out. And
also real quick, I just wanted to highlight your work and just give another shout out to our website sponsor of the show, in front of the show, Ben Jenkins over there at UFO Garage, Ben and Joe, and the fun show that they produce, but all of the wonderful work that went into our website. came from these guys. So I just can't thank them enough. But you are also editing a film that you've edited the film that they're working on. Yeah, we've got a minute. If you could quickly tell people about that and just tell everyone where they can find your work as well.
Absolutely. Okay, so the film's called Experiencer. The UFO Garage guys went out and did some research. They got boots on the ground. They decided to bring a camera with them, and what they found kind of blew their mind. And so it's that exploration of this case and their friendship with the person they ended up studying with. So it's a story about how to overcome the kind of like ostracization that happens to experiencers internally and socially, and then like the journey of someone going through that. And so that film I think will be out this winter. We're still editing and still working on it, but those guys at UFO Garage are no joke, and that's I'm blessed and honored to be partnering with them on this project. And they actually hosted my first merch. Like I had these drawings already. I was like, hey.
You reached out to me with this merch, and I was on vacation in San Diego. And then when I got back to it, we're just like, shit, we couldn't link up, but we're going to link up on this merch. But here's another thing I want to say. You, me, Red Panda Koala, dinner in LA. Let me know when you're here. And that'll be a really fun roundtable. That'll be a lot of fun.
I think I'm going to be in LA next month. And so I'll reach out.
Please let me know. I'll have the sticker on the scooter. You can check it out when you come by. But please tell everyone.
I will try to find a dinner in Texas so that I don't feel so jealous. And you're not invited.
We'll FaceTime you when we do the dinner. How about that? Well, you'll be there vicariously. But Sam, real quick before you get out of here, man, tell everybody where they can find your awesome work and maybe what you're working on right now.
Okay,
other than the UFO Timeline.
UFO Timeline's amazing, but go to tupacabra.com. I try to keep everything updated there. Check out my Patreon account. I'm doing another film coming out called Miracles. It's a sequel to Shadows of the Invisible Sun, and it's long anticipated, but it's a big topic. So I'm kind of covering it, and I'm giving updates on there. Go to Twitter, Tupacabra. You'll see it. You'll find me. Definitely give me a follow, and just to stay updated on the timeline stuff, you can just keep going to the UFO or tupacabra.com/timeline. You can kind of see it. I'll be posting updates there, I think monthly. But yeah, that's where you can find all my stuff. YouTube, obviously, just look up Tupacabra. I'm sure it'll pop up. A cartoon Tupac alien will be there.
He's easy to find. He's really easy to find, guys. And just spell his name as you see on there on the screen and Twitter, and you'll find him. And he's got all his links. And once the show's over, I'll be including your links in the description below. So, man, I appreciate you stopping by. I'm glad you were able to make it. I know the East Coast time might have messed you up.
It threw me off.
Of course it did. You're a West Coaster. Of course it did. But, man, I'm glad you were able to make it. So happy you were here. And, dude, absolutely. Anytime. Doors always open. And especially for people that are cordial when disagreements come up. And, even with the UFO guys, I don't agree with everything Ben and Joe believe in. I just don't. But they're beautiful people. They're beautiful people and really great communicators and great friends. And nothing is ever taken as a jab or a personal insult, man. We are iron, and we're sharpening our fellow iron. As Rather said at the beginning of the show. But dude, thank you so much for sharing your time. Thank you so much for sharing your art. Thank you so much for sharing your passion and your projects, man. I am just like, I think a lot of people are keeping a really close eye on you. And just, don't change exactly what you're doing now. Keep doing it. I'm excited for you, man. I'm excited to collab with you. I'm excited to see what you do. And I'm so happy that you've entered this space. You're a great representation.
I'm happy to be here. We're happy you're here. And I'm super stoked that you guys have welcomed me with open arms. I'm trying my best to do right by the community, and then to also do right by my own sense of my own discernment of what's really going on here. And you guys are part of that journey. Watching you guys always inspired me. Like I said, one of the reasons why I wanted to make the timelines because I was getting lost in your guys' conversations. You guys were really covering the details that not a lot of people cover. And so
I get lost in them too.
Well, maybe this will help us all, And Christina, I want to say hi. Good to talk to you. Tell Squid I said what's up.
Oh well, here you can tell him yourself. He's here in the wings.
Rather, I'm gonna get a Rather mug. Let me know where I can pick one of those up.
Yeah, damn, I gotta get a Rather mug.
That's edition right here. But I was listening to the conversation. Great hour. And really repeat the sentiment that Lou and Jane and Christina expressed. Really appreciate all you're doing.
Likewise, guys. Likewise.
All right, Sam. we love you, buddy. Thank you for coming, and we'll see you soon, man.
Take care, guys. Have a good
ciao.
show.
Cristina Gomez, you're such an amazing fill-in host. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Please, the floor is yours, my lady. Tell everyone what you're working on, what's coming up next, and what they can expect from Cristina Gomez in the future.
Follow
besides
me on
Twitter a complete review and rundown of Tupac Shakur, which I expect a report. I expect a report next time you come.
Well, first off, he was awesome, and like you said, his voice amazing. Wow, yeah. He needs to do audiobooks.
Agreed.
Not everyone has a voice the way he does, so that was amazing. But yeah, follow me on Twitter for all of my updates at eyes_on_the_skies, or on my website. You can literally find everything on there. But today I have Strange Paradigms, so make sure to jump in for that to see all these strange weekly news from around the world. And as always, thank you so much for all of you for having me on, and let's go Big Phone Home 3.
I love it. Woo. Thank you so much, Cristina, for being here. It was an absolute honor, my lady. Always fun to talk to you. Thank you.
Bye.
She's our representative of the youth. Like, what would we do without Cristina? Like, what would we do without her? We would all be so...
I can tell you, nobody would know Tupac Shakur if it was up to her. There'd be a lot less music and movies in the world if everything had to run through her.
Just bring up anything related to UFOs or cryptozoology, and she's going to know everything. So.
Exactly. Well, here, before we say goodbye to Jane, let's bring in our next co-host, Mr. Ryan Sprague. Ryan, what's up, dude?
Hey guys, just fanboying out as usual. Man, Chupacabra is my new favorite person in the field. It's just amazing what he's doing. And those Twitter spaces, honestly, if anyone's not on those, please go. Some of the best conversations are happening over there, and obviously here at UCR as well. So y'all making me feel like a lazy old ufologist over here. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's always a pleasure. All right, Jane, are you ready to go eat some lunch?
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab something to eat, and I'll be back. Have fun,
guys.
Jane.
Bye, Jane.
Yep, ciao. All right, you guys. So this next hour is going to be every hour is going to be a lot of fun. But we had a conversation with this group last weekend about the Calvine UFO. It was a really wonderful conversation. Enjoyed every single bit of information from these wonderful thinkers. So let's bring them on, shall we? All right.
Absolutely.
Without further ado, the members of Invisible Night School. We've got Leah Prime. We've got Nick Coffin Callis. Hello. And we've got Campbell Moriera. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Was Luis supposed to be here?
He was. He had some unexpected plans.
No worries. I'm glad that you guys were able to make it, and this is still a wonderful representation of Invisible Night School. So I'm super excited. Please, gentlemen, don't take this the wrong way, but Leah, please, I love your explanation and your introduction as to what Invisible Night School is. So please lay it out for the people. What is Invisible Night School?
Sure. So the Invisible Night School is a small consortium of lay researchers and scholars analytically exploring UFOs and UAPs, high strangeness, and the cultural and social implications of the phenomenon.
Love it. I never got to ask you this, Leo, the last time you were on, but I'm curious, what is your, because you said your educational background and it includes so many things, but I'm curious, like, what did you go to school for? What are you like your areas of study? What is like your niche?
Yeah, so I've lived many lives, but I did my undergraduate work at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, a small engineering school in upstate New York. I was Air Force ROTC and studied engineering. Washed out of ROTC pretty quickly, but stuck around for the degree. I then went on to Indiana University and did graduate work in informatics and computing and Russian and Eastern European studies. So I basically worked in two pretty interdisciplinary spaces. I worked on rare books and manuscripts for my library degree, studying the history of printing in Central Europe. And then I also worked on oppositional and subversive political organizing in Eastern Europe. So this was like when like Ukraine and Hungary were undergoing some degrees of political revolutions. This would have been like 2012, 2013. I spent the first part of my career as a rare book and manuscript librarian, primarily working on grants, working on foreign language collections, and a few years ago made the jump to the business world. And so Now I basically work as a data product manager leading strategic initiatives for AI machine learning applications in the financial industry. So I've been all over the place, but mostly I pretty much select my opportunities based on how smart the people in the room are. And I've generally found pretty smart people in the AI and ML space.
Oof, yeah, I love it. Nick, just because somebody pointed out that you're wearing a great shirt. Who was it? Somebody said it. But what is on that shirt there? It is a nice shirt. What are the little thingies there? Are they pineapples or something?
Just polka dots.
Yeah, there it is. Simon Fly said, Nick, great shirt. But so Nick, same kind of question, man. Like, what do you bring into the table inside the Invisible Night School forum? And look, this is, I know we both didn't graduate college, right? But that doesn't mean that we can't, it doesn't mean that we can't bring value to conversations, intellectual conversations. And I find your contributions always insightful and well-grounded. So, what are your contributions to the Invisible Night School, and how are you helping this consortium?
Well, aside from them co-opting my name,
fair.
You're clearly the marketer of this group, and then that's valuable.
Yeah,
Chupacabra, you know.
I'm the lay researcher that is mentioned. So not academic. I'm a citizen investigator. After my former skeptical publication 5 years ago, I kind of came back and did independent research, primarily focusing on originally the Lake Michigan case, but it's branched off then. And while working on these cases, I've had these people around like Leanne Campbell and stuff to bounce my all my ideas off of and all my research, and they've contributed quite a bit. And we decided to just kind of pull that together under the umbrella of that name that I had created.
Wonderful. Campbell, you're also part of this group, and you were part of the Big Phone Homes last year, and you gave us a really great presentation on the Hesdalen lights. And the last time you were on the show on Saturday, it was like, oh man, I didn't really realize what a wealth and sort of walking encyclopedia you are, not only on the Hesdalen lights, but everything outside of it. I mean, you're just like an amazing researcher. So please, like, if you can, just explain sort of your role in this, again, consortium of wonderful minds.
Yeah, it was a really interesting project, and it sort of just came together, a little group of us, and we're building it up. It's all about standards of evidence and trying to create a build, and this is something that Leah's spoken on, build a shared reality as a basis for figuring out what's going on. And that shared reality doesn't exist in a meaningful way right now. And my background is I went to University of Ottawa for 4 years, got an undergraduate honors degree in analytic philosophy, ethics. It's like applied philosophy instead of continental. Continental is typically more like why not? This is more about actually like figuring out the answers to problems. And then I went on to Queen's University, got into the Juris Doctor program there, law school. It's one of the top law schools in Canada. But after the first year, I quit. I was disillusioned by the prospect of being a lawyer. I went and worked for the government for a few years, and then when the federal government here in Canada legalized cannabis, I went and started a small cannabis cultivation business to business sales and stuff like that. In continuation of my the disillusionment out of law school.
Well, I'm glad you ended up here because I'm glad you're not a lawyer, because we don't need any more lawyers. But just real quick, I guess, because I saw you are going back and forth with him a little earlier today, Nick. King Milford says, "Wow, riveting stuff here. Gosh, glad that Nick seems to have gotten some of the tramadol out of his system." Wow, man.
What is that?
Tramadol, I think, is a some sort of
it's a prescription painkiller.
Painkiller. Exactly. Yeah. And here's the beautiful thing about you bashing our event the whole day is you're promoting it. So thank you. Thank you for telling everybody about our event all day, every day. And it's so funny that the people who said they're not going to watch are sitting here watching. I love it. Hate watch away, my friends. Black Vault says, I like lawyers. One just tweeted at me yesterday. Well, let's talk about it, shall we? Because I know Invisible Night School is going to have some thoughts on John Greenwald's presentation yesterday. Does anybody want to start and maybe share their thoughts on that and what John laid out?
I haven't seen John's presentation.
Oh, you haven't? You haven't?
No.
I haven't watched it.
Okay.
I'm saving it for my long run this weekend.
Oh, there you go. Well, it is a 3-hour presentation. I highly recommend checking it out. But I'm assuming you saw the tweet that he's referencing, right?
That was a really interesting tweet. Just kind of the implication of something actionable seemed to really divide the community. It was really interesting. Just a thought, just one tweet that could rile everyone up so much. It's interesting.
Well, it's a good launching off point for a discussion about standards of evidence, because that's an argument based in civil law, which is a balance of probabilities. And then we've also had some discussion in the past about criminal law, right, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. And then we have the highest standard of evidence, the scientific standard, which is, the peer review process and verification through replicable experiment. And when all of us look at the statement made by that lawyer, I think we all have questions about, like, I don't know if this would be actionable, and why is there so much emotion around it if it's so clear that that's maybe not the case?
Right. What's the genesis of the concern here?
Well, one of the things I found interesting is people started looking into who this lawyer was and who he represents, and Candace Owens was one of them.
It's not great, Lou.
It's not great.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, this is Lou. Whatever. I'm not gonna get into it.
I'd say it wasn't just a tweet. Weird. It was the weight that Lou Elizondo retweeting really gave to it, right? So
well, he retweeted it twice.
Yeah,
twice. And it just seems like if your response to a presentation of your words used against your reports, and then the contradictions in those things, those are your words. That's your work. I don't understand that, but legal recourse is the first response for that. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, I was just going to ask, has Danny Sheehan chimed in? He's Lou's actual lawyer. So I'm curious what he thinks.
So we're told, right? We're told that Sheehan's his actual lawyer, and Sheehan was the guy handling the IG case. But in yesterday's presentation of that complaint, I don't see Sheehan's name anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
I did watch the whole thing, and I'll just say it right off the bat. Like, I follow Elizondo's work. I support his efforts. But the work that John Greenwald has done these past few years with everything, trying to keep it level, trying to keep the equity going on this entire conversation, I think is necessary. Again, like, a lot of this passion that we're seeing online in anger against what John is doing, I think is completely unwarranted. I have followed John's work. He was the reason that I ever filed my first FOIA. So, I mean, I have him to thank for a lot of things, but I think the field should be very thankful for the work he has done as well. I don't think people realize how much time, effort, and money that John Greenwald puts into a lot of
FOIA requests aren't free, folks.
Dude.
I've got super expensive
a few times.
This really goes back to, really what we're trying to do with the Invisible Night School, which is construct some kind of consensus reality here. And when you have these really oppositional views of the field, particularly from people that, I don't care how much people want to bleat about how UFOs are apolitical. When you have that kind of lawyer, when you have people appearing on Tucker Carlson, this is politicizing the issue, full stop.
Yeah.
And I think there's a really critical need for, I would say, cross-disciplinary and highly collaborative work. And that's exactly what we're trying to do, right? Is like bring these conversations, not just from the skeptic side of things, but also from the experience side of things, and facilitate people, conducting their own research and thinking critically about the subject.
Right. And it's also why we have such a variety of guests on the Big Phone Home 3, because we want to include all the voices and as many different voices as we can, because this is not, we don't control this topic. We're not the gatekeepers of this. Anybody's allowed to talk about it. And if you're going to represent yourself in a way that's rational, grounded, you're allowed to have any opinions you want, but just, be respectful when interacting with us, especially face to face, and that seems to happen quite a bit. But real quick, I'm going to open up to Ryan and Rather here in a second. I just wanted to read a couple of messages we're getting. The Mastering Thinker writes, although I get annoyed a lot, I think you guys are necessary to the conversation. And hopefully one day getting complete disclosure. You guys are doing great work and every small step forward counts. I really appreciate that. We really appreciate that comment there. You're right. And I'll be honest with you, conversations like this used to annoy the hell out of me too. And then I figured out why it's annoying me, because it's going against my belief system. I'm fighting that annoyance is my belief system manifesting itself in annoyance. And it took me a while to figure that out. And we're all guilty of this. We're all guilty of having belief systems and things that we think are true. And then when presented with new data, we have two choices. Either we could ignore the data and dig our heels in, or we could accept the data. And like Leah says, the two favorite things she loves to hear is, I don't know. And what was the other? I'm sorry. I don't know.
The other one was, I've changed my mind.
I changed my mind. That's it. I don't know. And I changed my mind are the two best things that could come out of your mouth when presented with data. And that's okay to say. And I hope that this conversation eventually doesn't annoy you, but makes you go, yeah, okay, this is how my belief system is affecting my way of thinking on this. And hopefully it just brings you to a more rational, grounded place. And the conversations might annoy you, but just know at the end of this conversation, all of us, I feel safe saying this, all of us think the there is there and something is happening, but who, what, where, when, and why the there is there, we have no clue. And that's what we're discussing. That's what we're having the conversation about. Go ahead, Leah.
I mean, Lou, this is literally the biggest, it is conceivably the biggest question that there is, right? And as a result, it seems to me that it warrants and deserves a huge degree of intellectual respect and consideration. And to sort of go with these facile, reductionist ideas about it or allegiances is counter to any sort of progressive movement in terms of reaching any sort of conclusions.
You're my favorite person online right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Thanks, dude.
That one time I was abducted by aliens, and this is a little late. I'm sorry I'm getting to it late, but it says Tupa's hot, so I'm sorry if anybody here takes offense to that. And then the $20 donation from Brianna Matz. Thank you so much, my love. I may have trust issues with the government and UFO info, but ultimately we all want transparency, so we all need to do our part in support. Moves like this will inspire the next generation to get involved. Great work, guys. Thank you so much for the support and the kind words and the donation. Truly appreciate it. It helps. It's fuel for the engine that is going and powering this. But rather, Ryan, I'm kind of hogging this conversation. Please ask some questions of this group, and nothing's off limits here.
Well, I mean, I love the notion of trying to get to a consensus reality, right? I guess my question is, how do you think we can get there? Do you think we could get there with, the evidence that's there on the table? There's people that are so entrenched on each side. It seems to me that potentially the only way we can really hope to get to a consensus reality is, more government transparency and opening the doors and let everyone see the evidence so that we don't have to speculate about what other people who are telling us might actually be basing their opinions on. We can all kind of see that same evidence to come to some consensus.
I'm just going to say one real quick step to what you're asking, rather, is fix FOIA. Fix FOIA would be a big help. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, panel, please. Anybody who wants to answer.
I'll step in first.
Please,
there's a huge historic issue involved with observations being very closely tied to hypotheses that explain those observations. And this is best exemplified in the history of the earth sciences, where you sometimes have had instances where there's a novel phenomenon like meteorites or rogue waves that can take hundreds of years for eyewitness reports to catch up to verifiability. But in history, if you think about in the mid 1700s, if somebody said, I saw an archangel and a choir of angels fly across the sky and the light of the Lord was shining upon me from their bodies, did you say, no, you didn't see that? Or was it a fireball swarm? And so this is what Leah was pointing out. There's a lens that we all have inside our heads. And the foundation of the modern scientific standard is take nobody's word for it, established by the Royal Society, the first National Academy of Sciences in Europe, in England, in around 1650. And the foundation of that is you can't take anybody's word for it. The standard that you refer to, even in groups where everybody hates each other, is verifiability through replicable experiment. And that's what's given us everything that we have, the technology we can speak to right now. That does, however, create an issue where things like meteorites cannot be replicated. And so it takes these massive one-off instances often in history to bring out the standard required. And that standard is usually a sensor system on a field study experiment. So one option is to look towards what Dr. Loeb's doing, but I think more fundamental is what Leah's indicated a few times, is that we actually need to build the structure in people's minds in order to know how to assess good from bad evidence before we can even bring forth the evidence that would lead to a resolution.
Yeah, I mean, I see. Oh, I was just going to jump in and say that I think there's basically both a institutional and an interpersonal effort that's required. Like institutionally, of course, we all have an appetite for increased government and, research transparency. But on an interpersonal scale, I think there's a huge desire and critical need for individual conversation, respectful conversation, meeting people where they are. And I can say very candidly, as someone who has been politically active in their life, I've won a lot more hearts and minds on an interpersonal basis than I ever did yelling in people's faces and waving signs around. Because I think at the end of the day, we're ultimately trying to make a discernment about truth. And there's just, this is part of the reason why I think live streams and Twitter spaces are so critical, because the reductionist views that wind up distilled and distributed on platforms like Twitter simply don't do justice to the sophistication and nuance of the subject. And I mean, let's be real, like these platforms are optimized to generate controversy and conflict, because that, of course, incentivizes participation on the platform far more than warm and fuzzy feelings between people. So I think the more we're basically able to facilitate these conversations in a respectful and thoughtful manner, that also helps sort of move the needle forward across the board.
I think the first step in that is really, we have a lot of opportunities to get on the same page before we're discussing. And I often talk about the language that we use and how it's equivocal, how UFO means something different to everybody who's saying it, but also kind of like other people's perspectives. I think that that comment we were talking about from the attorney earlier kind of highlights this, and then Lou Elizondo's retweeting of it. Lou Elizondo is presenting this in a way that there is a malicious conspiracy against him from people skeptical of him. And being skeptical kind of implies a maliciousness where we're intending to, discredit someone, call someone a liar. And I think Campbell, Leah, and I wanted to speak on this quite a bit today about like what skepticism actually is, and what at least we do is that
preach, brother, preach.
We're preaching these claims with an open perspective, and the Calvine photo that's been going around lately was a good example of this. As a skeptic, my mind is open, but I haven't come to any solid conclusions without conclusive evidence for such. So while like my personal bias leans me towards thinking that that is a hoax, I can't conclusively say it is a hoax or a craft in the air, right? So I think the skeptical perspective and skeptical philosophy kind of gets misrepresented a lot in these communications, especially on a platform like Twitter.
I'd like to jump in.
Yeah,
Can I
please.
ask these guys a question?
Yeah, of course, Sprague.
Cool.
This is your show for this hour, Sprague.
I've been waiting to talk to you three for a while. I'm huge fans of what you guys are doing. Nick, I know we've had some conversations, but this is my first time meeting Leah Campbell. So thank you guys for letting me be a part of this conversation. I'd love to get all three of your personal thoughts on that the representation of the UFO. Is it possible? Should we base any sort of consensus reality on a government disclosure or answer to all this? which I know kind of goes against what the big phone home sort of is. But that's why I love that Lou's having you guys on. We have to have these discussions in terms of that. And then I guess part B to that question, do you guys think that whatever the UFOs represent, I know probably many different things, is it their agenda to not have us have a consensus reality? I mean, is it literally their job to break that down and make sure we never get to that point of a consensus reality? We're seeing the shift happening where, like Leah said, I think we're the furthest from a consensus reality than we've been in a very long time. And these things ebb and flow, ebb and flow, ebb and flow. But it does seem like right now, when UFOs are kind of in the mainstream more now than ever, that we have been stripped of that consensus reality. So that is my very long-winded blabbering way of asking two questions. I don't know if anyone wants to hop into that.
Yeah. So for me, what I'm always struck by is that the enormity of this subject lends itself uniquely to seriously interdisciplinary study. And I think relying on disclosure from an institution, the government, whether it's monolithic or just a sort of network of different institutions, it seems very short-sighted to rely on institutional disclosure, particularly when there's a pretty well-established track record of having, deliberate mis and disinformation campaigns. Like we have MK Ultra, like we have the Tuskegee experiments. To suppose that the government is a rational and good actor, especially on subjects of enormity, seems to indicate a very short memory about a lot of the behaviors of the government. But I think the other thing too, and I will look, I want to take this opportunity to emphasize that the Invisible Night School is not a monolith. Like we maybe are being featured as a skeptic panel, but I'm pretty openly
this is not a skeptic panel. No, this is not what this is.
Sure,
I just want to put that out there. This is a panel for great discussion. That's what this is.
Well, so when I say I preface that because I will also say that I am very much the self-proclaimed woo person in this group. And I bring this up because I think the other thing is when we look to government disclosure, it to me almost inherently hinges on a material interpretation of reality. And we're currently living in this moment where non-material reality is increasingly entering the public imagination and shaping of our understanding of the world, whether it's this sort of ambiguous spiritual renaissance, tarot cards, crystals, movement away from organized religion, whether it's the psychedelic renaissance and people taking more deliberate steps to expand and explore exotic states of consciousness. And I bring this up because I think that it is extremely limiting to presuppose that the government is going to play even a majority role in any kind of meaningful disclosure. I think that when we start piecing together and cooperating between different disciplines, I think we'll see parts of the story coming from the government, parts of it coming from interdisciplinary think tanks, parts of it coming from basically citizen science. And I bring this up because there's really no formalized or recognized standard of background or research for this subject. And I mean, I think you could make a pretty compelling argument that that's by design, right? To deliberately sort of leave things balkanized and fractured so you don't have people collaborating well. But I'm generally of the opinion, candidly, that when it comes to subjects of true reality or understanding the nature of the universe, I'm sure there's really quite sophisticated work being done at research institutions, MIT, Caltech, Harvard, etc. But this is all still at the very edge of science right now. We are still figuring these things out. And if I could emphasize anything, I also want to emphasize that the process of discernment is very much a dialectical process. These are, when you're sort of assessing the truth and researching, this is an ongoing conversation that you're having with your resources and with your research. You're not going to just sort of reach a conclusion and be all done. And so I think treating this as an evolving subject with an evolving standard of evidence or standard of proof is critical.
By the way, to everybody who's shouting out Leah and how much they want to take road trips with her and stuff, she's starting her own channel. So stay tuned. I promise you that you'll be able to take a lot of trips with her. And just real quick, I want to say to Ryan, the whole point of the Big Phone Home is obviously to get more information, right? More data. but we're not just going to take that data and go, oh, look, we got the answers. We're going to murder board the hell out of that data. We're going to run it by Mick West first, and then we're going to talk about it with Invisible Night School, and we're going to poke holes. And again, I love this phrase that you threw out, rather, but iron sharpening iron. Like, we're not here to just take the info and say, okay, we did it, we figured it out, yay. It's like, no, here's the data. Let's poke as many holes in it as we can, and let's see what's left standing. And so I just wanted to add that in there. But it's a great question. Did Nick or Campbell, did you guys want to sort of add on to what Lee was saying there? I saw Campbell shake his head. What do you got?
Yes. Ryan, if I understood your two questions, the first one was, should we trust the government to be responsible for the disclosure process?
No.
Yeah, well,
in a way, yeah, Campbell, in a way. More of like putting our trust into the government to sort of be the harbingers of what consensus reality is.
Okay,
like,
yeah.
In terms of institutions, academia, whatever. Yeah. And then the second part, UFOs as disruptors. I see them as a consensus reality breaker, to be completely honest. I think they're there to F shit up, to be completely honest.
They're attractors in a complex system.
Exactly, Leah. Yeah. So I probably made the question even more difficult there, Campbell. But more of like a consensus reality. Like, cool, the government says UFOs are real. That's where we're at right now. Then there's those next questions. What are they? Where do they come from? What do they want? Why are they here? Blah, 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 blah. But yeah. I don't know if that helps at all.
Yes, absolutely. Now, for this question, I think it's a great question because we actually have an excellent template available in the United Kingdom. And that's why Calvine, or in the UK pronunciation, Calvine, is so important right now. And it actually comes in with the Condign report, which is actually in the UK correctly pronounced Condign. So all of these words are off. But anyway, so we have this template in the UK government. Like David Clark, when he first analyzed the Calvine situation, he thought it was a hoax because there was no substantial context. And he was saying like, well, the odds are it's a hoax because balance of probabilities, huge thing in the sky, or any other variety of things, probably a hoax. So then, he got all of this additional context, which are the internal classified government records. So it's not what they're saying to us, it's what they're saying to each other. And that's what convinced him that it may actually have represented a real object in the sky. And then he said, if we take, and it's all conditional, right? But he's like, if we take that it's a real object in the sky, it's most likely to be a human tech versus a extraterrestrial tech or something. So that's how he landed on, I think this is probably black tech. And that's because the UK Ministry of Defense was Defense Intelligence Section 55, which is like, James Bond, military MI6. This is the new version, Defense Intelligence 55. They analyzed it. They thought it was a real craft. And then they talked to the Americans about it. Are you flying your craft in our space? The Americans looked at it. They're like, no. And then they're like, are you flying our tech in your space? And so, so he looked at all that and he's like, oh, they thought this was real. So let's just, on a balance of probability, say it's real. Now, all that said, we have a document from the United Kingdom archives called the Condign report that was published internally, a secret report to compile 30 years of UFO research and to brief top intelligence leaderships as to what they internally believe the true nature of the UFO phenomenon was. And that was declassified in 2006 through a Freedom of Information request by Dr. Clark. And he was the first one to get his hands on this thing. If this report happened in the United States, it would be the only thing we would talk about, because this report internally says that their wording is that UAP exists is indisputable. And then they define it as credited with the ability to hover, land, take off, accelerate to exceptional velocities, and vanish. They can outmaneuver any known aircraft or missile, manned or unmanned. So they define it in the historical context. If we had that from an American intelligence agency, that's all we would talk about. And the reason it's not discussed is because as I mentioned before, hypothesis explaining the observations being tied to the observations themselves. So the report says the observations are clear. Our hypothesis is that we think that this is a natural phenomenon akin to ball lightning, and it may be a new, very unusual kind of ball lightning that can exhibit all of these features, long lasting, can be dozens of meters large and stuff like that. So the report says they certainly or indisputably exist, and we think that they're ball lightning. But that report isn't discussed because of the hypothesis they propose. So And the reporting on that report from BBC News and The Guardian and Wired says they will not, the ministers in charge of defense intelligence oversight were not briefed on the conclusions of the report, even though military intelligence top leadership was. So that standard shows that we should not necessarily trust what the government's saying, because the government themselves, elected officials, were not being briefed in the United Kingdom as to their conclusions about the UFO subject, regardless of whether that analysis was correct or incorrect.
You touched on something there about David Clark changing his mind about the photos from being a hoax to possibly being something real. And I think it's interesting to point out that the factor that really changed his mind seemed to be his willingness to accept that people in the government found it compelling, so therefore he found it compelling. But finding something compelling is a very subjective thing. You often bring up this point about Mick West, about where he kind of got his start in the community, was debunking, I think it was that Chilean UFO. Was that what it was? Yep. And then we also have a more recent example of the Green Pyramid video. I think it took him a day to discover that was the bokeh effect that was causing those triangles in the video. Meanwhile, all of these experts have looked at it. I think that there's no real authority to refer to in these situations. So having a government agency, institutions aren't infallible, I think is the point I'm trying to make. So what we are left with is still something very ambiguous.
Right. And I mean, we also don't have any sort of contextualizing data and information. It's not like this includes GIS metadata. We don't even know exactly where this photo was taken. This is all based on witness reporting. We don't know who the witnesses are. I mean this without value judgment, but we also don't know anything about the witnesses. And I think without this added context, this photo is basically a Rorschach test for people to see what they expect to see based on their lens and framework of reality and interpretation. And it seems honestly intellectually dishonest to label it as, oh, it's definitely an alien aircraft, it's definitely anti-gravity, because none of us are privy to particularly private information that could indicate any of those things. This is all conjecture.
And as part of building a healthy discussion about it, to say like I've seen a lot of people kind of mocking people for taking the photos seriously and looking at it and be like, this looks remarkable. I think that that's extremely unhealthy behavior to engage in. Like, I think that photo is very interesting. I have it as my desktop background because I think it's very cool that the intelligence agencies looked at it and they thought it was an unknown craft in the atmosphere. So when I look at it, I'm not thinking like, oh, this is alien. I'm thinking it's so cool that these analysts looked at it and they thought it could be alien or something like that.
Of course, the door's not closed on that.
Yeah, of course not.
Oh, of course not. Yeah, like what I find so interesting too, and this will, I think, betray sort of my approach to UFOs and UAPs in general, is that we're basically watching in real time the emergence of myth making and world building from people in this community around this photo. We're watching different theories emerge, gain different weight and attention across different elements of the community. And in many respects, I always go back to thinking like myth may not be real, but it is still true, And when you have this kind of collaborative myth making, the actual factual nuts and bolts evidence almost becomes immaterial when you have it sort of entering this kind of community thought or consciousness about the subject. It almost becomes like immaterial what the photo actually is when you have this kind of mythology being created in real time.
Yeah, I find the aftermath of a UFO sighting so much more fascinating than the sightings itself. What that individual decides to do with that. Do they reject it? Do they embrace it? How do they do that? And that's what I love about this topic. I honestly, at the end of the day, I don't think I'm ever going to know what UFOs are or aren't, but it's the people I've met. It's the conversations I've had.
Sure.
It's the way it shaped my life. Like, I was a freaking baseball player, thinking I was going to go pro. And now I'm like a person talking about UFOs 24/7. And I love every minute of it. Some days are frustrating, but I mean, Leah, I don't think I would be having these sort of intellectual conversations had I taken another trajectory in life. And that's not to say that that other trajectory wouldn't have been cool or interesting, but I don't think that my life would be as rewarding had this myth in the making not kind of been dropped into my lap. So I love that idea of like, it doesn't really even matter what the Kelvin photo is. It's what we decide to do with these, what it could represent. You know, I think that this topic always, that ambition of what we see these objects or these phenomena do, it's incredible and it's astounding to us. It's awe-inspiring, and it's what we could eventually be in terms of technology and whatnot. So yeah, I think it's cool. But yeah, that's my opinion. Sorry, Rather, I know you were going to hop in there.
Well, no, kind of like that. You know, something I kind of struggle with is I have a lot of cognitive dissonance on these topics, right? Because you hear about the believers and these incredible stories, and you know, tend to believe people when they say stuff. But on the other hand, you know, you hear about the potential prosaic explanations and you know the mundane possibilities there, and it's hard for me sometimes to keep those two things in my mind, and you know, have an open mind to each one without kind of having that internal struggle there. And I guess a question to you all is, do you kind of have that same cognitive dissonance on some of these topics? And if so, how do you deal with it?
Absolutely. When I was writing my last piece on the Hudson Valley, one of my former favorite cases, I've really come to the conclusion that it was most likely a formation of plains. However, and I think I discussed this with my colleagues here while I was writing it, regardless of that, and regardless of it being a formation of plains, there's a handful of people that had like really compelling, interesting accounts of that, where they believe so far as that they had a psychic communication with this thing. And that to them is real, and that did happen. So that, I mean, that opens up new doorways into looking at this. Like, we have the prosaic, we very likely have the prosaic explanation for this, yet this big group of people had interesting experiences. And I think that's a mystery in and of itself. And that's also worth taking a look at. So before, when I did struggle with that for a really long time. But it's just, I think people use the phenomenon as kind of an umbrella word. I think that there is a human phenomenon occurring amongst what everyone calls the phenomenon. And that is, like I said, just a really interesting avenue to look at as well.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm going to take this as a segue into my favorite approach, which is really thinking about this as an event of consciousness. I mean, all of us are basically neat computers. We're high latency with super lossy analog inputs that don't work very well in general, and can be very easily influenced by the introduction of small amounts of chemicals. And there's huge amounts of information surrounding us at all times, right? Like that exist outside our perception, light waves, sound, and also in turn, there's limitations on scientific measurement and instrumentation. It sort of reminds me of the shift from like Newtonian to quantum physics, where you're moving from this mechanical or mechanistic interpretation of reality to a more probabilistic interpretation of reality. And I always think of this line from The Golden Bough by James Frazer. This is a book about the history of myth and religion. And it's that magic, religion, and science are nothing but theories of thought. And as science has supplanted its predecessors, so it may be superseded by a more perfect hypothesis, perhaps by some totally different way of looking at the phenomena, of registering the shadows on the screen, of which we in this generation can form no idea. Right? So at the end of the day, ultimately, this is all about our capability of interpreting and measuring things. And the reality is that we are barely out of the jungle. Like, we've been doing this stuff for 50 years, 80 years, 100 years. And to suppose that we have all the instrumentation and capabilities of measuring these events and analyzing them and reaching any sort of final conclusion, I keep going back to and thinking that's nonsense. Like, we are only in the very earliest stages of understanding what is going on in the phenomenological and metaphysical world around us.
Yes, you think there might be something beyond science that humanity will eventually get to, that will change our paradigm, change how we think about these things?
Sure. Or I mean, it may even be just the nature of how we conduct science, like the sensitivity of our instrumentation. Like this is I keep going back to where I think the real minds in this community are interdisciplinary minds, because I think to stick to only one discipline, whether it's Newtonian physics or consciousness or spiritual emergence, is to do the subject in and of itself a disservice.
Yeah, I often say I'm not a proponent of a universal theory of UFOs, right? There's a multitude of different explanations for all of them and a multitude of different things.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, to like this idea, I think it was Stephen Hawking who said, philosophy is dead. And that broke my heart when I heard him say that, because I'm like, what is this world without dreamers, without people deciding, I'm not going to just, we're not done. This is never done. Science is never done. So why do we always have to go to science to explain the UFO phenomena, I guess is the better way to look at it. But Nick, I love that idea of the human phenomenon, almost working, in tandem with the actual phenomenon. Like we are also a part of the phenomenon. Are we just as phenomenal to the phenomenon? Are they just as surprised to see us as we are of them?
You worked on an interesting case that kind of touches on what I was talking about before, right? The mother and daughter who basically had different experiences at the same experience, right?
Yes.
This is the two triangles, the black triangle and the white triangle, and the loud and the quiet. That's another really great example. And I believe that's in your book, right?
It is, Nick. Thanks for bringing that up. That's out of Michigan. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people should check that out. And that kind of speaks to what I was saying, where, this case is, we don't know of a prosaic phenomenon that started that, but people having different experiences, which I think does speak to the fact that there is at least a human component to whatever phenomena exist in this realm. And it's definitely worth exploring.
And I'll take this opportunity to just underline what Leah pointed out, is that we are not a monolith at the Invisible Night School. And this is one of the things that I, in a respectful way, like to push back on, because, and it's not based on my own subjective opinion, it's based on studying the historic declassified government records. And what's very clear in those records from the Ministry of Defense, US Air Force, and CIA is that these intelligence agencies have internally identified UFOs as a distinct physical phenomenon with a fixed set of features since at least the early 1950s. And those are the ones that I cited earlier in the Ministry of Defense report. And those descriptions are consistent throughout all those documents. So that could be an error. The government could be accidentally creating a singular category, because of course UFOs could be a seagull or anything. But they have, since the early 50s at least, internally said that in various forms that they suspect that this is some kind of novel natural phenomenon that is yet to be fully understood. I don't know if that's true, of course, but it's very important, I think, to remember that inside the intelligence agencies, they are working as a monolith on this subject with this singular type of descriptive, context, and they have been since the 50s, and that's something that will guide their decision-making on sharing that information with the public, also based on their explanations for that in the internal records. So there's a variation even in whether it's a singular thing, multiple things, and it's very important to get into that as well.
Right. And also let's remember that government bureaucracy isn't exactly the best at metabolizing issues around metaphysics and consciousness, right? But they're very good at being concerned with national security and surveillance. So
yeah, well, let me just quote one sentence from the CIA's Robertson panel report from January 1953 that was finally declassified in the 70s, that was studying UFOs. They said the nature of UFOs is, as significant as figuring out any of the innumerable unsolved mysteries of the universe. However, we are concerned with the exact defense implications as related to the Soviet Union and XYZ.
So I love the idea of kind of the interdisciplinary approach. At the Invisible Night School, what are the range of departments that you think would be necessary to kind of get that interdisciplinary consensus, and how do you get the different people and different perspectives to work together in that fashion?
Well, it really starts with respectfully communicating with each other instead of trying to dunk on one another on Twitter. We kind of are open about our perspectives and we bounce things off each other. We're talking constantly. We have weekly chats and things like that, and we it's almost a pseudo book club at sometimes, where I think recently we all read Dr. Halpern's Intimate Alien, And I mean, that's kind of where a little bit of the inspiration that the stuff I was speaking to comes from. Mm-hmm. But I mean, there's no like set goal of getting someone from each avenue or department or field. It just kind of so happened that we all came from really different backgrounds, meeting in on this one point or this one subject.
Yeah, and it also, look, it gives us a chance to collaborate and learn from one another, right? Like I'll be the first to say my mechanical understanding and knowledge of UFOs and UFO history is extremely limited. So I'm coming from a background of more like religious studies, history, myth, Jungian analysis, things like that. But, you know, then I talk to Campbell and Nick and I'm like, holy smokes, these guys are just miles ahead of me in terms of like concrete crystallized knowledge on the subject. So there's always opportunities to learn from and listen to one another. And I also think like it is kind of a book club. Like us reading Intimate Alien was a great move because I also think it was, I mean, it introduced me to a huge, like a broad spread of new information. And I think it may also, I certainly don't want to speak for you gentlemen, but I think it may have also been maybe a little bit outside the normal wheelhouse of UFO content you consume.
It did, and it got me to read Young, so.
Hell yeah. I love to hear it.
Yeah.
I noticed that Simon Fly was in the our room here. Did somebody give a link to Simon Fly? How did he was?
It was in the yeah. It was okay. It was on our server. It was in the back end for the private communications.
Oh, okay.
So
oh, got it. Yeah, he might have accidentally clicked in.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, Simon, if you got something to contribute, please. I mean, you're more than welcome to stop by.
If you could get him to talk, we would be all very impressed because he joins our chats all the time, but
never talks.
He's a silent witness.
Yeah.
Oh man,
he speaks through his music.
Yeah, not even any color on the Discord.
Well,
his creativity.
Yesterday, during the show, he asked me to say, I can't remember what he asked me to say. I'm sure he was going to mix it into a song, but it definitely had the word Kaku in it because he loves making songs when I reference Michio Kaku. So Simon, I hope you got enough clippable things here. Because I tell you, that moment where we got, I'm curious to know, we got Mick West to sign our petition for more data on Gimbal Go Fast and Tic Tac.
Immediately, your response to that was the highlight.
Insane. Like Mick West, we asked Mick West to do this twice. He was like, "No, I'm good." I'm like, "Wait a second, you don't want more data? Really? Like you don't want hearing more people or?" Possibly more videos or longer version, and then this year we're like, you know what? Let's make a specific ask for more data. And what 3 things that everybody here would want more data on is those 3 videos, right? Because they're cool. The audio is amazing, but they're still inconclusive. They're not. And I don't think anybody could argue with this. None of the 5 observables that we've been told are in those videos. So let's see if we can see them in the longer versions, because I think if we can, that would move this clock quite a bit, I think. So, I don't know, man. But you guys, we're wrapping up here. We're almost halfway through the Big Phone Home 3. It's flown. Especially for me this hour. I went to go take a pee and then the coffee hit and I was all of a sudden eating a breakfast sandwich. It was like, okay, I guess I'm going to miss 15 minutes of this conversation. But it's the specificity that did it, says Mick West. Man, I appreciate that. I asked him to email our fixed FOIA requests to, our senator or congressman. So please, Mick, it was written by John Greenwald, who just popped into the back room. Please email it to your local and state lawmakers, man. That would go a long way too. I think those 2 initiatives, because if we can at least get the conversation rolling on fixing FOIA, we get more data, man, for you. Right. You're sort of I don't want to put a gatekeeper label on it, but like the first thing I always do when something like Calvin, thank you for the pronunciation, comes out, first thing I do is, okay, let's see what Mick West is saying. Let's see how he's murder bordering it. And whatever. Hour 4. But I always go to see what he says, and it's always wonderful. I mean, like usually it's within the first hour where he's like, his brain is already gone rifling through all the things it could be, and then he makes an example. He actually and then posts that example, and it's pretty close usually most of the time, and it's just something that he did off the whim, you know. And so it's so valuable, man. And so if we can get you to tweet that FOIA fix, that'd be great, man. That'd be great. That'd be honestly, we could, nobody else could come on this show, and as far as I'm concerned, today was successful. Today was insanely successful. But I mean, do any of you guys have any thoughts on that? I think that's a good step, right? That's fun.
Yeah, I think Mick West has been, like, him stepping into these Twitter spaces recently has been extremely important, like, to humanize himself. And every single time he does that, the response is so positive. I think it's a great thing for him to be doing, because even when he's 100% right, sometimes the messaging doesn't get communicated through Twitter. But when he says it in a kind, respectful, considerate way in person, people are listening. And then the future people who listen then, it's a, you know, a feedback loop that's a very positive effect, and tied into what we're talking about, creating a shared reality. It's like, let's all get on board with the basics of, okay, this could be something mundane. Now let's move forward.
Yeah. And nothing highlights exactly what you just said better than his conversation with Eric Weinstein on Kurt Jaimungal's channel. And hopefully, I sent Kurt the link. I hope he maybe pops in one of these conversations. I sort of gave him carte blanche anytime if he wants to pop in. And Mick, if you want to pop in again, let me know. I'll send you the link. But, you know, the idea that Eric Weinstein had these preconceived notions of what Mick was going to say and think on certain things, and then see them get destroyed in real time was chef's kiss. You know, like, those are the moments that I live for. Those are the moments of understanding and bridge building. And perspective gaining that we miss on Twitter.
And it's so important to emphasize too. I certainly don't want to put words in Mick's mouth, but like, we're all in a dogged pursuit of the truth, right? Like, I am sure he would love nothing more than to find something that he can't disprove, right? And to find something that is truly engaged with in an anomalous way. And I think he gets maligned as sort of having this teleology to unravel every single thing as being prosaic or material, when in reality, what he's doing is he's presenting an intellectually honest set of heuristics about how to evaluate and escalate consideration of this subject. I think he's totally maligned in the community, and it's really unfortunate. It does the community in general a disservice.
Yeah, asking for conclusive claim or conclusive evidence of a claim isn't dismissing it. It's trying to understand it better.
It's,
you know?
right. It's giving it the intellectual respect it deserves, right? Yes. And again, this is an enormous subject. The enormity of it may obfuscate every other subject that humanity has ever faced, and it does the subject a disservice to be lazy in our interrogation of it.
Leah Prime, you've nailed the landing on this hour. It's a great way to sort of end the conversation. And if you can, sort of tell us what's up for Invisible Night School, and then I'll give you guys each an opportunity to tell us where they can find your work and words individually.
Sure. So we're hosting Twitter Spaces about weekly. You can follow any of us to find those scheduled. We don't have a subject for our next one, but I do expect us to be doing one on UFOs and religion over sometime in the next couple of weeks. You can also find us at theinvisiblenightschool.com. We have some early publications there. I'm personally working on a paper about medieval and like early modern reportings of aerial phenomena and how they were interpreted at the time. And so that's what we're doing. Oh, we also just set up a YouTube account so we can start doing some live streaming as well. Go ahead and you can find us and subscribe and join us for those conversations.
Real quick before we go to you guys, I just have to point out this tweet by our favorite little what did I call him? He was like a little gnome because he had the rosiest little cheeks for the big phone, first big phone home. But gosh, this is where we just part. I love you to death, Strafe, but man, you kill me on this. Clearly fanboying Mucus West, already starting off a place with disrespect, has rubbed off. How did this guy go from a great advocate of UFO topic to a full-blown ass? No business like UFO business. Show me the money. I don't even know what that last part means. And it's so disrespectful. This is exactly what the conversation doesn't need. And this is how we get into these altercations on UFO Twitter, and how we get lost in this rabble of just eating each other alive. Dude, let it go. Let it
not even
go.
worth the time.
Let's just do better than that.
Yeah, let's
do better.
Agreed. Okay, again, nailing the damn dismount here, Leah. Nick, real quick, tell us same thing.
Well, you can find my work now on theinvisiblenightschool.com. I have a piece coming out. It's not on deck. It's a longer way out, but I'm revisiting the Lake Michigan case in 1994. Kind of with some historical context involved too, plus some new information that I've gathered. I've been re-talking to the witnesses a lot lately, and have gotten a few new tidbits, and I've kind of nailed down the kind of placement and duration of the on-ground sighting, and have some more information involving that. So be sure to look out for that. I'm sure you all know where I am on Twitter, and yeah, come into our spaces. It's a big open environment, and the second half of them is always open for questions, comments, or for people to share things.
Yeah. Campbell.
Yes, on Twitter at UAP Study. My website is uapstudy.com, and check out my writing on the Invisible Night School blog. My last article a couple weeks ago, Brandon Fugel endorsed it, so check it out. Accepted
Excellent.
Logical
That's
Limits.
true. Excellent. Well, you guys, this hour was too short, just like the last couple hours were too short. We're going to have every single one of you back together and individually, because I think all of you have such wonderful additions to this conversation. So thank you guys for being here. We're going to say goodbye to you. I really appreciate the love and the insight and your perspectives. It's been a really wonderful hour. And yeah, check my Twitter account too, because I tweet every single one of their spaces. It's a must go to. Must sit down and listen. If you're getting those feelings, I don't like this, I don't like them, that's a good thing.
The spaces are very open. Look, we have experiencers, we have skeptics, everyone's welcome to talk. These are not adversarial spaces. We don't argue. We just want to learn, and we want to collaborate.
They have been really calm.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, we'll see you soon. Thank you for being here, and yeah, we'll chat again. We'll take you out here. Thank you. Ryan Sprague, thank you so much for filling in this hour, man. You are my number one cherub. You are my rosiest cheeks. You are a friend, a confidant, someone I could really rely on, and someone that never gets mad at me, man, and never judges me, and always, especially when things happen, messages me privately. Like, you are honestly, your open-mindedness is key. I really love it, man. I just love, and just for the record, the first person to reach out to me ever that had a podcast was you. And that's when I had 400 followers. Like, you want to interact with everyone. You want to get everyone's story. You're a great listener. You're a great guy. And anyway, I could go on forever. I don't want to keep our next guest waiting, but dude, please, floor is yours. Where can everybody find Somewhere in the Skies? And I don't want you to leave America, but Godspeed. I wish all the luck out there in Scotland. I hope your girl learns everything she needs to learn, so you guys can build a nice future together. But yeah, please, floor is yours.
Oh, well, first of all, thank you. The reason I reached out to you is because I could see the passion that you had for this topic, and that is key. And I'm known as the kind of the witness guy, the experiencer guy. Like, I want to hear your story. So anyone watching, listening, please reach out to me. I'd love to hear your story. I think there's a lot of benefit to having these conversations and exploring the different, things. I think, I had Mick West and Chris Lito on 2 weeks in a row on my show to discuss, these videos, and they both have very different opinions on what they could be. But both of them agreed we need more data or these conversations are useless. So I think that's...
And both of them are respectful to each other. That's
exactly
also a wonderful thing to see as well.
Yeah, some of the people in your chat could really learn a thing or two from them. But that being said, I think you're right. We need more data, and that's what the Big Phone Home stands for. What you're doing is essential to the conversation. Okay, I'm off of that. I will be leaving America next week. So to all my UK friends, I will be making my home over there. Please reach out to me. Looking for new friends and researchers over there too. I'm really excited to learn more about UFOs all over the world instead of just here in America. And other than that, the last thing I want to share is next week, I have a episode of Mysteries Decoded on the CW premiering where I'm investigating the Phoenix Lights. So yeah, if anyone's interested in the Phoenix Lights case, I was able to find cases happening right now in Phoenix of similar phenomena witnessed by a lot of people. So, we kind of go back to the 97 event, look at that, see if there's any connections to what's going on in Phoenix today, see if there's repeatability. So, you can check that out August 24th on the CW. And podcast will continue. A lot of people thought I'm done. Just because I'm moving overseas doesn't mean anything at Somewhere in the Skies is ending. Hopefully, it's only going to continue to grow. And it's support like yours that has meant the world to me, Lou. So to you, Rather, Jane, everyone, thank you for having me. This was a very fascinating discussion, and I love everything they're doing over there at Invisible Night School. So pleasure was all mine, buddy. Good luck with the rest of the day.
All right, man. I appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Love you, man.
Take care, guys.
Peace. All right, let's bring in Jane. Let's get this next panel going because this is a big one. It's funny, the viewers are going up. I love it. So let's bring in our supporters and friends of the show, researcher and journalist Jazz Shaw and Mr. John Greenwald. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
I'm doing great.
Yeah,
excellent.
So far, so good.
Jazz,
got my flak jacket on.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad you do. Jazz, I'm going to start with you, man, because you were, one of the earliest supporters of the Big Phone Home 3. You always got our back every time we do this stuff. You were like, well, what are we going to do this time? Because I think all these hearings are going to happen, and it seems like that's going to be the case. We're going to get some more hearings. But then when I told you that John Greenwald wrote our fixed FOIA template, that sort of piqued your interest. And so we're going to focus this first half of the discussion on FOIA, what we can improve on it, what your frustrations are with it. So yeah, I'd love to get your thoughts. And again, man, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Always enjoy it.
So
what?
Are
you going to bring it?
Yeah.
Oh, you already did, right? But
yeah,
say hi.
Yeah, no. John's got his flak jacket on. He's a professional. He's ready to go, man. Let's just dive right into it. What do you got on FOIA, Jazz?
Oh, I could do 2 minutes on FOIA, really condensed, or I could, particularly with John here, I could probably go on for days.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot of what I know in the details of how to navigate FOIA from John. I mean, I was doing it before that, but I was doing it totally wrong and basically never got anything worthwhile out of it. Now I'm doing it correctly and still very often getting nothing because they're just better at lying to me or just denying things. So we've got some ongoing fights that John's been helping me with. Yeah, I absolutely agree. The system needs to be fixed. I think it ties in to another one of the focuses of the Big Phone Home is trying to get Congress on board and hammering away at overclassification is a massive problem. Just a lack of being interested in cooperating is a massive problem. We get contradictory answers from FOIA. I made one suggestion, nothing to do with UFOs, with the FBI on another project that I've been writing about and working on, where I really think that the Justice Department needs to have a lower IG office, Inspector General office, that focuses on nothing but a couple of law enforcement offices, so that people that have complaints, people that want to come forward with information, things like that, feel they've got a more direct route that's not going to take forever. So I think those things tie in together. I still think FOIA is an incredibly important tool, but it's also really limited because you never get to see behind the curtain very much. And maybe somebody, John or whoever, can come up with a suggestion of a way, maybe a two-step, okay, I wrote and I asked them this question about an example, the one that I was just mentioning, about this flight that happened, and I'm asking the FAA, and they come back to me once, and they say, oh, this has been classified as a simple request, and we have to turn it over to this one local office and expect your answer by June 20th. Well, June 20th came and went, and then I got an answer, and it was, nope, no records. And it was the most obvious thing in the world. They had to have records, but they just said no. And then I tried filing an appeal, and John helped me with that. And months have gone by, and I went and had to contact the PAO and say, can you talk to somebody over there? Because they've never even acknowledged they got the appeal. And he was like, okay, I'm going to go and knock on their doors. Here's the name of somebody. Please send it again, copying this person. I was like, great. Another month's gone by. Still haven't heard a damn thing. So, yeah, I wish there was a method that the public could have somebody on the inside going around knocking on the back door and going, by the way, what's going on here? I think that might help clear things up a little. Maybe.
That's a wonderful
Next.
suggestion. Yeah.
Is there
John,
like a shipping ID? Is there not a way where you can like, sorry, just related to that, Jazz, is there not a way where you can plug in, here's my request and here's like the current status?
Oh yeah, when you file, when you initially, if you're lucky, I should put in that caveat, you get a very quick response. That's not an answer, but it just says, hey, we've received it, and here's your FOIA request number. Keep track of this number and reference it every time you contact us. And you go through the process, and maybe you get an answer that you like, maybe you don't. Maybe you want to appeal. When you appeal, you use that reference number and then give the reason why you're appealing the response that you got. But that number tracks and carries through. But I've been referencing it in every bit of correspondence and every phone call I've had, and I'm still getting nowhere. So I'm just telling you, the system's not bulletproof.
Yeah. So, John, I mean, what could you add on top of what Jazz is saying here?
Ditto. No,
yeah.
It's
Thank
well
you,
said. I think one of the biggest things that Jazz hit on is one of the biggest things that need reform, and that is the amount of time that agencies take to respond to your request. So the language in the law essentially states that you need to have some response within, I think they upped it, but it's like 10 business days, 20 business days for an appeal, whatever the exact language is. Again, it was changed in the last few years. But regardless, all that means is they have to say, yes, we received your request and we're processing it. From that time on, there's no cap. And as I wrote in the template letter that you guys use on the Big Phone Home site, that is not an exaggeration when requests go over a decade. That's not true in every case, but they shouldn't at all. And it is, I wouldn't say common where it's every other case, but it's common enough to note it. And so Jazz nailed it. I mean, the time it takes to get a final response to a case is outrageous. It needs reform in that respect. And without knowing all the internal tools, I'm not going to lie and say I have all the answers. But what I can say from my side, in 26 years now, for those who don't know me on this channel, I've filed more than 10,000 requests to pretty much every federal agency that you can think of. And in that process, you see agencies that are really on top of it. You see agencies that are horrific. You see other agencies that just don't want to use the FOIA, meaning they don't want you to exercise your right and they push back. And those are very frustrating. So the reform needs to have uniformity in how all of these agencies actually process requests. And I think when that uniformity occurs, you're going to see hopefully a speed up in the processing time, because right now it's a mess. And I can't tell, I won't name agencies, but I can't tell you how many.
John.
No,
name
well,
them.
With what I'm about to say, I don't want to name it.
Okay.
But I found myself helping them understand what the next step is for FOIA.
Oh no!
Right, like that shouldn't happen. That should not.
That's awful.
Happen. Right.
Okay,
I mean, and again, that's not. That's not every agency. Now you know why I didn't want to name the agency. But
wink if it's the CIA.
Yeah. No, I can't blink at all.
There's probably no one in the FOIA offices who have been doing FOIA for 2 decades plus, right? Like
There are some, yeah, and over the years, I mean, there are some agencies where I feel that I even have what I would call friendships with them, know them first name basis, talk on the telephone, not about our fishing trips last weekend kind of friends, but rather, we know each other's name and we've talked to each other quite a few times. Other agencies, they don't want that. They don't care that you're a human being, and they don't care that you have a right to request this information, but rather they push back, and they fight you every step of the way. So that lack of uniformity between all of the different agencies is, in my opinion, what needs to be fixed and what needs to take place, because that length of time that it takes. I also can't tell you, and there's quite a few instances of this over the years, how many agencies will come to me and say, hey, we were looking through our old cases and auditing and so on and realized you never got a response to this. Are you still interested? There's two problems with that. One, how did you not know I filed the case and nobody responded? But number two, the government has already responded. They're called not interested letters. The government has already addressed to every federal agency they can't use those. So if Jazz requests something in January, they can't come in December and go, okay, Jazz, we took a year to sit on this. Are you still interested? And you have 30 days to respond or 14 days to respond. Or I've seen 5 days to respond. I've even seen what I hope are typos that they sent me on a Friday. I had to respond by that previous Tuesday. And you have to respond saying you're still interested, or they close your request and you have to start over. And the Department of Justice has gotten involved in that, saying, hey, you guys should not be using these not interested letters anymore, yet agencies use them all the time. So not to get into those kind of weeds, but rather that's what I'm talking about when it comes to uniformity and processing requests in kind of the same way across the board. And I think that it would help with requesters because you find yourself having to adapt to certain strategies depending upon the agency you file with. So you're just going to kind of speed things up naturally through that. Then on top of it, that uniformity, I think, should have a central database, which I thought about 5+ years ago they were working on. It's called FOIA Online. And to be honest with you, it's the best online FOIA system I've seen. And there are multiple agencies that use it. If everybody could use it, I think it would be definitely a plus. So there's a lot of things that need fixing. It's not broken. I've always wanted to stress that, but definitely we need to fix what's underneath some of these Band-Aids.
Can I add one thing?
Please, Jess.
There was one other suggestion, because you were asking for suggestions from both of us. And this is one that I included in an article that I wrote for Salem couple of months ago that was strictly all about FOIA and some of my experiences and things like that. And I had the idea at the time, and I actually wound up submitting this to a member of Congress who's been in touch with me, who's been more interested in the UFO stuff and is willing to talk. My suggestion was that currently, and I'm sure John knows better than I do, not in all cases, but in most cases, when there's an office and they need a FOIA officer, they take one of their own people. And like, okay, now you're the FOIA officer. Somebody that already has a history there, somebody that has friends there, somebody that may have shared interests about how much should be open and how much shouldn't. And it occurred to me that maybe FOIA should just be a separate thing in the government. And it's like, oh, over at the Air Force, the FOIA officer is retiring. We'll send you a new officer. You don't pick one. We'll send you somebody who doesn't have a vested interest. That seems like it would be useful to me. And as far as the timing goes, yeah, or not the timing, the difference that you get in agency responses that John was talking about. If any of you out there who are interested in FOIA, who have been following John's work, maybe you're dabbling and try it yourself, you ever want to get a real eye opener, send a FOIA request to the Department of Energy. I did that for the first time the end of last year. And boy, I actually got an answer back that was only a couple letters short of actually calling me a vulgarity. Like I was too stupid to exist. What are you doing writing to us, basically? We don't do FOIA for this. We're exempt, And I guess it turns out, again, John's the expert, there's a whole bunch of the Department of Energy that is, for some reason, exempt from FOIA. So, or else they're lying to me.
Can you speak to that exemption a little bit, John? Have you also run into that issue?
Well, no, I was actually just going to ask a question myself of what aspects of the DOE, because I mean, they are open to FOIA, but if you're talking about private laboratories and stuff like that, or what facilities specifically were exempt?
I just sent it to the top level because I wasn't even sure which one to go after. It's a really convoluted agency.
It is.
And I had this phrase that had popped up that made a reference to the Department of Energy, and it did have something. This one did have something to do with UAP, and it was some piece of technology. I don't even remember off the top of my head. And I said, hey, can you just send me all documents that mention, make reference, have attachments, et cetera, the usual, about this phrase, this technological phrase. And I got an answer back saying that we're not going to tell you that. So
yeah, I'd be interested to, and you don't have to do it on the air, but I'm happy to help. You know, if you're working on a story, I don't want you to blow it, is where I'm going with that. So happy to look at it. My experience with the DOE, they're definitely open to FOIA. I mean, they're not exempt. Even the national laboratories you can go after, like Lawrence Livermore and stuff like that. So, and that would be through DOE. So they have a full FOIA office, and I believe, if memory serves, they even use the FOIA online system. So that said, they're definitely not exempt, but it depends on the records you're seeking, and if that goes into some kind of private laboratory or private program, maybe that's something else. So long-winded way of saying I don't want to blow your story because I
did make reference to nuclear energy. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
I mean, there's going to be exemptions that will definitely guard certain types of information when it comes to nuclear energy and stuff like that, especially if the DOE is using anything on a proprietary level. And again, some of that gets a little bit dry, but in essence, if there is any work that they are funding that is ultimately proprietary to a private industry or some corporate entity, that would be exemption B4. So they would essentially keep that under wraps as corporate secrets. So
I just realized we've turned the Big Phone Home 3 into John and I having a private discussion with him helping with one of my.
Wait, are we on the air?
No, I was just about to ask. Do you guys smell that? A collaboration with John Greenwald and Jazz Shaw. I love it, man. That's why I brought you here, because I knew you guys would.
From the first one.
I wanted this back and forth between you guys because I know you guys do this a lot. And I'm curious, John, have you ever gotten sort of an aggressive response from a FOIA request, kind of like what Jazz just described, where you're like, Jesus, am I that dumb?
More on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, more on the phone.
Even more flamboyant.
Yeah, and I will say I struggled with posting it, and I did not. And it was a voicemail and then a phone call after. And no, I do not illegally record phone calls. My phone system notifies that it is a automatic recording, so you can legally do that before anybody gives me a hard time. But on top of that, it was the voicemail that was left for me that was actually the most stern. And in short, yeah, I believe some agencies do that as a form of intimidation, not necessarily for malicious reasons like aggression reasons.
Malicious, man.
Malicious, like I think where I'm going with that is they're not saying don't do this, don't request information,
but they are saying. Don't request information.
Yeah, I mean, in another way, I just wanted to make sure I framed this correctly because I didn't post the audio version of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can tell that I upset agencies. And I don't mean that just because I, meaning John Greenwald, but rather FOIA requester. It's like you file a FOIA request, which is your right to do as an American citizen. And by the way, because I know your audience is worldwide, anybody in the world can file a request. It does not matter what country you are in. It does not matter how old you are. So I always stress that because a lot of people don't realize that, yeah, you can utilize the FOIA no matter where you are on the planet here in America. So feel free to do so if you decide.
I assumed you had to be a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
A lot of people do assume that, but no, you can't.
Do you know how often people from other countries are filing FOIA requests?
Mostly you see a lot of journalists for obvious reasons. So they're working on stories, just covering American inner workings. So I don't have any stats on that. And I wouldn't even say they are the majority. I mean, it's definitely majority United States-based requesters that I've seen. But it's open and you're not treated differently. They will not give a US-based person somebody that's UK-based differently. Again, there's uniformity there, or at least there should be. So nobody is treated differently, at least how the law is is written. So I forget what the root of the original question is, but yeah, anybody can use it. So there you go.
John and Jazz, I mean, here's the thing. When I was talking to you about this event and how I wanted you to, again, make our template, but this time I was going to make it the only US template. I didn't want 40 different templates. I was like, that's great. It's different, but you know what? Let's get behind one main message. And then, but I'd also thrown a couple of other ideas to you to include into this. And then you sent it back to me, and there wasn't a mention of UAP or anything in there. And I was like, oh man, I wonder if I just didn't communicate myself correctly. And then I reread it, and then I'm like, but wait a second. This is, to me, and I foresee this becoming the biggest initiative that this movement is really going to get behind, because I have a feeling that, and the beautiful thing about this initiative is if you get in front of a congressperson or a lawmaker and propose this idea, they have to like it. They have to, because to go against it would be really weird political move to say, nah, I don't think journalists and citizens should get more information from us. That's a very probably not the right political thing to say. I have a feeling they're not going to like this request. Yeah. And maybe you guys could speak to this, but that fuels me more that this is exactly the request that we should be asking for. And it's not just a UAP issue. It's an American issue on all sorts of different topics. And it really allows this movement to spearhead anything under the guise of Fix FOIA. Because it does eventually get us the information we want. And the reason why I say I think I picture this becoming one of the main initiative to the Big Phone Home is because I know this is going to take a long time. I know this is going to take a long time for maybe the conversation to get going on this, because they're going to be reluctant to this request. But the reasons why we're asking for it are just, and they're reasonable. But I'm curious, like, what do you think the response to this is going to be, Jazz? We'll start with Jazz, and then we'll go to John.
I think if it's phrased the way it's being phrased for the Big Phone Home, I think the response is going to be very positive, and I'll make my answer short because I talked too long last time. No, but Jazz. The first thing that came to my mind was as in previous Big Phone Home stuff, you know, we're going out to the public and we're saying, hey, we want you to get excited about thing X, and please contact, you know, your members of Congress, your representatives, and get behind us and sign our petition and do things like that. Well, if thing X is we want you to get really excited about these UFOs, well, there's a certain percentage of the population that is, and there's a whole bunch of people that, despite our best efforts, are going to be like, what? Whatever, you know, I just lost my house, right? I think if you approach it from the angle that John took, we don't want to fix FOIA just for UFO FOIA requests.
Right.
We want to fix FOIA for everybody.
Everyone.
And when you go out there and it's not just UFOs and there's somebody out there who's like, hey, the FBI came and stole all my Civil War gold, by the way, that's a thing that happened. And they just raked us over on the FOIA thing. We've had to go to court and spend tons of money. That person's going to be interested. There are other people that have complaints. Things go kind of screwy. Up in New York, one case that I got involved in, this was like 10 years ago, was a change to one of their gun laws, and tried to file FOIA requests. And the FOIA request was to request a full list of the people who had had weapons confiscated under this law that got passed. And they came back time after time and said, we don't keep such lists. We don't have any lists, like we don't know. And if FOIA was working better, it probably would have happened. I found out after the fact it was very diluted, and it's not one central agency. It's spread across all the sheriff's offices. Long story. But I mean, if you go tell those people, hey, you've had trouble with FOIA, we got a thing going, we're going to try to fix FOIA, those people are going to be involved. You can take it down to every issue in the country where people have issues with the government, that they would find the FOIA process useful to get more information, either just to satisfy their curiosity or perhaps to even help them with a potential lawsuit or defense or things like that. It's not just UFOs anymore. It's everybody who's had problem with the government. Who hasn't had problems with the government, right? Get off my high horse. I think it's a cross boundaries thing. So.
What do you think, John? I mean, do you agree with Jazz there that you think they'll be receptive to your template?
Well, I mean, I hope so. And the reason why I say that is this has been a bipartisan interest for decades. Right. There's never been one side of the aisle weighted that was more in support of FOIA than the other, in my opinion. There was just ironically, I believe I was on your show, and Rather was surprised I brought it up because he's like, wow, I never heard that there was a hearing in Congress like that day that I was on with you guys, or I think it was around the same time, and I had brought it up. But people never hear about it. And it was all about FOIA and reforming FOIA and making it better and, making changes. And it was bipartisan and it was all, seemingly great, but nothing has really happened. And when you approached me to write the letter and you had really punched for me transparency more than UFOs, and that resonated with me, even though you may have ultimately wanted me to mention UFOs. I heard the passion that you wanted the Big Phone Home 3 to be about that transparency and talk about the overclassification. So I thought, okay, let's structure the letter where you fill in the blank. It transcends beyond UFOs when it comes to government secrecy and our right to transparency without a threat to national security or infringing on personal privacy. Beyond that, this can be attributed to anything that we want to advocate for and we want to become an activist for. Any subject this letter would apply about our government being more transparent, more open. And don't take my word for it as a FOIA requester or an everyday citizen. Take the current sitting director of national intelligence talking about overclassification, period, full stop.
Yeah.
Right. And this isn't about activism anymore. It's about the head of an intelligence arm or the director of national intelligence saying there is a problem. And so that was why I structured it the way that I did. And to go back to your question, finish it up. I didn't mean to step on you there, but just to kind of to finish the thought, I hope it will resonate because they have these hearings like I just talked about, but you also see, if you pay attention, every 4 or 8 years, every time a new president comes in, or sometimes when he is reelected, they will do this like memorandum, this we need to renew our faith into the FOIA and spirit of transparent, whatever. Every president since I've started using FOIA for 26 years has done something very similar, like everyone. And yet every time, nothing necessarily happens. So an executive push from the office of the president hasn't done really anything. The internal bantering of Congress hasn't really done anything. So now it's time for the people to say something. So that was the root of why I did the letter the way I did for you.
I will say, like I said, when I read it the second time, I came to the realization, this letter legitimizes our movement into something that is universal. It takes it out of the one category of UAP, UFO, and just now open that door to, like, man, if this, let's just dream here for a second. But if this conversation actually leads to helping fix FOIA, man, that would be a huge step for our democracy. Huge step, especially if we can get it transparent and we can get lawmakers to talk about it and put them on the spot. Hey, don't you think FOIA needs to be fixed? Don't you think it's curious that the director of national intelligence, Avril Haines, says that this is a problem, overclassifying things? We're asking to declassify things. We're asking to make this process simpler. We're asking this to be more transparent. And then I just realized, like, it clicked. I was like, this letter is perfect. I'm so happy that it doesn't have the UAP phrase in it or anything to do with it, because we just legitimize ourselves. Like, the first 2 iterations of the Big Phone Home was really finding our voice, finding our structure, really trying to figure out what we're going to do. This letter honestly crystallizes to me everything that all of us should be trying to do. It should be issue number 1, because citizens can help our government get answers on this. if John Greenwald comes out with more data that our senators can find useful that might influence budgets, that's important. That's important.
Overclassification goes hand in hand with fixing FOIA. And it was just in the past week, and I don't remember which one, but I was listening to one analysis podcast talking about this subject, nothing to do with UFOs, but pointing out, and I went and looked it up, and it is true, apparently, fairly recently, one of the intelligence agencies declassified a document. And they actually put out a release about it, and there's a little video you can go and watch. And they're like, we're being really transparent, and kind of congratulating themselves. The document was from World War I. It was a recipe for invisible ink. Wow. The kind of stuff that you see in magician shows. Our government recently declassified a document that was more than 100 years old that had the recipe for invisible ink, which you can find on any magician's YouTube channel, and you've been able to since YouTube existed. But now they're like, whoa, look here, we're sharing. And it's like, who cares? Really, that's the standard? That's now, okay, maybe it's okay to talk about. They classify the default is to classify things that have no reason to be classified in any sane person's mind. And yeah, that needs to change. And thankfully, we have a couple people, it's not just Avril Haines. Some of the members of Congress and the Senate have chimed in on that subject in Twitter threads and in the pending legislation, talking about just that subject. We got to do a better job of deciding what really does and doesn't need to be classified. I don't think we need to put the nuclear codes out there, but I think we could have handled the invisible ink, So just keep that in mind. And everybody and we haven't done it since John and I came on. So for anybody new that's jumping in, please don't forget to go to the webpage, bigphonehome.com, or is it thebigphonehome.com?
Big Phone Home.
Yeah, and check out the templates. Either call, email, write, tweet. All the information's there. The template they're talking about, of John with the thing about FOIA. But if you want to bring up the classification thing, that should anger you. And make sure you mention it, because the more we hammer on them with that, I don't know if it's possible. The Pentagon's never going to want to talk about things. But with enough pressure from Congress, who controls the budget, maybe they will.
One really quick note. I'm sorry, rather. On that note, I did a request. It's a little bit older now, 2004, to the National Archives. I haven't done it since, but now I will because we're talking about it. In short, the request was for a list of the oldest 100 documents at the National Archives. The oldest one was 30 October 1917, still classified. And through 1940 was the 100 documents. So from 1917 to 1940, they had classified records all throughout, including secret, confidential, and I believe there was some top secret in here as well. So yeah, it's a problem, and things stay classified for more than a century. Then you've got an issue that needs reform.
And there is a method, and I don't know about it. I've never done it, but John does. He's done it. If you think something has been classified that you believe is inappropriately classified or just sounds dumb, there is a process you can go through, and what's it called, John? A mandatory declassification
review. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can ask for them to go back and look at it and go, hey, does this really need to be classified? And most of the time, they're probably going to tell you to, take a long walk up a short pier, but sometimes it works.
That was how I got the redacted classified UAP report released.
Right.
Yeah, that was the process that I did. I could have FOIA'd it, but I was afraid that they would say a blanket classified denial. So MDR cornered them into having to review it.
Now we got to get the list of shapes declassified.
I have an appeal on that. And a lot of other things, but the appeal is being filed. I keep following
I'm just so angry about that box of shapes being classified. It just ticks me off.
Well, kind of speaking of appeals, we've talked about, obviously FOIA process needs some work, and they need more resources. But what about, is there any teeth to FOIA? If you do an appeal, John, and you win the appeal, and the people who originally replied to you were clearly obfuscating and not following the letter of the law, is there any funding penalties or anything else that, can be punitively administered to the people who are lying to you in the beginning? And if not, is that something we should maybe be advocating for?
Penalties is an interesting word. I mean, I don't think that you'll get legislation that focuses in on that, because there's a lot of things that could play into something like either human error, mistake, stuff like that, where you're denied records. So then you open up a whole new can of worms. I would hope that the internal practices of an agency, should they see any wrongdoing by their their employees in any of these agencies, that they would have that protocol already long set, that if they truly are obfuscating and maliciously hiding from FOIA requesters like us, then action will be taken. So I don't think that needs to be in the reform per se. When it comes to teeth, the nice thing about FOIA, something that I feel works well, is, let's say, rather, I'll pretend you're the FOIA officer and I request something from you and you turn around and you say, sorry, John, all classified. So then I turn around and appeal. I don't send it to Rather. I send it to a different office. And that different office, which is called the appellate authority, they then are an extra set of eyes. Now, granted, they're working at the same agency. It may even be down the hall, maybe in the next cubicle for all I know, and they just had lunch together. But regardless, at least you start pulling in other people to review, in my example, my legal case that Rather made the wrong decision, and then they will decide, okay, John's right or John's wrong. And then you're either granted or denied. And when I say always appeal, a lot of people are always asking, what do you mean by that? Literally, always appeal. If you find any glimmer of hope, the reason why I say always appeal is because there's a long list of reasons of why you can potentially get granted your appeal. It doesn't always work, but it allows you to bring in another office, bring in another person to overlook what Rather just did and see if the action was right or wrong. And then they plan accordingly. So if you are denied on that level, then you have the third step, which is a judicial review. And so then you can say, okay, Rather was wrong. The appellate authority was wrong. You step into Judge Jazz Shaw's courtroom and say, okay, here's my case, and file that way. So you have multiple ways to fight it. Would I call those teeth? I let history speak for itself. There's been amazing discoveries through FOIA that have been revealed in major mainstream publications. I'd like to think that I've had one or two over the years that have come out that have never seen the light of day before, that was national and international newsworthy. So you do, in the respect of it having teeth, you are able to access things that they didn't want you to have, that they didn't release willingly. They didn't say, look how transparent we are. We just declassified something from 1920. But rather you went for it, you got it through legal means, and you brought it to the world. So I think there's teeth to it, but penalties, no. I think they stop short of that. But again, I hope internal practices take over for that.
I'm going to stop stepping on Jane.
Yeah, Jane,
hi, Jane.
Were you about to say something, Jane?
Well, I'm just enjoying the conversation, or the information, I should say. So where is the attitude coming from where's your attitude coming from, John?
Well, let me tell you, Jane.
That
when you get denied, it's like coming from, this is just a waste of our time. We have better things to do. These people don't even know what they're asking for. Or is it coming from, I want to protect national security secrets? Or is it both? Because I think the first part, I feel like that is annoying, but I feel like that's a little bit maybe more solvable than the second one.
I think it's all of the above. You're talking about attitude from FOIA officers.
Yeah, especially when they're real mad that you're asking for
and I think it's all of the above, and I don't want to take any of Jazz's time, but in short, I think it's all of the above. I think you have disgruntled people that may have got assigned to a FOIA office and military branches. A lot of times that's just their assignment. Other times they're just cranky government employees. And in other cases, I think there's obfuscation going on. What the root of it is, I'm not sure. You can definitely tell sometimes when FOIA officers are aiming to just shield you from the information rather than they're just lazy, or disgruntled for whatever reason. So not trying to cop out of giving you an answer, but rather it's just all of the above.
Yeah, and earlier we spoke a little bit about the possibilities of perhaps modifying the FOIA laws to account for some of these things. I had another idea. My basic thumbnail of it is the TJD clause to put into FOIA. That's just dumb. There ought to be something in the appeal process where someone else, a third set of eyes outside of that department, can look at your appeal and go, "Oh, you're right. That's just dumb." You asked the FAA. I'd like to know all the records you have about this particular airplane flight by a taxpayer-funded owned plane that took place on this date, and they come back and they go, sorry, no records. We don't know anything about that. And you go back to them and you say, we have photographs from the airport of the plane taking off. We have flight tracker data of the plane making its route, exactly where it went. We know it was delayed. Where did it land? We'd like the records about that. And they're like, don't know. You're the FAA. That's just dumb. Of course you know. Stuff like that. And I think that comes up for everybody. It doesn't have to be planes or UFOs or anything. The stolen Civil War gold thing. How did they come up with that answer? We have no idea. We're talking about it as an empty hole. So there really ought to be a "that's just dumb" clause. I'm going to shut up now. Thank you for the question, Jane.
Real quick, John, I'm curious. Our friend Alex Garcia is asking, can you ask John if he's considered funding a bot or leveraging AI to facilitate initial FOIA requests?
Yeah. In fact, somebody did that. I'm drawing a blank on the name. It was a few years back, and it was definitely frowned upon. The bot was watching the New York Times obituaries. So this is not UFO related, but watching the New York Times obituaries, figuring out who died, automatically would send a request to the FBI to request their file. And stuff like that. You talk about clogging the channels. I mean, look, I'm a frequent requester. I request a lot. I know that, and I try and acknowledge that on the other side, they have limited resources. So when you start doing automation, you are going to turn an agency into a flood of FOIA requests, quite possibly the majority of just kind of being worthless, and it just kind of takes up time. So I'm not a fan of automation like that, or using AI. And again, forgive me, Alex, if I'm misunderstanding your question, but that has been attempted before, and I just know internally it was not well received, and I can understand why.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder if AI could maybe be implemented on the other end of the things to dig through the data and give you back relevant responses in a more timely manner.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like from an AI data perspective, and I've actually been contacted by quite a few companies over the years as more AI data analysis and management has come up. I've quite a few times where companies and startups, they want to access the Black Vault database because they got 3 million pages to mine for data, and they look for commonalities for similar things. So you group all the UFO stuff together and, again, try and through AI determine some kind of through line that you can utilize. Again, the problem with that, though, is that you're dealing with documents that are 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years old. And in many cases are not just like you can scan on a computer and spit out text. A lot of times it can't read the text. So an A, if it's an old typewriter, will sometimes read as a C when AI tries to OCR it. So, it's very much an evolving technology, and I'm eager to see where it goes. But I can tell you just from years of creating PDFs from these government documents and spending way too much time researching how accurate OCR can be and what is the best software, it's tough to take these older documents that are sometimes 15th generation photocopies of something from World War II and put it into a machine and have it be able to read the text.
Right on. Well, listen, guys, I know we started this panel about 10 minutes late. So I've arranged with the next panel, which is Avi Loeb and Michael Mataluni, to come in 10 minutes later. Is it okay if we keep you guys here for another 10 minutes past? Are you good with that, Jazz?
I'm good.
If everybody else is, I am, but I would just say, just for my part, if I had a choice between watching me and listening to Avi Loeb, I'd say maybe we should leave on schedule. But if they don't care, then sure.
Yeah. We've already arranged for it, so it's a good thing, because I kind of wanted to dig in, and this is one of the beautiful things that FOIA produced, and that was your presentation that you laid out for us yesterday, John. I know you're wearing your flak jacket under the Black Vault polo there, but
it's all bulletproof.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, we saw you take a ton of heat, man. And I've always said, I like, of all the people to get shit in this community, you should be the last on the list to get shit for any of the stuff that you're putting out. It's the FOIA process. He doesn't write what's in the FOIA. He just reports on it. And the timeline that you laid out yesterday was eye-opening for me again, because I mean, you and I discussed this, the thing that we kind of got hung up on in our private conversations is, man, if this is all a lie, right, and this is all a ploy to do whatever, why is he fighting so hard with the IG? Why is he making such a stink about it? Because it feels like you bring more eyeballs, that you would bring more attention to what you're doing. And if you're doing nefarious things, that probably won't end well for you. And so to do that, it just feels counterintuitive if he is lying. And then you laid out this 3-hour presentation of how what's in the reports of the IG complaint versus what's been said publicly contradict each other, not once, not twice, not 3 times, too many times, to a point where you look at it and you're like, damn, this is so confusing. It's hard to decipher what's truth and what's fiction.
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted to just applaud you, first of all. I really felt emotionally what you were feeling at the end of your video when you were talking about the hesitancy of putting out this data and doing this review, because you knew what was coming.
Yeah.
You knew what was coming, but also your personal connection, the relationship that you had built with Lou Elizondo, just like a relationship that I built with Lou Elizondo, was organic. It was fun. It was something I really cherished. And throughout this 2-year process, that's obviously changed, and in different ways for both you and I, but in a way connected. I mean, I just really related to that, and I just wanted to just applaud you and say, hey, I really appreciate that, and I feel like I'm not alone. Like I'm not alone in this idea that, man, like this felt different from what it is right now. And I don't like it. I wish it wasn't this way. It's not something that I wanted or wished for. And honestly, our lives would be a hell of a lot easier if we didn't have to talk about this. Trust me. It hasn't done me any favors, just like I'm sure it hasn't done you any favors. But
too many spoilers, please. By the way, I'm only an hour and a half through John's show.
Okay,
I'm getting the rest of it this weekend.
Fair enough.
But
Jazz,
I have.
In the end, the Titanic sinks. I'm sorry, I ruined the end, but
great. Thanks.
Or did it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's file some FOIA.
If I can just add, because I want to tie it into your effort here and not take away from what you guys are trying to achieve. Yeah. But it is a very important topic. And the way that I attribute it to what you are doing here is that we should question the U.S. government, and we should question former U.S. government. When this is kind of a hard way to phrase it, but I'm just going to try anyway. We have to remember, and this is one aspect to Mr. Luis Elizondo that no one really talks about. If everything that he said is absolute gospel, and that's very well true, it could turn out that way, that we're just being completely lied to by the Pentagon. So let's just assume everything is gospel. And he ran a UFO research program for nearly a decade.
And let me also throw the caveat in there real quick that maybe we overreacted, and maybe we're shaking one tree in the forest, and maybe we're totally wrong on this. But at the end of the day, I think we're okay with that. But I'm sorry, continue.
No, yeah. And for sake of conversation, everything he says is true. For nearly a decade, he ran this UFO program known as ATIP within the pack. Great. Okay, cool. He was also the same guy who kept it secret from you for nearly a decade, right? I mean, we have to accept that. If he worked on it, he was part of concealing all of that work, all of that reality, all of that truth, all of that taxpayer money, all of that secrecy, in his own words, from all of us. So you can't come out after a decade and be surprised that people are questioning your story. Then when you add on to through FOIA, and FOIA is not everything. In my video, I deal with a lot of outside of FOIA stuff too, including interviews and what people have put out there into the public realm. But when you utilize FOIA, that's a prime example of the power of FOIA, because we now get a glimpse into the claims of a former government person who was paid by our taxpayer dollars on a program that was taxpayer funded. That's what the FOIA is all about. So now let me bring it broader. That's what we need to do. We need to challenge whether or not these programs are being represented correctly to the public. We need to figure out if we are, and again, I'm speaking broadly in the use of FOIA, but wasting money on certain programs or efforts. And after the stimulus package from God knows what year that, whatever it was, like a decade plus ago, one of those stimulus packages, I did FOIA requests on a ton of contracts, and through FOIA was able to see and I forget the exact dollar amount, but it was like $10 million that they spent on canned pork, like literally canned pork, not the figurative pork and
canned pork is pretty good.
It's good, but I mean, you start seeing the spending of like throwing away the money. So FOIA allows you to access all that. And so we shouldn't be surprised when people come out of government that were responsible for keeping some of those secrets from us. Nobody should be surprised that we're going to question that. And I think that is a very much overlooked aspect to this discussion. And there were two things, and then I'll pass it back to you because I don't want to waste too much time, but that I noticed from the heat that I was getting yesterday that has gotten out of control. And it mostly stems from, people retweeting an attorney who threw a veiled threat my way. And so I asked him straight out, like, what did I do that was wrong? What's defaming here? Everybody's using the word defamation. Yeah. We should not be afraid to challenge the NSA, the CIA, the DIA, the Department of Energy, the Pentagon, government spokespeople, former DOD intelligence agents, counterintelligence agents. We should not be intimidated or afraid to ask a question. And if we have an opinion that goes against that public figure, that elected leader, that appointed official, that government agency, the Pentagon spokesperson, whomever, if we have an opinion, we should not be afraid or intimidated to say it at all. And if somebody disagrees with me, they shouldn't be afraid or intimidated to come back at me. But when you start getting into like threatening arenas and stuff like that, that goes against the true spirit of what this is all about. Over-classification, over-secrecy, and our ability to access information. And I'm not too surprised at the reaction yesterday. I'm surprised at kind of the detours some people took to fire back at me. If they want to attack me for it, do it. But going back to the two things I noticed, most of the people didn't watch the video, and I got quite a few people to explain that, to admit that. So they would fire at me. You do this, you do that. It's all about an acronym and this and that. I'm like, all right, before I respond, one question. Did you watch the video? Be honest. Most of them that responded said no. A couple said yes, but then they were bringing up points I didn't even make in the video. So I'm like, okay, they didn't watch it. So that was one of the things that I was noticing. The second thing that I noticed from the heat, nobody fired back at me at the information that I put forward. They just said, hit piece. You're out to get them. You're jealous. You want a spotlight. Like, what are you talking about?
Be specific. About what?
Be specific. Right. So I would ask for quotes. I asked for quotes from Mr. Elizondo, asked for quotes from the attorney, asked for quotes like, hey, you're going to accuse me in veiled ways. What about defamation? If you're going to start using those words, let's see it. I'm happy to discuss this publicly since you guys started it. And of course, no responses. And that to me was very revealing that you can push back not on the information, but attack the person. Yeah. And I tried to make that in my video, that I used people's words, what they wrote, not my paraphrase.
Right.
And it was brutally long, I fully admit. But I read every single page, word from every single page on that, minus stuff I'd already covered. You know,
it had to be done that way. It had to be done that way. There was no other way to do it. And I'll just say real quick, I loved when Gary Nolan fired "Bring the Heat." And I can't see any Gary Nolan's tweets because he blocked us for some reason, even though we've never interacted with him ever on this channel. He's blocked us. And then
he hasn't blocked me yet. I checked.
Yeah, hasn't blocked. Well, I say us. I mean,
I hear it's going around.
But has he blocked you yet? Rather.
No, I'm still reading his tweets.
I don't know. I guess he just hates me.
Didn't block me either.
I'm sure that I have a feeling he hates me, not because of what he's seen or heard, but because he's been told, and that's fine. But I just found it interesting that this scientist from Stanford is immediately jumping on board this pitchfork and light torching mob. It was a mob yesterday that was coming after you. And then to feed into that mob with "let's bring the heat." And then I saw, oh, you guys had a conversation, and then there was sort of a reconciliation, which I'm like, man, this is the Gary Nolan I'd love to see all the time. Like, this is the Gary Nolan we need. This bullshit that he's been doing, blocking dissenters or anybody that questions any part of this story, is ridiculous. We need you in the conversation, sir. Like, we need your mind. We need your thoughts. But damn, like, I'll be damned if we don't even get the opportunity. And neither did John when you guys were like bringing up lawsuits in not even halfway through your presentation, which means they haven't even consumed the information before they're already bringing up lawsuits. It was a shit show.
It really was. And I do want to say something very positive about that Gary Nolan situation where, yes, I was very let down to see it initially. Talking privately, we fixed it, right? I'm not going to talk about our private conversation, but we fixed it. Deleted the tweets, both posted out there like, hey, we all just need to work together. He's right. That situation is stupid. And so you look, though, that the digital mob is still there. And today, in some corners, is even worse.
Trust me, we're feeling it right now.
Yeah,
it's the same mob.
I think, Mike, because I know that you've got a couple guests coming up, but just kind of my closing thoughts on this is that when it comes to the freedom of information, this is a prime example of why we need more information. And we have had decades upon decades upon decades of obfuscation and secrecy with UFOs and beyond from the people that work within government and after they come out. So it is natural, it should be anyway, if we're logical and critical thinkers, to challenge it. The truth will not be harmed by asking a question or pushing back, because you can never change history by asking questions. Even if I came out and said, I don't believe a word he says, Luis Jimenez, you are lying. It doesn't matter if you're lying or not. Nothing I say or accuse you of is changing your story. You know your story. You know what you're claiming. You know what you're saying, and the evidence is going to back up that truth. So nothing I say to you is going to change that. And broadly speaking, that's what we need to do. The FOIA allows us, to a point, to access information, to challenge narratives, to challenge claims, to challenge government agencies, to challenge bills, financial systems, decision-making, people, you name it, the FOIA allows us to do it. This is a prime example of why we need that fixed, because then that obfuscation, should it be occurring in the Pentagon, will start to lessen a little bit as people like us can access the real information. We don't have to rely on Mr. Luis Elizondo or Susan Goff or whomever. We can then get that information to a point for ourselves and make more educated decisions. But until then, as this secrecy remains, and people that are telling us, hey, I'm never going to lie to you, when they were involved in that secrecy, I have no qualms about asking questions and seeking out evidence in whatever way I can, and I won't regret it tomorrow morning.
And it's not just FOIA, by the way. Anybody that's followed me for a while online, and I'm going to have to make this very, very brief, knows that for a long time I was big cheerleader. I'll go ahead and use the word cheerleader for Elizondo. Very appreciative for everything that he did. Found it all fascinating. Wrote about it a lot. You know, there came a time later when more information came out, not directly from Lou, where the first thing I realized was that 2000 excuse me 2017 article in the New York Times had a lot of errors in it. Okay, they weren't all staggering errors, but they were errors, and I come from a journalistic view, and when you find errors, they have to be corrected. And then we started learning more and more. And I still remember the day when Lou Elizondo sent that videotape for the meeting in South America, and I went and listened to it, and I went and just tweeted something that John Greenwald reacted to very strongly. And it was basically, I made note of the fact that Lou had switched from I ran a $22 million program to I was privileged to participate in a small but important program. That was really all I said. Yeah. And everybody started freaking out. Then I published an article at MU called The Legend of Lou Elizondo, if anybody wants to go Google it. And I said, yeah, there's a lot of things here that don't match. I have never come out and said, it's entirely fabricated. He was actually a janitor. This is all just, an illusion. But, and I will go back and finish John's video. Yeah, Lou has said a lot of things that don't match up with other things that I've seen. People have different reasons for doing that. It doesn't mean that it's all a lie, and I still don't think it's all a lie. But there's discontinuities, and when people say things that cause discontinuities, particularly if you're approaching something like this journalistically, you immediately have to look around and go, what's the motivation for that? Maybe he misremembered. Maybe he got some bad information that he passed on, but maybe he has a reason for saying something that doesn't quite match up with the other stuff. I'll know more after I finish John's video. I have not become a member of the Lou's a Liar and was a janitor club, but at the same time, I still think this is a huge, important story, and we don't have all the details yet, and everything does not match up, and the work has to continue until we get all the players involved and we finally get a cohesive story. That's what I'm hoping for.
Amen.
I'm done.
Amen. I think that's what we're all hoping for. I think you nailed it, Jazz. You ended this hour perfectly, and I'm so happy that we have you here. John Greenwald, Jazz Shaw. Real quick, Jazz, I'll let you hold the floor here. I know you're not a big promoter of yourself, but please tell people where they can find your work. And again, just love you to death, man. Thank you for being here. Veteran and journalist, Jazz Shaw.
Just follow me on Twitter if you like UFOs and politics and cat pictures, at Jazz Shaw. I write for Salem Media. You can find me at hotair.com. I write for The Debrief, mostly about UFOs, debrief.org. And other than that, I'm not one of those people with a pay channel or anything to sell. So I'm just a writer. So that's enough for me.
All right, Jazz. Thank you, man. We'll talk to you soon. Appreciate it. I always love his
salute at the end. I
love that. I love Jazz. John, any closing thoughts? And well, I'll make it quick. I hate to put you on the spot. You don't have to make it quick. Floor is yours.
No.
I'll put you on the spot. We have to have you back very soon. Really
absolutely.
To flush this out.
I'm a supporter of everything that you do. I know you have guests coming up, so I'll make it quick. TheBlackVault.com is my roadmap to everything, so you'll be able to find my YouTube channel and all that good stuff. What I rather say is, you guys, great job. I am a supporter of what you guys do when it comes to UFO transparency, government transparency, freedom of information. I've been honored to take part in it, I should say, and help you guys with the template letter. I hope that we get responses. For those who missed my chat room post in there, I wrote my local, so I do the same thing that you all do. I use the exact same template. I did not change anything, and sent it to Mike Garcia, who's my congressman in the area, and he is connected, obviously, to the UFO story a little bit. So hopefully I'll get a response. But regardless, you guys have my support. Good luck with the rest of today. You guys are all great individuals. If you don't catch heat, you're doing something wrong. So don't worry about it. It's easy to get dismayed. I do all the time. We're human, but I'm gonna not follow my advice, but I'll give it to you guys. Don't be upset at that. That means you're doing something right. You guys deserve the praise that you get and the growth of the channel for a reason. So Godspeed for the rest of the day.
Thank you, John. We really appreciate you, man. I wish I could keep you here all day, but get back to the family.
No, I appreciate it. You guys got some great guests. So
take off the flak jacket, man. Go relax, and we'll see you real soon, man. Again, thank you for all of your efforts. Thank you for your inspiration. Thank you for your your example. You lead by example, and we really appreciate that. And again, we're standing on your shoulders. So we're not here. We're not here without you. Just like we're not here without Lou Elizondo. At least this show. So anyway,
I put that in my video. Nobody paid attention to
that. Well,
part,
here's the thing that also nobody paid attention to. The thing that nobody paid attention to, and you really should consider this, is every time you reference Lou Elizondo as Mr. Elizondo or Mr. Luis Elizondo. Every time. In a 3-hour video, every single time. Yeah. Never once. Just
I respect the man. I really do.
I know you do. It bleeds. It bleeds through your work.
I appreciate it.
Bleeds through your work. And man, I will go to the fire for you. So we'll see you soon, my friend.
All right, man. Good luck. Bye.
Thank you.
See you around.
Oh, I cut him off a little early. We love you, John. All right. Let's bring in this guy. Holy cow. Look at this face.
What is going on?
This face right here.
I got a memo. I got a memo that guests don't have to wear ties. That's accurate?
What? Oh, I just noticed that. How dare you?
I get to be a guest. I don't have to wear a tie.
You kind of forced the tie hand.
Do we want to correct the record on that? Because we could.
Let's
force the tie hand. Because remember, this came directly. Remember, I had a little birdie who came in my ear.
Yeah.
And that little birdie was Christopher Plain.
Yeah,
it was Christopher Plain. He said, "You guys need to be in ties." And I said, "Okay, cool. That's a really good idea." So I started putting on a tie, and then you were like, "Either you take off the tie or I'm putting on a tie." And I was like, "Do what you got to do, brother."
Yeah, that sounds like a forced hand. That's exactly what that is, man. You forced us into this, and then you leave us, and then we're stuck here with the ties like a bunch of schmoes, and then you come back and you got no tie. Unbelievable. At least your audio works this time. No, dude, it's great to see your face. I'm happy you're here.
And, what in the world? Lou Elizondo is a janitor hypothesis? Is this new? I mean, I've been out.
Yeah, it was actually Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar was head of ATIP, and Lou Elizondo was a janitor at Area 51, and they did it. They did a swap.
I think it's more of John Greenwald. The hyperbolic description of John Greenwald is John Greenwald thinks he's a janitor and yada yada. That's like, the ad hominem attack. It's just very simple to lob out there, and it is what it is. But let's bring in a man, the man of the hour, Harvard physicist, friend of the show, the man with the most interesting porch in the history of science. Mr. Avi Loeb. That's my first question right out of the bat. What's going on this porch, man? What have we missed here in the last few months? Who's been on the porch? What have we been talking about? Spill the beans, sir.
Well, a lot has been happening. First, I should say, I didn't wear a tie when I jogged this morning at 5 a.m. But because of Mike, I am obligated to put that tie.
Yeah,
Mike.
And I'm going to put my tie on right now.
Go put on a tie, Mike.
At any event. So there was a lot happening. I can tell you what's the latest. First, we had a conference, the first in-person celebration of the first year of the Galileo project a couple of weeks ago. And we went to the roof of the Harvard College Observatory and examined the suite of instruments that are already there. And now we are basically making them testing them, making them work and comparing to the specifications that we want them to operate by, and then eventually connecting them to the computer system and using artificial intelligence algorithms, special software that we developed for identifying objects in the sky. So we don't rely on humans telling us if it's a bird or a drone or a meteor. These are natural objects, or a human-made airplane or drone. We will train our machine learning algorithms, and they will spit out what the object is likely to be. And that would be applied 24/7 in the infrared, in the optical, in the radio, in the audio. So we are now starting this process, and hopefully the strategic goal is that by the end of December, we'll have everything working. And then we'll deploy this suite of instruments at a desired location where UAP reports came from, and then start to collect real data, get our hands dirty, so to speak, and analyze this data, and it hopefully will be of much higher quality than the data that was declassified by the government, because the good data is kept secret by the government. I'm not sure why. I mean, obviously it's because the sensors collecting that data are classified, and they don't want adversaries to be aware of our capabilities of imaging the sky from above and below. But that's not a concern for scientists, and the sky is not classified, so we will get our own data rather than wait forever, like waiting for Godot, according to Samuel Beckett. So we hope to start collecting that data in the next spring after deploying the instruments in January. And then within a year, before the next conference, we hope to have results available for everyone to look at. So that should be very exciting the coming year. And we are sort of ahead of the game because NASA is right now starting a study to decide whether the existing data that is declassified is of interest for NASA to invest funds in the search for unidentified aerial phenomena, trying to figure out their nature. But we are already doing that, okay? And so that's as far as the Galileo project is concerned. Of course, a number of people, including those that are funding the project, gathered in my porch, and that was very interesting. Obviously, people are excited, and we're moving forward. And that's the way science should be done, attending to the interest of the government, because obviously the Congress is talking about these things, and so and the public obviously is interested. So usually there is this concern raised by scientists, mainstream scientists, saying, we serve on fund allocation committees like NASA or the National Science Foundation. They say, well, we shouldn't fund risky projects because we might be wasting taxpayers' money. Well, guess what? Taxpayers want us to look into that. And the government, which collects the taxes, is looking into that. So I don't understand this argument anymore. And as of now, there is no federal funding to the research, so we are using private funding. Fortunately, many wealthy individuals see the light, and I'm in contact with some of them. So that's the main portion to do with unidentified aerial phenomena. But there is another branch of the Galileo project that, again, might have some interesting findings in the coming months, and that is related to the first interstellar meteor. You might have heard about it. It was detected on January 8th, 2014 by US government sensors. We don't know what kind of sensors, but presumably it was both from space and the ground. And they monitor, obviously, space to make sure that there are no ballistic missiles heading towards the US. And every now and then they see a rock that came from outer space. They say, okay, that's a meteor. They put it in a catalog. No interest for national security, but good to know that there was a rock flying, that Earth collided with. So I was interviewed back in February 2019 for a radio broadcast, and about a particular meteor that was identified a few months earlier near Kamchatka over the Bering Sea. And I didn't know much about meteors, so I went online and I found this catalog that the government compiles called CNEOS, Near Earth Objects. And they have a catalog of 274 meteors that they noticed over the past decade or so. And so I asked my student, Amir Siraj, to check whether the fastest moving objects in that catalog could be from outside the solar system, because they're moving so fast that they might not be bound to the sun. And we checked and we found one that was definitely, moving. Actually, it was moving faster than 95% of all stars in the vicinity of the sun. So clearly an outlier in that regard. And we submitted a paper for publication on this meteor and said that's the first object that is bigger than a watermelon, that was identified from outside the solar system. And it predated Oumuamua that I was very much focused on in my book Extraterrestrial and in other papers, and it predated it by 4 years. So This is actually the first interstellar objects that humanity identified. And then the reviewers of the paper declined it. They said, we don't believe the US government. The uncertainties could be very large. And since I couldn't convince them, I reached out to people behind the national security fence, people in government. And in March this year, just 5 months ago, there was a letter sent to NASA from the US Space Command in the Department of Defense, basically confirming at a 99.999% confidence that indeed our conclusion in our paper with my student, Amir Siraj, is correct, that this object came from outside the solar system. So that's, that was not unexpected as far as I'm concerned, because, the government needs to know whether a ballistic missile will hit Boston or New York City. So, it makes very little sense that they would have large uncertainties. And indeed, they confirmed that they didn't in this particular fireball. So now they also released, together with their letter, they released the light curve from the explosion when the object disintegrated in the lower atmosphere of the Earth as a result of friction with air. And we used that new information to conclude that this object was tougher than all 273 other objects in the catalog. So just think about it. Its material strength was stronger than 273 other objects. It's the strongest among all of them. And moreover, it's tougher by a factor of 2 than the second in the ranking, and tougher by a factor of 2 than iron, an object made purely of iron. So, I mean, it could be, if there is some uncertainty, it could be within the range where an iron meteorite may account for it. But iron meteorites make only 5% of all the space rocks. And this object was less than 1 in 274. So it's even rarer than iron meteorites. So at any event, it's an outlier, both in terms of its speed and in terms of its composition. What is it? So it could be a very rare rock, but why would it be the first one that we identified from outside the solar system? To me, it raises the possibility that it may be a spacecraft, an artificial object. So we can find out. That's the good news. It's not a matter of arguing about it. And the way to find out is to collect the fragments from the impact area, which is 100 miles off the coast of Papua New Guinea. So we're planning an expedition. I received $500,000 in donations so far, and we just need $1 million in addition to that to make it happen. And I'm optimistic that we will get there. That's why I'm in steady contact with people that can afford that. And then we have all the machinery designed, and we're planning to go there as soon as we have the funding. And we know the area where we need to scoop the ocean floor. We designed the machinery, including a sled and a magnet, and we'll collect those fragments. Now, the first thing we can immediately do is, once we have some fragments, we can examine their composition. And we can confirm that the composition, even if it's natural, if it's a rock, let's say an iron meteorite, we can show that it's not from the solar system because it has various isotopes that are not the same as in the solar system. And that will demonstrate beyond any doubt that irrespective of its speed, it also, in terms of composition, came from outside the solar system. But the second thing that could happen is, we will find a piece of the object. And my wish, and of course that's just a dream at this point, is that there will be some buttons on that piece, and I can press the
button. Real quick, before you guys ask a follow-up question here, I gave carte blanche to a special guest that has just joined us, and he's probably next to you, sir, one of the best minds when it comes to the UAP discussion and a lot of other aspects of science and mathematics, and that is the host of Theories of Everything, Mr. Kurt Jaimungal. Kurt, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here, man. It's really great to see that smile of yours. What's shaking, my friend?
Well, I'm primarily here to listen and to pay my respects to Avi and to you all, Michael, Lou, Jane, rather.
It's great to see you. I should say it's great to see you, Kurt. I spoke with Kurt a year ago, and it was one of the best interviews I had. I had of the order of 1,700 interviews over the past year and a half about my book. And by the way, I'm now finishing my next book, so it should come out in June 2023. And Kurt, I'll be glad to discuss it with you once it comes out. But
hold on a second. Wait a second, Avi. But their second favorite show.
No, but with respect to Kurt, I should say, with respect to Kurt, that a significant donor, one of the primary donors that approached me, listened to Kurt, and that's how he learned about my argument, my book, my vision, and so forth. And this particular donor, I should say, I have great respect for that donor, because I was contacted by the administration at Harvard saying, you now have, some hundreds of thousands of dollars in your research account. And I said, what do you mean I have that amount of money? And they said, well, it was donated. And I said, well, you can't just tell me that it was donated. I want to know who gave it so that I can thank that person. And it took them a couple of days to get back to me. And then, of course, I thanked that person, and that person continued to support the Galileo project. And he's an amazing human being. And he told me at the porch 2 weeks ago that the reason he did all of that is listening to Kurt. So, Kurt, thank you so much.
You owe me so much, Avi. No, I'm just messing around. I'm messing around.
At the very least, at dinner.
Well, that's great. That's great. Well, yeah, and let's definitely talk. And we have another potential project we'll talk about as well.
Ooh, don't tease, man. Jeez. God, if you're going to tease, at least give us a little more than just an ankle flash.
Well, you know that the program is called Theory of Everything?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't have a theory of everything. And, my point is we should be humble and pay attention to evidence that will guide us. But nevertheless, that's the name. Hopefully, thanks to Kurt, we will eventually have a theory of everything.
Michael, you're our guest co-host, man. I want to hear from you. What do you?
This
is a great little combination here. I love it.
Well, yeah. First of all, Avi, I love the fact that you're going back and hitting the archives and then actually doing some sea exploration, because I think that's incredibly understudied, and having some positioning where you can begin the search is amazing. But I did want to ask you about the James Webb Telescope, and if there is any relevance to utilizing this technology when it comes to the Galileo project, either for research on UAP here on Earth in our atmosphere, or searching for Oumuamua-like objects and interstellar potential interstellar objects.
Definitely. So one thing to keep in mind, by the way, I was on the first advisory board that designed the James Webb Space Telescope back in 1995. And we were motivated by the challenge to observe the first stars and galaxies. That was the main area that I pioneered early on in my career, and there weren't many people excited about it. It's sort of the story of Let There Be Light, the scientific story of Genesis. And that's what the Webb telescope aimed to do. And then if you ask what can it do now, in retrospect, it can do many other things. For example, it's located about 1 million miles away from Earth. And as a result, if an object comes to the vicinity of Earth, then it can observe it from a different direction than the observatories on Earth. So that's called the parallax in astronomy, where you see the same object from different directions. And what it allows you, just like your eyes, why do we have two eyes? Did you ever wonder why don't we have one eye? It's in order to get a sense of distance, because the two eyes see an object that is approaching us, a threat, potential threat. Suppose a tiger in the jungle was approaching. So you have to be able to tell the distance so that you can accommodate to those circumstances. And as a result, the humans that survived or humans or whatever predated humans, the animals that survived were those that had two eyes, because they could alert themselves to risks better than animals with one eye. So now we have the Webb telescope. It's our second eye. Okay, so we have telescopes on Earth and the Webb looking at an object. Then we can pin down its trajectory in 3 dimensions, because we get a sense of distance. We didn't have that before. The Hubble Space Telescope is very close to Earth, and it observed Oumuamua, and therefore we had some uncertainties. So what does it allow us? if we can pin down the orbit of the object very precisely, we can tell if there is any means of propulsion other than the force of gravity moving it around. Okay, and then we can check if there could be evaporation causing it. If not, just like in the case of Oumuamua, what is the extra force pushing it? Why is it there? These are questions that the Webb will allow us to address much more accurately. And then the Webb telescope allows us to observe the object and in the infrared, so we can see both reflected sunlight but also emission, because an object at 300 degrees Kelvin, like the Earth, for example, emits mostly in the infrared. That's why military personnel, they put the infrared goggles at night. They can see the soldiers, okay, at night, because the soldiers have warm bodies, those that are alive. Those that are dead are not. You can actually, a person that has COVID probably is easier to notice because their body temperature is higher. You can actually tell who has COVID probably if you have sensitive enough infrared sensors. But at any event, the point is that a body at a temperature of 300 degrees above absolute zero emits in the infrared, and that's where Webb can detect the emitted radiation, which is very important because it tells you something about the composition of the surface of the object. And if you take a spectrum, you might be able to tell which elements make that surface. So altogether, I think if we identify the next Oumuamua with, for example, the Vera Rubin Observatory that will come online in a year in Chile, this is what I call our dating app. We're trying to date the next Oumuamua, and the dating app is the survey that the Vera Rubin Observatory will have. It's called the Legacy Survey of Space and Time, LSST. And it should identify an Oumuamua-like object every few months if these objects keep coming at us. So then once we look at the dating app, we can swipe to the left or to the right, depending on the properties of the object, and look at it. And another facet of the Galileo project would be to send a space mission to those that we swipe to the right. It's a very expensive date, I should say, to send a spacecraft that will meet with such it costs $1 billion. So when your date is very expensive, when you go to a very fancy restaurant, you are quite selective about who you date, because you have to pay the bill at the end. But the Webb telescope will help us select after the Vera Rubin Observatory identifies an object that looks weird, that doesn't look like a comet or an asteroid from the solar system.
Leave it up to Avi Loeb to make you want to date an inanimate object like the James Webb Telescope. There was a follow-up question, Michael, that you had that also happened to be this exact same question that Jazz Shaw had here for a $50 donation. Thank you, Jazz, immensely. But can you ask Avi, or you read the question, please, Michael?
Sure. So Jazz says, can you ask Avi if he's seen recent articles? Excuse me, hold on a second. Articles suggesting that the Webb data might call the Big Bang Theory into question. I'm fascinated with this. And so just to add on, to piggyback onto him, Eric J. Lerner, this is a book that came out in like the 90s, I believe, who's now seeing a lot of this information and data that's being transmitted from the James Webb Telescope. And he says, to everyone who sees them, the new James Webb Telescope images of the cosmos are beautifully awe-inspiring, but to most professional astronomers and cosmologists, they are also extremely surprising. He even goes on to talk about one of the paper's titles begins with the candid exclamation, panic, in reference to the galaxies that are being observed being much older. And maybe you can elaborate on this. And that proves his hypothesis that there was no Big Bang. I'd love to get your perspective on this and how we're tuning our eyes to this instrument that is the James Webb Telescope, and how we should be interpreting this data.
Yeah, so I should say first that I was invited to London to a debate on exactly this issue with him, and I decided to spend my time better than that. A decade ago, I published 2 textbooks on the subject of what the Webb telescope might see at those early cosmic times. One of the textbook is called When Did the First Stars and Galaxies Form? And that's sort of to a more popular level audience, undergraduate students. The second is an extensive textbook called The First Galaxies in the Universe. What the Webb telescope found so far is very much in compliance with what you would find in those textbooks. There is nothing fundamentally disturbing. Now, of course, we still have to interpret the data. And, the other day I saw a paper saying here are some concerns about the nature of dark matter in terms of what the Webb telescope is seeing. But already with my student, we have an explanation for that. There is nothing that suggests that the Big Bang picture, which is the big picture, is wrong. Nothing to suggest that. And in fact, the Big Bang picture, model has a lot of support for it. And now with exquisite data, we have so much data about the cosmic microwave background that came from 400,000 years after the Big Bang and when the universe became transparent. It's not just the existence of this radiation that was identified back in the mid-1960s, the 1965 or so that we detected it first. It accounts for about 1% of the noise that you find in old television sets, this snow that you see on the screen. But by now, obviously, we know that this radiation exists and it's a relic of the hot Big Bang. But beyond that, we can detect the brightness fluctuations in that radiation, and they are fully consistent with a picture by which very small perturbations, inhomogeneities, grew to become the structures that we see in the universe today, including galaxies like the Milky Way. And we have a very clear picture that is supported by computer simulations, just using the laws of gravity and gas dynamics and so forth, and including, of course, dark matter. We still don't know what the substantial fraction of the matter in the universe is, but including all of these components, we get very good agreement, including those galaxies that the Webb telescope found. I don't see any big discrepancy that shouts the Big Bang theory is wrong. This is just a red herring as far as so I decided not to engage in this, even though I was asked by a number, and I was invited to a forum where he is discussing it. I don't think there is anything to support such a claim. In fact, we have very strong data to support that the Big Bang did take place and everything falls into place. It's nothing surprising so far. I'm not excluding the possibility that in the future there would be something, but believe me, I would be thrilled if there was. So I wrote these books, for example, and what I said is if the Webb telescope finds something that contradicts the expectations, that would be thrilling because then we will learn something new. But so far, I must say that there is nothing really surprising. And of course, the deepest image of the Webb telescope was celebrated at the White House, that on the 12th of July. And it was nice to hear Bill Nelson, the head of NASA, telling President Biden that what he's looking at is an image from, like when the universe was very young, 13 billion years ago. And that was refreshing, given that in Washington, D.C., in the White House, they often discuss, election cycles that are 4 years per cycle. And here we're talking about more than 10 billion years. It gives you some perspective about how vast the universe is. And, we should maintain some sense of humility rather than being focused on ourselves so much. We are not central actors in this cosmic play. We just came at the end. We're not at the center of stage. We need some humility, but the big picture is still pretty much valid. I don't see any issue here.
Kurt, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm curious. You mentioned that the Big Bang isn't ruled out, or there's no data to suggest that from the James Webb Telescope. What about inflation? So, for example, I believe you, Avi, and I haven't looked into this, you were the author on some papers that suggested that inflation requires fine-tuning, and thus it's guilty of the same problem as trying to solve. So do you have any
so let me first
views on inflation?
Let me first explain. Inflation was suggested around 1980, so 42 years ago, and it was aimed to solve some fundamental problems about how the universe started, how the Big Bang was generated. Because when we look in one direction in the sky, we find that the universe is the same, statistically speaking. It's uniform, and it has roughly, it has the same properties as when we look at the opposite direction in the sky. Okay, when we look, for example, at the cosmic microwave background, it's the same in opposite directions to 1 part in 100,000, which is amazing. It means that someone must have prepared the universe early on to be in the same state everywhere, even though light, the microwave background, arrived to us just now from one direction. It didn't have time to go to the other side. So how did these two sides knew about each other? They were never in contact. We are in the middle and we are seeing the light arriving at us just now. So it will take twice as long to arrive to the other side. So how did the other side know that the opposite side has the same how did they inherit the same initial conditions? And that inflation attempts to explain that. And the way it explains it is that initially, if the vacuum dominated the expansion of the universe the way it is now, so you can show that it's just like the cosmological constant. Basically, the expansion of the universe accelerates, and it could accelerate exponentially. So you start with a tiny region that had the same conditions everywhere, and then you blow it up, and then you get the same conditions everywhere. It's sort of like a cosmic iron. It flattens out any discrepancies, because it stretches your tiny volume that was in contact to start with into huge proportions, far greater than the size of that we can observe right now. So that was the original cosmic inflation idea. But the problem is that since 1980, there were several issues that, with that idea. First of all, there are many possible models. So anything we observe in the sky could be explained by some model of inflation. And so in a way, it's not predictive. In fact, there was even the idea that of the multiverse, that it's inevitable that you have many different, in the context of inflation, that you have many different regions that are not within our observed region, where the conditions are different. And you have a huge number of them. So anything that can happen will happen an infinite number of times. So if a student gets a bad grade in class, the student doesn't have to worry, because there is infinite number of copies of that student elsewhere in the multiverse where that student gets a better grade. Now,
I'd love to see a student use that excuse
I'd love to
for
see
not
Avi
turning
have
in
that
homework.
conversation with his daughter.
I can guarantee that
it's okay, sweetheart.
It would never work with my daughters, because the point that I will make is you're responsible for what happens to you, okay? And by the way, this model also makes no predictions, because if everything can happen, everything can happen. So that's not science. You want to be able to falsify. So the problem that came with this multiverse idea, which is an inevitable consequence of inflation that was realized a decade later because of quantum fluctuation. So you can't just have one version of inflation. In fact, you have to allow for all possible variations around it as a result of quantum mechanics, and then you end up with an infinite possible universes and regions like that are of the size of the region that we can see, but have very different conditions, and there is an infinite number of them. And so that becomes a problem. If you can't predict the outcome and you can't falsify the model, then it may not be science. That's a fundamental question. And then there were other issues that have to do with if you start from a region that is not uniform, and then the question is whether inflation will actually take off. And there are issues with that. It's not clear that you can get inflation to work unless you start with a situation that is almost uniform to start with. So that's another concern. At any event, the question is also what happened before inflation. Like if you go back in time, that all of this says, okay, inflation started at some time. What was there before? And we don't have an answer. So this is not fully satisfactory. And some people suggested that there was a bounce, that the universe was contracting before the Big Bang and then expanding. And there are various alternatives. I think it's very healthy to allow for alternative ideas if we are not fully confident. One prediction of inflation was that there will be a background of gravitational waves, fluctuations, waves in space and time that we would see from that early time. and we didn't see it yet. So there is no smoking gun. And as a result, I'm one of these people that raise questions about it. And of course, people in the mainstream have a problem. They want it to be true. They don't want anyone to doubt it. But in my mind, unless you have the smoking gun that definitely confirms it, you don't know, because maybe what we see in the universe was a result of a different process. So that's to do with the initial conditions of the universe. But I should say there is something even more fundamental than that, which we don't understand, and that is, what is most of the matter in the universe? If you just think about it, we see matter in the solar system. And back in 1933, Fritz Zwicky, an astronomer at Caltech, said, well, when I look at clusters of galaxies, there is more stuff out there. I can infer that there is more matter than the one I can see in the form of stars and gas and so forth. So he called it dark matter. And for 40 years, this idea was completely unpopular. So in fact, in 1972, there was a colloquium at Caltech, the same home institution of Fritz Zwicky. He was not a very popular figure. And in the colloquium, Jerry Ostraker, who was the director of the Princeton University Observatory, argued that there is dark matter based on some other data. And the audience dismissed it. That's what Ostraker told me. He was ridiculed. That was 40 years after Zwicky suggested it. But now, if you ask any practicing astronomer, any student, any postdoc, they would say, of course, there is dark matter. Now, we call it dark matter, but that's just to label our ignorance. We don't know what it is. We've been investing billions of dollars in the search for dark matter. We haven't found it. But what I'm trying to say is the message the universe is sending us with dark matter is what you find in the solar system is just part of the story. Okay, so the ordinary matter that we are made of, the sun is made of, the earth is made of, is just 17% of all the matter in the universe. What is the rest? 83%. That's the vast majority of matter. It's not what you find in the sources, something else. Now, let's move 50 years later, after 1972, we by now have, over the past 5 years, we have the first 3 interstellar objects, okay? And the first 2, this meteor that I mentioned, and Oumuamua, do not resemble the rocks that we had found before in the solar system. So guess what? It's the same message all over again. What you find in the solar system is not what you have outside. It's just like finding, objects in your backyard that came from the street. So you would say, I have rocks in my backyard, therefore, whatever comes from outside will also be rocks. That's pretty much what the experts were saying. And I say, no, you might have a beach ball. You might have, a tennis ball. You might have something completely different that will tell you that you have neighbors. Why not be open-minded about it? Especially since the first 2 out of the 3 interstellar objects were different. So we are back to the story of dark matter, except one difference. Dark matter is now part of the mainstream discussion. Therefore, we spent billions of dollars in the search for it. We haven't found it. So if we spend billions of dollars in the search for interstellar equipment, objects that came from advanced civilizations outside, if we spend billions of dollars searching for them over a period of several decades, and we don't find anything, we'll be at exactly the same point as we are right now in the search for dark matter. So I'm saying, why not make that part of our mainstream? After all, we did that for dark matter.
Jane, you had a question?
Oh, well, I was debating if I should even bring this up because it's completely selfish. Like, I just can't get a straight response on Google or any forum or anything. But it's the whole, and it was just related to what you're talking about. It's that whole model of the trampoline and, the sun's in the middle of the trampoline and everything's going around the sun. And it's like, but there seems to be some asymmetry here because what is pulling or pushing, the sun? And so why are we not seeing that asymmetry? And is that related to dark matter? Is that like a bunch of different parallel universes and they're layered together and so they're heavier? Or is it a black hole pulling us? Like what? That model has always perplexed me.
Okay.
And
Let me
it's hoping you could.
Let me explain. So You know, in the old days of Newton, Isaac Newton, the idea was that there is a force called gravity. So he had this apple fall on his head, and he said, oh, there is a force pulling this apple down on my head. That's the story, okay? And then he wrote equations that describe the way the force operates, basically proportional to the mass of the object that creates the force of gravity times the mass of the object that is being attracted, and divided by the distance between them squared. Okay, and that explained the motion of the planets, not just the apple falling on over his head. And that was amazing, you know, like a simple formula assuming the force of gravity. Now, in 1915, Albert Einstein came up with a better explanation. He realized, based on Galileo Galilei, 4 centuries earlier, you know, like 3 centuries earlier, that did an experiment where he dropped from the Tower of Pisa objects of different types. And as long as they had the same area, so that friction with the air was not so important, he realized that they fall under the force of gravity the same way, okay? And that is called the equivalence principle. Irrespective of the composition of the object, all objects are influenced by gravity the same way. And Einstein said, wait a minute, let's think about it. This was known for also to Newton. I mean, it was known for 300 years, but nobody paid too much attention to it. And Einstein said, wait, maybe that implies, since all objects do the same thing, maybe it implies that it's space and time that are what gravity is all about, rather than a force. It's not a force, you know, it's actually curvature of space and time. So usually we're thinking of space and time being flat. Basically, you know, time, there is nothing that changes the rate by which time is ticking. You know, that's the Newtonian idea. And then space itself is flat, you know, like just like a flat surface. The sum of the angles of a triangle is 180 degrees. But that doesn't need to be the case. For example, time can tick at a different rate in different places. If you're near the sun or far away from the sun, that's what Einstein actually predicted. And moreover, near a black hole, it's ticking much more slowly. So you can have a beauty salon where you age much less near a black hole than, you know, far away. So that's something that Einstein realized. And then also in terms of space, you know, the sum of the angles in a triangle will not be 180 degrees. If you imagine a ball and you draw a triangle on the surface of the ball, like a balloon, let's say, and you just measure the angles, it will not be 180 degrees. In principle, it could be much larger. Just imagine going from the equator to the pole, you can have each angle being 90 degrees. So 90 plus 90 plus 90 is not 180. That's because the ball is curved, okay? So the same thing can be in space, that space would be curved, not flat, okay? So Einstein said, maybe gravity is all about the curvature of space and time. So your example of the trampoline. So imagine the sun. So the sun is curving space and time. Einstein wrote the equations for how to describe it. And then the Earth just tries to move in a straight line in that curved space-time. Okay, so
so the curve, how does the sun, so the sun's, the curvature, you know, we have a certain geography, right? Like north, south, like up, down, right? So if the sun's, let's say the sun's here and everything's, you know, going around the sun, right? Why isn't the sun here? Right? And everything's going up. Yeah.
Here is an
I know this is, I'm so sorry that I'm taking up this time. I know you can explain this.
Okay. So just imagine the trampoline, okay, that you were talking, that you brought up, and putting a very heavy iron ball at the bottom, or like, bowling ball. Okay. You just put it at the bottom. So it curves the surface of the trampoline. Now, if I take a marble, a very light particle, okay, and, you know, just imagine me placing it above this bowling ball, okay, on the curved surface. If I give the marble just the right speed, it will go in a circle.
right? In this
Right.
curve,
So it's
on this
more of a
curved
straight
space, it will go in a circle. Even though if the surface was flat and I gave the marble the same velocity, the same kick, it would just move in a straight line. But now, because the surface is curved, it's moving in a circle. That's the reason why the Earth moves around the sun. It's exactly that. But except that you do it in 3 dimensions. The trampoline is just a 2-dimensional surface, okay? But that's the reason.
the issue. The 2D is
But
such a...
No, but does it make sense
Yeah.
to you that the marble goes around because the surface is curved? Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's how you remove the bowling ball and you give the marble the same kick, it will just fly out. You know, it will go straight.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so
or if you put the same exact trampoline on top of that trampoline and you put the ball in the middle of that both trampolines would extend out in this idea.
Well, it's all a question of the curved surface. So
Right.
I don't care if it's a bowling ball attracted by gravity to the Earth that is causing the curvature. In fact, you can create the curvature just by pulling down on the trampoline and connecting it with a spring to the bottom. It doesn't matter. It's just that the surface is curved. Whatever created that makes the marble go in a circle at the right speed. And if the surface was flat, it would move straight. Okay, so the same thing you can imagine in space in 3 dimensions. And Einstein wrote the equations of how objects curve space-time and how space-time tells objects how to move. You know, so massive objects curve space-time, and the curved space-time tells other objects how to move. And with that understanding, gravity is not a force. It's just a curvature of space-time. That's why all the objects follow the same trajectory. And then you can describe the expansion of the universe. So Einstein, by the way, just to explain, Einstein thought the universe existed forever because that seems to be, you know, the most satisfying idea philosophically. You know, that there was no beginning in time. You shouldn't pay attention to the Old Testament that said the universe was created. It just existed forever. But he realized that in order for it to exist forever, there needs to be a repulsive force that counteracts gravity. Because if you put objects in space, they would attract each other and, you know, they will not stay still. They would either fall towards each other, or if they started by moving out, they will expand forever. So he added this cosmological constant to balance gravity because it produces negative gravity. That's why during inflation or at present, the universe is accelerating its expansion because there is this cosmological constant. And he introduced it to allow the universe to exist forever. But then he realized, well, Edwin Hubble came along and showed that, in fact, the universe is expanding. Here is an interesting point about the history of astronomy. There was a debate around the same time of whether the nebula, those nebula that we see in the sky, whether they are part of the Milky Way galaxy, in which case the Milky Way galaxy is the entire universe, or they are just like the Milky Way but very far away. That's why you see them small. And the debate was between the director of the Harvard College Observatory, Harlow Shapley, and a person that was not very known, Curtis, at the time. And Harlow Shapley, the distinguished astronomer, argued, in fact, all these nebula are part of the Milky Way galaxy. Okay, so the universe is the Milky Way galaxy. It's not expanding. And he was wrong. Now, just to show you that authority is not necessarily equal to being correct, you know, that you should never listen to authority. And what's amazing about this story is that 168 years earlier, there was a book written by a philosopher called Immanuel Kant. You may have heard about this philosopher, German philosopher. And in that book, the philosopher argues that the nebula are just like the Milky Way, but they are far away. And Harlow Shapley had much more data 168 years later, but yet he made the wrong statement. So who makes the right statement is not necessarily a reflection of an improvement in the data. It may be a reflection of prejudice or conviction. And at the time of Shapley, you know, Einstein also thought that the Milky Way is the entire universe. So that was the wrong notion. But what I'm saying is 168 years ago, out of pure reason, pure thought, a philosopher called Immanuel Kant had the correct idea. And it was not the only correct idea that he had. He also argued that the solar system was a big gas cloud that collapsed and made planets
when it collapsed to a disk. Again, a correct idea. I'm not aware of a wrong idea that Immanuel Kant had. So it's not just a random walk, that sometimes he's right, sometimes he's wrong. All of the ideas that he said, a century and a half earlier were correct. Yet an astronomer, a professional from the mainstream, at the time was a celebrity, was arguing what many astronomers believed at the time, that these nebula are probably part of the Milky Way. And he was wrong, even though he had more data. So just keep that in mind.
Right. Can I say something really quick? I just wanted to comment on Jane's point, and I think this is really important because I've been in this situation so many times where I see an illustration of a physics idea, and then I'm trying to understand it in a three-dimensional universe, and it just doesn't make sense. Like the idea of the bowling ball and the trampoline, like it makes sense. But when you apply it to a three-dimensional universe, it would have to be a trampoline on every possible angle for that concept to actually work. Just like when we were kids studying science in school, we saw electrons and protons as these billiard balls, but in fact, they're non-local particles of energy, right? It's not the same thing, and we're trying to understand these things.
But going from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions doesn't change the picture qualitatively. That's what I'm trying to say. So even though you can't imagine, another way to imagine, the expansion of the universe is to imagine raisins in a cake that is rising. Okay, that these raisins are getting away from each other because space is expanding. But you can make a 2-dimensional analogy. You can put ants on the surface of a balloon. Each ant is a galaxy. And if the balloon is expanding, then they are receding away from each other. Okay,
it's the expansion that drives the direction of the curvature.
Yeah.
So that I guess would be the best way to put, like, what drives the direction of the curvature of space-time. And you can tell I'm not afraid to ask stupid questions.
What drives it is that that's exactly the issue that Einstein worked on for almost a decade. It's not easy. It's a complicated mathematical formulation of the general theory of relativity. He formulated equations that tell you if you have masses or matter distributed in some way, like if you have a point mass or if you have uniform mass distribution, like in the universe at large, the equations tell you how space-time is curved, okay? And to understand that, you need to go through his equations. But basically, it's the matter, the distribution of matter, that tells space-time how to curve. In the case of the sun, it's equivalent to the Newtonian description, that the curvature is such that it points towards the sun, okay? Like the gravitational force of Newton. But I should say another interesting point about the accelerated expansion of the universe. So what will happen in the future if the universe continues to accelerate is that all the galaxies that we see far away from us will move faster and faster with time, eventually exceed the speed of light. So we won't be able to see them because light from them will not be able to reach us. And you may ask, how is that possible? Well, because they are so far away, space can expand faster than light. And then the light from them will not be able to breach the gap that is opened as a result of the expansion of space. And the way to think about it is imagine those ants on the surface of an expanding balloon. If the balloon expands very rapidly, and imagine the ants being basically light, the particles of light, they move at some speed on the surface. But if the balloon surface expands more rapidly than the speed of the ants on the surface, they would be separated, and they would never be able to visit a bigger area on the surface of the balloon because the balloon surface is expanding faster than they can walk. So the same happens in the expanding universe, where the expansion is accelerating, that we won't be able to see light from other galaxies beyond a certain point in the future. Once the universe will age by a factor of 10, we won't see any of the galaxies beyond our own. And, that's a very gloomy forecast for the future. There will be no astronomers because they won't see anything outside of our galaxy, maybe.
It's kind of speaking about gravity and seeing stuff and, understanding the universe. You made an interesting analogy earlier about James Webb Telescope being kind of like our binocular vision. It kind of seems to me that the new gravity astronomies or gravity observatories like LIGO and the upcoming LISA are almost going to be like our new sense, like a hearing sense of the universe.
Oh yeah.
So actually, I wonder, are you optimistic that we'll learn some new revelations from gravity astronomy?
Oh,
and just FYI, sorry, Avi, I just got to jump in real quick. We got about 4 minutes left with you, and I don't want to cut any of your answers short because everybody is loving them. It's like eargasms for them. But I don't want to kill your time, and I also don't want to kill the time of the folks coming in next. But I just want to give you a heads up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. But yes, it definitely opens a new window into the universe, gravitational waves. These are ripples in space and time that were predicted by Einstein's theory of gravity. Just imagine, you create some curvature, as we were discussing before, by an object, and now you move the object back and forth. That would create ripples that propagate out, just like on the surface of a pond. If you throw a stone, it creates ripples on the surface. So the same way, if you move the object back and forth, it will generate ripples in space-time that you can detect. And indeed, the LIGO experiment detected them, and we are planning another experiment in space that will be sensitive to much more massive black holes at the centers of galaxies. When they come together, generate these ripples. In principle, it also, I wrote an essay, a commentary that was just posted last night on Medium that you might enjoy. I was talking about the benefits, the perks of living near a black hole. One benefit could be that you can communicate with gravitational waves near a black hole. There are many other benefits. And, the one that was selected by my readers as the most exciting is the ability to use the black hole as a prison. You can send people in, they will never be able to check out. That will be a life sentence. And the bigger the black hole, the more time they will have before being torn apart by the singularity. So the biggest punishment will be for people sent towards a stellar mass black hole, because that's a very short time compared to a supermassive black hole where you have more time to live.
That sounds kind of like
they weren't more excited about the beauty salon at the edge of the.
Yeah, look, when I write an essay, it's really difficult for me to figure out what people would enjoy, and I'm really surprised. I would expect the positive benefits, the positive perks. So, for example, riding close to the speed of light on a jet with light sails, or aging more slowly, or looking, establishing a park, an amusement park, where you can see your back by looking forward because light is bent around the black hole. I would think this would get, but actually the prison was the thing that people were most interested in.
I like the others that you said first.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. But the prison in a black hole kind of sounds like Superman too. So that's also very cool.
Maybe that's it.
Well, Professor Loeb, we cannot express how much we appreciate your time and answering the simple questions and not talking down to us, and having this really cool project that we're all very excited about. And I'm so happy to learn that Kurt Jaimungal was, an integral part in helping fund that. And the conversations that you're having are actually changing society incrementally. But man, it's fun to watch. And I honestly think that the Galileo project, the James Webb Telescope, and all the other initiatives out there that are independent, and hopefully we'll see some government funding. I would have loved to dive into you with that, but I think it's all of these things are forcing the hand of the federal government to at least start talking about this. And so, we really appreciate that effort from your end.
Thank you. And I should say that I don't see myself any different from anyone else within society. In fact, I'm trying to reflect the interest of everyone in an environment called academia, which distances itself from the interests of the public, which puts itself on a pedestal. I don't like that. Very often I'm being introduced and it takes a few minutes for people to mention all of my leadership positions over the past decade. And I say, you could have saved time by referring to me as a farm boy, because fundamentally I don't feel any separation from the common person, and I try to think with common sense. So yeah, I'm one of you.
I think that shines through. It really, really does. Professor Loeb, I cannot wait to continue this discussion soon. We'll be in contact again. Maybe we can even get Michael to come hang out again. We'll see you soon. I really appreciate it. Kurt, did you want to say any parting words to the professor?
It's an honor to be here with you, sir. I look forward to speaking with you again. And please do check your email. Just sent you something.
Okay, thank you.
And how can folks find your work, Avi, if they want to follow you on Medium
please.
or any of these other places?
Yeah, so on Medium, I have regular articles reporting about the latest developments, but in general, I have also a website, professional website, where you can find videos. For example, there was an NBC very nice video on the expedition to Papua New Guinea just a few days ago. There was an NPR report about it just a few days ago. So there is a steady stream. Every day brings something new. My life is interesting.
Well, Avi, I mean, I was going to say in the last week, we actually got a pretty crystal clear photo that was released of a UFO. And I think your job's done. Pretty sure we figured this out. But there it is right there. Thoughts?
Oh, yeah. So we actually discussed it within the Galileo team just an hour ago. Nick Pope was telling us about it. And I'll tell you the biggest reservation. I mean, I put under the tent of the Galileo project both skeptics and advocates, because if they agree, I know they are sort of like a canary in a cave. If they agree, I know that it's a robust conclusion. Okay. So when we get evidence, I wish that all of the team members will agree, and then I will know that it's right. So in this case, the reservations that were raised were primarily that this might be a military object. At the time, some aircraft that the military was using, and as a result, it's nothing unexpected. And there are specific types of aircrafts that resemble that image that one should think about. So, frankly, if you ask me, I'm not a fan of images that are 32 years old, because nowadays we have much better equipment. I would rather see the classified data that the government has from the past few years, because that was probably of much higher quality based on the people that saw them. But we don't see those. And as a result, we will try to obtain them.
Yeah. Well, again, sir, thank you for your thoughts, your inspiration, your leadership, and being one of us. We really appreciate it, man. And I can't wait to talk about the porch when you come back again. Avi Loeb, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, and you're invited to my porch.
Oh man! Oh man! All right, I'm gonna give you
road trip.
I'm gonna give you a second to take it back.
The regret is
give
palpable.
you the opportunity.
Okay.
All right, he didn't do it. We're going. We're going.
Thanks, Avi.
I love it. All right, Avi. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Kurt, Michael.
It's a road trip. We're going on a road trip.
We're going on. Well, you're not invited because you're not part of the show. Look at his face. All of a sudden, you get an Avi road trip, and Michael's part of UCR. Listen, man, it was an awesome hour. Of course, if you want, you're more than welcome to stick around. We love having you here, but I know you got other stuff going on. The same invitation is extended to you, Kurt. I don't want to keep anybody, but we do have Chris Lato and Mick West hanging out. We got Mick West to come join us, and I was like, well, what better hour if we can squeeze them in to be with Chris Lato. So this will be a killer hour. So if you guys want to stay, no pressure. If you guys got to go do something, what do you think, Mike?
I got a half hour that I can.
Okay, hang for a half hour,
yeah.
Kurt.
Yeah,
I'll stay for another few minutes.
I love you, man. All right, let's do it. Let's bring on the original guest for this hour, which is retired F-16 fighter pilot, Mr. Chris Lato, who's over there in Portugal. Sir, how are you? Thank you for joining us so late at night.
Yeah, I'm great, man. I'm actually I'm in France. I'm traveling, so hopefully my internet works out. Yeah, I'm in a hotel. It was kind of tripping up, so I'm sorry. I'll let Nick talk more.
No, you're all good, man. You're all good. Well, I hope you don't mind.
I gotta get going. I actually have to get going right now, so I'll say hi to Chris. I wanted to say hi. I know Mick. If I don't see you right now, but I'm sure you can, or I hope that you can hear this. Just wanted to say hi.
Yep, he's here.
Okay.
He can hear you.
Oh, there you are. Mick, good to see you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Kurt. We'll
Louis, thank you. And then also, Jane, just to answer your question about the trampoline, the reason why it seems odd is because it's a poor analogy. You're using gravity to explain gravity. So let's say you have a bowling ball in the center of a bed or a mattress, and then you're saying, well, look, if a marble goes here, then it's deflected. Well, it's deflected because of gravity pulling on that huge ball in the center.
Right.
So what? So
what's the gravity?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
Anyway,
You're still trying to figure it out, right?
No, and I feel so bad for asking it, but thanks, Kurt. And
well, if you're confused, it's because it is confusing. It shouldn't be told.
I feel
It's one of the
better.
reasons why simplified explanations generally for an inquisitive mind are more befuddling than they are elucidating. Okay, take care.
Love you, man. Thank you.
But the ants on a balloon, like I knew Avi would knock it out of the park. So.
All right, so Mick, look at this.
Hello.
Mick West is on the Big Phone Home 3, and I love it, man.
Awesome.
I can't believe we accomplished this. One of
Welcome,
the goals was to get a senator, and we ended up getting Mick West to sign our petition.
Second place, Jess.
Yeah,
yeah. Thank you for having me, and sorry, Chris, for shoehorning in on your hour. I'll try to be as inclusive as possible.
You're the 12 o'clock, dude. You're the 12 o'clock on the.
That's true. Yes. Yes.
Oh my God! I haven't asked you, Mick. But what do you think of our disclosure clock? You are midnight, and so when we strike your face, that means that blown disclosures happen.
That's disclosure for me.
Is that
I think it's got a ways to go. What are we at now? Like is that 8:30?
Yeah, no, I just missed it. Yes, we're at about almost 8:30. We're at rather be squitting right now. So we've got a while to go before we get to Mick West. But I hope you agree. I think that's a good clock, right? That's an accurate representation of disclosure.
Seems good. Yes.
And Green Street's number 11. You think he's 11 o'clock?
Yeah, right.
I think I'd put Green Street a bit earlier. Put maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson a bit further up there.
Okay,
things change.
I can swap those two. That's fair. Well, gosh, man, I don't even know where to start with this. I guess, Chris, I know you've got a lot of cool initiatives going on, and I wanted you to get the opportunity to express those initiatives and get an update on what's happening with the UAP Society. I know you caught a lot of flack for it, and I really don't understand why. I mean, it's something you're passionate about, and you're not you're not doing this to rip people off. You're doing this to fund more UAP research in the vein of like a Galileo project, or even to bother Mick West. But you know, tell us about the initiative and what's happened in the first couple of months of it, and what you're excited, like what's shaking with this.
Yeah, so we launched on June 10th. We launched UAP Society. It's a crypto funded project, right? And I think that inspires just a lot of anger and hatred in the mainstream, and we use NFTs really. I was into NFTs in 2019. I love the technology from the beginning. So I initially tried to learn how to code and I quit essentially. So I'm not a Mick West, I guess. I just couldn't get past basic coding. So I wanted to figure out how I could learn it. And I learned it by just doing it. So buying NFTs and trading it. And I realized the technology would be very useful in this case, right, where information is so centralized, it's controlled, you have a lot of disinformation, it's hard to verify the truth. And I think that's what cryptology brings, right? It's cryptologic technology. So ideally, we could use it to make it more verifiable, right? We can verify our data. So that's really what drew me to it. And so we launched June 10th. The idea is to use NFT funding to promote projects. Kind of like you mentioned, the first one is Sky 360. So the update, I guess, is after the launch, right? Crypto had the largest crash in 5 years, the day we launched. It was on 10 June. It was the day. It's like black market crash. And then NFTs are actually, it's even funny because in the crypto community, I talk about NFTs and they hate me as well. It doesn't matter wherever you are. If you're in the crypto community, you talk about NFTs, they don't like you either. And the UAP community, actually, I thought they would be more open-minded, I guess. I thought it'd be more open-minded, but
isn't it ironic?
It is. Yeah, I found it easier. The NFT community was more open-minded about at least looking into the phenomena, right?
Well, I think part of it is difficult to understand. Like, to be fair, like NFTs are difficult to understand in a normal
like
economic world. Yeah, very much like space-time. Yeah.
It's new. Yeah, it's totally new. It's different, right? And there's been new, different technologies in the past. Most of them fail, but like the underlying technology, when the internet came out, right, everybody said it would be amazing. and then all these companies, you had the dot-com bubble in 2000. So and all those companies effectively went away, most of the companies, but the underlying technology is still here. And obviously the internet has gotten us to where I think we are today, where now we can discuss, these cases. I can make a video and Mick West can watch it, and then he can come up with his reply and consider it. And so I think we've gotten to where we are now through, collaboration, I guess, of information.
I think people just don't know. Like, I think when people think of crypto and blockchain, they automatically think of money, right? Digital money. And I think the underlying, as you say, structure is the blockchain. And I think that's where the use cases kind of fall down. And a lot of people still don't understand this idea of NFTs because they're like, well, I don't understand. Like, I can get a JPEG of that. Like, I just don't get the value. And I think, to your point, even if NFTs and cryptocurrency doesn't take the mainstream in such a way that is expected, the blockchain technology is here to stay. And I think that's kind of the fascinating thing to watch about this whole evolution.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's our aim, is to leverage. So we launched, we had initial investors. We have about 70 people that invested money, I think, based on our wallet count. And basically we use the funds to basically build the society, build the Discord, build a company. And now we purchased 3 Sky 360 prototypes. So basically the Sky 360 system still in development, but we're helping develop it by buying a prototype, 3 of them actually, to put in the Vernal. So we'll see. It's probably not ready for prime time yet. Obviously it's a beta build, a prototype. So we don't necessarily want it on TV on Skinwalker yet, until it's working. I found we need it fully working and then ready for prime time. I think will be early next year, but so Carl Vibe is going to help put those systems in, and then he's going to record it on his YouTube channel. He's in the UAP Society as well. He's motivated about it. He's excited. So that's it. Yeah, that's what we're doing the next few months. It's exciting.
I might have somebody in this room that could possibly help you with the collecting of data. Possibly. possibly. Maybe put in some thoughts on how to improve that system. I don't know. Is that crazy? What do you think about that?
I got a question first for Chris. Like you mentioned, using crypto and blockchain for kind of verifying the data. I'm just wondering if you got a bit more specific about what you envisage actually using blockchain for in that. What's the use case there? Because it seems like we've got the data we have is is videos, and it's mostly videos and photos and things like that. How are you going to actually incorporate blockchain into that? I mean, once you've got your file uploaded to a database, do you really need an extra layer of verifiability on that?
No, I mean, so blockchain is good for confirming something is legitimate or real, but for storing large files, it's not very good. That's why I think it's been difficult to use for music, just because large file storage you don't want on a blockchain. A blockchain's distributed processing. So large files aren't really going to help you, like I think what you're suggesting. But I think what will work is the distributed storage. So Filecoin. So not just blockchain. I guess I'd say blockchain technology through Filecoin or distributed storage. So
you can do something like store the hash of the file rather than the file itself, and then you can verify the file against that hash where the hash is in the blockchain.
Yeah, it's basically just, I guess, more advanced distributed storage. I see that coming along.
I just, I'm a little skeptical. I'm a skeptic, but I'm a little skeptical about the whole blockchain thing and its actual, the actual use cases of it. And I haven't really seen a super compelling thing for it, other than ledgers. Essentially, is what it is. It's you want to verify that an entry was made at a certain time, but how does that translate to the whole UAP database thing? I think it's I don't know. Maybe pan out, but
I think the best use case is the funding mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, using the NFT. So basically, we have many thousands of people, I think, that are motivated and want to take part. And so what it allows you to do is to buy a share essentially. So NFTs we use as a share. And now they can use that to actually vote on what they want to happen, basically research to be done. I mean, you can do this with Web 2. You know, you could do a website that does it as well. But I think the NFT technology in particular is fully global. And it adds a decentralized element that can't be shut down, right? So if they can't just shut down, they can shut down the Discord, right? So right now they could shut down our website or our Discord could be shut down, but the NFTs actually themselves can't be shut down. So if you provide value back to those NFTs in some way, the idea is the decentralization will keep it from being tamped out. You know, it's much more difficult to stop it. To stop the information from getting out.
With NFTs, obviously, people are very skeptical about it because there's so much speculation. I know, like you have an NFT of the little punk character pixel art that appreciated quite a lot since you bought it. But a lot of people, like if they bought into NFTs recently, they may have seen those decline. Like a lot of the Bored Apes are worth less than they used to be. So people see NFTs. It's all tainted by this idea that it's a speculative market rather than a real market. You can I guess you can argue all these cases for how it can be used in a particular environment, but over the last 5 years or so, like ICOs and things like that have not really panned out in terms of them actually being usable. So it'll be very interesting to see what transpires with your efforts.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I hope it works.
I'm curious, Mick. Like you were developing Tony Hawk Pro Skater in the late '90s, right? This is sort of at the same time of the internet boom. Was there anything similar to this NFT space where you were looking at this internet and you're going, I don't know about this? Like, did you have the same doubts as far as the applications for it? And were you surprised by anything out of that boom where you didn't realize, oh wow, that's actually really useful for whatever?
I think something that we did with Tony Hawk was one of the very first online games for the PlayStation, and that was really interesting because it was kind of like a space that hadn't really been explored before, like people playing the game together online, like that type of game. And it was very new at the time, and the people at Activision, they had no idea what was going on, and I just kind of steamrolled this online aspect into the game, and it really wasn't like worth it because we only got a few hundred people playing because they didn't even release the modems back then. But yeah, no, I can see how technology doesn't seem like it's necessarily useful at the start, but the wild ups and downs of the NFT space, I think, are definitely going to give a lot of people pause, and it's a lot of the reasons why people are very suspicious of something like an NFT offering. I mean, why can't you just do like a regular fundraising type thing? Why do you actually need to do NFTs? People see it as a potential scam, just simply because of the proximity to all these other things which didn't work out.
Mick, I know you have a wonderful sense of humor, so I'm just gonna say this, okay? And please, just take it with a grain. I just got a message from somebody who says, I can hear Mick's tongue in his mouth. Can you turn down his mic somehow?
Sorry about that. I'll have my tongue removed. Let me have a drink of water.
I think if you remove your tongue on this stream, it would be the highest rated stream in the history of the channel. I think a lot of people would love to see that for the worst reasons ever. But Chris, what were you gonna say? What's your response?
Well, I guess first I would say that I think it's awesome he's on here, so he's courageous, man. You can say whatever you want about Mick West, man. The guy says what he thinks. No, I think the NFTs, why I used it is it's a different way, right? And if it works, if the plan actually works, then it can hit a home run and we can make this amazing, ridiculous space satellite system. That's really what it is. The reason I think there has been a lot of actual scams where people run with the money, or they just promise more than they can deliver. So for us, it's just working on results. So our first system, basically, the idea, Mick, is that we put out 3 camera systems in Vernal, and they have meteor tracking software that we can, is basically freeware already. And so we'll try and actually track down one of these meteors, so that the cost is low, basically less than 10,000 to put out our 3 systems, hopefully, with a potential high gain. So that's just our first idea.
You've actually got physical reality here. It's not just you've created this imaginary thing with just no intrinsic value. You're actually spending the money on actual physical things. So that's a great thing. Like, if you invest in other NFTs, then your money just goes into some kind of virtual account, but you're actually doing something here. So people can actually see that their money is going somewhere. So in that sense, it's not that different to a traditional fundraiser. It's just kind of what happens to the NFTs after that.
Exactly. The idea is, well, a traditional fundraiser, they don't get anything, and they give the money and they're expecting to get the results, right? But I think in order for it to really take off, to be really successful and actually, possibly do what I think it could do, I think it has to be profitable for the people investing, and that's the NFT aspect. If you make it profitable, then it has to be stopped, right? If anything's profitable, even if it's terrible for the environment, I mean, look at many things terrible for the world or the environment, but if it's profitable, it happens. So that's
is that really profitable in terms of increasing in the value of your NFTs, or profitable as in you're going to make money from these installations? Because I don't see really you putting a bunch of sky cams in Vernal, Utah, making any money. So you're really talking about increase in value of the investment. But where's the money coming from? Where's the profit coming from?
So the idea is, it's for us, it would have to be, you call it utility of an NFT project.
I think we lost him.
Yep. The French internet might have cut out.
That very terrible French internet. But yeah, let's see if we can get him back here in a minute. I don't know if he can hear us, but I'll take him out and let's see. You know what? I'll kick him out. There we go. I'll kick him. And then
as you're doing that, let me ask Mick a question here real quick, because I find this idea of blockchain interesting, and then to what extent that it can be utilized in this sort of conversation about UAPs. One of the big things that the blockchain was used for recently was Walmart, and they were having trouble because so many of their invoices from their shipping containers were being disputed, and so they implemented a blockchain, and which basically had the truckers check in at every point, and all this information was in the blockchain, so it couldn't be disputed. And do you think maybe there's an application when it comes to evidence? You spend a lot of time debunking and these sorts of things. I wonder if there's an application in the blockchain that can be used for logging evidence in a ledger that would help in any way. I don't know. I'm just curious what your thoughts on that were.
No, I there is kind of an application. It's kind of like the chain of custody in police. You have the old-fashioned way is that an envelope would have everybody's name on it, and then you'd sign it when you hand it over to someone else, and they would sign it underneath that. You cross-check these signatures. You can do all that virtually if you've got some kind of digital asset. But when you're starting out with a file, it's already suspect at that point, and all you can do is maintain the chain of custody of a file after that, and that's not really a big of an issue, because if you've uploaded a file to somewhere and you've maybe publicized its checksum or something like that, you don't need a chain of custody where it's passed from one person to the next, because everybody has access to the same file. It's not like you've got a physical object that you're moving from one place to another, or in the case of Walmart, you've actually got like trucks and pallets and truckers who are physically at different places. With digital assets, you don't really need that type of thing, because it's just simply, it's there on the database, and we have like a checksum which tells you the integrity of the file, which is something that's already a solved problem for things like Linux distributions and things like that, where they publicize the SHA checksum, and you don't really need a blockchain for something like that. You just need essentially a trusted source. But I guess you could say like that removes the need for a trusted source. But it's almost like it's a problem that we don't really have right now. No one's saying like, this file here wasn't passed from one person to the next in the right way. What usually is a dispute is the original source of the file. Where did this originally come from? And until cameras start registering things in a blockchain when they actually take the video, which will probably happen at some point, you can't really do anything other than say, like, we got to the file from this person at this time, and after that, the file didn't change. And that's really all you can do.
But in a post-truth... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jane.
Well, and yeah, could you create value around the NFT? So let's say there is the Tic Tac UFO, and it has a good chain of custody, right? So could you do like a Tic Tac UFO piece of art that's like attached to the chain of custody? You could create some awareness and value, monetary value around it, and then have I don't know.
Yeah, I'd let Chris answer that one, because I don't really know. Like, how do you instill value in a work of art or something like that?
We just lost Chris again.
Oh.
Yeah, like there's only one Tic Tac UFO NFT, right? Like the idea of exclusivity and being able to weight like cases and being able to almost like have your own UFO evidence, right?
Sure, but why are people buying NFTs now? People are buying NFTs in the art world because they think they will appreciate, and you see all these like really large value transactions, sometimes millions of dollars for works of art, and that isn't because they think this is an amazing JPEG file or an amazing TIFF or whatever it is. They think I'm buying this because it has some value and I'll be able to sell it later. And people have been burnt by that. They buy something for millions of dollars and then they can't sell it later because of this wild roller coaster of a market. But that's kind of a different thing from what Chris is talking about. I mean, what Chris is talking about is a bit more like the initial coin offerings that we had earlier, where people would create their own cryptocurrency and they would use that and say, we could use this currency to do a certain type of transaction within whatever app we're doing. There were a lot of scams back then, and that continues to this day, I think, where people are basically, they're doing it for money. And the actual valid use cases, I think, are a bit more few and far between. But yeah, it's definitely a very new technology that's not without value. Like blockchain obviously has lots of, like the Walmart example, it's a good thing. But I think it remains to be seen. Good luck to Chris, though. Yeah.
Chris, what? I know you're having trouble with your connection, so I'm sorry about that. But any responses to the things that you heard there?
No, it's very fast technology, and it's new, right? People don't understand it. If I asked you to give me your credit card number, you would do that. And then if I asked, okay, can you give me those 3 little numbers on the back, on the right, you wouldn't, obviously. But in crypto, people don't know. They say, yeah, sure, here you go, and they give people all their information because they don't know the information that they shouldn't give out, what the critical stuff is. So yeah, it's very new and it's very fast, and you can do scams, right? It's all digital. It's just like the internet. I'm sure back in the day there were probably many people taking advantage of the new internet, right when it came out. But just to answer the question, sorry about my internet, guys. It's
that's all right.
It worked.
First world problems.
I've been in France, and so I thought it worked. Worked last week, but not this week. To answer the question for us is, so the idea is it has to be profitable, it has to be aimed at UAP research, and it has to be decentralized. That's kind of the 3 things we went after. So that's why NFTs made sense. And then how we would actually provide value is we're looking for data. So like for Sky 360 as an example, in order to identify it as unidentifiable, right, or unidentified, you have to try and identify it as everything else. So you have to identify birds, weather patterns. You have to identify meteors, right? You have to identify if it was a meteor, airplanes. You could do even ships, etc. Surf. You could do surf reports. So the point is, we're looking for data. So in the future, I believe data will also be valuable, probably more valuable. Right. So the idea is we'll capture as much data as we can. And rather than just throw that data away, we can basically put it on a time frame so that, like, for instance, the meteor data, all of the data from UAP Society will be released to open source. But for the meteor data, we can hold it for 1 or 2 weeks, whatever it takes for us to actually, for the NFT holders, to actually find out where you could get a location, right? You could get an ellipse. And then if we have enough stations and we have people, then we can actually go and track down these meteors. Meteors actually go for $2,000 a gram. So if you find one, 10 kilogram meteor, you're looking at a couple $100,000 and the science associated. So we have to just figure out a way that people don't just sell the meteors and keep all of the money, right? We want that money to come back to the NFT holders. And so that's how that's basically why we used NFTs, the short example.
Real quick, I just want to, Michael's got to get out of here, but we did have a request from J. Allen Heineken. Reset the room for old time's sake.
Just wanted to thank everybody for joining us today. We are here because you are passionate about activism. You want to see the United States government and governments around the world deliver the data that they have to you, the people. And I just want to thank everybody who's been here today, who's given their time, their energy, and their passion to this subject, because you are truly appreciated. And it's been my pleasure to spend this hour and a half with you. Love you guys. And make sure you follow Chris Lito, Mick West, Rather Be Squid, and UFO Jane, and Lou Angeles. Bye-bye.
Later, Michael. Thanks for being here, man. It was fun.
Oh, we'll do it again. Bye,
yes,
guys.
sir. Later. Sorry. Yeah. And also just wanted to say a really big thank you to the donations that you guys are coming in. A $50 super sticker. Truly appreciate it. Mr. Calhoun had a question for Mick and it says, does Mick mind to discuss his recent controversial speculation about puppets at the Ariel School and his follow-ups fallout with Nolan about it?
Sure.
Yeah. Fill me in, because I think I missed that part. I got the puppet part. I got the puppet part. My recommendation was I'd love to see you interview one of the kids who was there. I think that would be interesting for me, obviously, just because I want to watch that. But I think, I loved your conversation with Alex Dietrich. I thought that was one of the conversations that, I don't want to say reset your thoughts on this whole thing, but at least made you take a step back and go, okay, maybe there is something really phenomenal here. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but yeah, I mean, if you can answer the question, and if I'm quoting you wrong or the wrong intention there, please correct me.
Yeah. It's the Ariel School thing. Obviously, was this sighting in Zimbabwe where all these kids thought they saw aliens, and it's been a bit controversial ever since. And at some point, I basically speculated that the kids probably didn't see aliens. There was some kind of inciting incident that kind of led to essentially a kind of mass storytelling within the kids, and it developed into false memories because of the questioning of the people like Cynthia Hind and John Mack, who perhaps gave leading questions to the kids. That's my general theory. Now, someone else comes along, and they had an experience where their kids were going to school, and the kids did a class exercise where the teachers pretended that an alien spaceship had landed in the school backfield, and they did this thing where the kids all had to write about it, and this guy observed his kids and the way they reacted to that experience, and the way they recalled things that didn't actually happen. Like they recalled there being a big hole in the spaceship, and there wasn't a hole in the spaceship. So that got this guy interested. I can't remember his name, unfortunately. I'm terrible with names. So he kind of went down a rabbit hole, and he started researching this theory where he thought that perhaps what was seen were puppets, which, on the face of it sounds kind of ridiculous, but he did a load of research, and I'd encourage people to read this. He found a puppet company that was in Zimbabwe at that time, and he researched what they did, and he showed how there were parallels between what the puppets looked like and the images that were drawn and the descriptions that were given, and even showed parallels between the way the aliens communicated and the way puppets kind of wordlessly communicate with kind of visual cues. And he did all this work, and he asked me if I would retweet it, essentially. And I was initially reluctant to do this because I thought, puppets. That sounds kind of silly.
Oh my
puppets.
God!
Yeah, I thought puppets will become the new seagulls, and so people will start talking Mick West says everything is puppets. And there was another thing where I said like hippies in a van.
Let's clip the alien. It was
No,
inspired
from
by
Zimbabwe.
yeah.
So yeah, I knew this would happen. I knew I would get all these things. So I put out a tweet and I phrased it like, here's this theory. It sounds kind of silly, but should we consider this theory if we're going to consider other theories like aliens? I can't remember what I said exactly, but that was the thought, that if we're considering things that are fairly extreme, we should also consider things that are fairly mundane but seem unlikely. So people thought that, people took it basically from my tweet without reading this long article that this guy wrote, that I was saying, oh, they just saw some puppets. And it was being very dismissive and insulting to the memory of the children, and people got angry. A lot of people then went and read the article, which I didn't write. This other guy wrote it. I was just retweeting it. And they actually found that it kind of made some sense. They weren't necessarily convinced by it, but it's kind of an interesting article. It's interesting stuff about puppets and things like that. And so they thought perhaps it wasn't that bad. But other people are still like, oh, Mick, you're an idiot. Like, why are you saying this thing? You're just trying to discredit the entire movement, blah, 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 that type of thing. And at some point, Gary Nolan saw this, and I don't know if he read the article. He probably didn't. He's a busy guy. He probably just saw what I said and the reaction, and then he just tweeted something about how this is what happened when people are disingenuous. And then he said something about how he was going to help me find a photograph, which he said he would do before, and now he's retracting that offer. And then he blocked me, which is a bit over dramatic, I thought, because I really wasn't trying to insult the children or anything like that, or insult their memories. I was just sharing this hypothesis that this guy had come up with because it was interesting, and I feel like we should keep an open mind and consider these hypotheses. And so I was a little surprised by Gary's reaction. Although later, I did actually have some conversations via email with both Gary and Jacques Vallée about the case that, not about the aerial school, but about another case, the photo he was referring to, and another thing to do with hairdryer burns. Which was an entirely different case.
Yeah, you're burning yourself. You're putting puppets out there. I was like, is Mick okay?
I have a very small burn here. You see it? There's a little burn right there where I burned myself, not with a hairdryer.
What is your wife saying to this?
She actually said, Mick, I found another hairdryer you can try. So she told me that. Two different hairdryers. This one I bought at the thrift store, and this one was one my wife found under the sink. It's one of her old hairdryers. So I tried out both these hairdryers. Didn't burn myself with them.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Nick, what's your take on like Bob Salas and Maelstrom and like nuclear? Yeah, I guess what would you say on Maelstrom? What's your take?
I don't think there's anything to it. Yeah, I think it's a very old case. Bob, I think, Robert has announced that he's not going to talk about it anymore. He's been doing the same thing for many, many years. But I think there was this one incident. I think there was two incidents. There was one that was Eagle Flight, and then there was another one. I don't remember the exact details. Like there was one where these things went offline, and then there's this other case where supposedly something happened, and then there was a UFO or a red orb or something sighted. I don't think there's very much to it. And I think this is one of those things that's basically part of UFO mythology now. It's become something that people who are kind of believers in the phenomena feel is an established thing. They feel that we have established the fact that UFOs and UAPs are interested in nuclear facilities, and here's the primary evidence: is this Maelstrom thing, the Eagle Flight thing, or whatever it is. But I don't think there's very good evidence for it, and there's a whole bunch of people over decades who have researched this, and they've interviewed people who were there, and various other people, and I think they've pretty much shown that Salas's assertions really don't hold up, and there isn't really any good evidence that links this one incident to them seeing UFOs. So, not a fan.
What do you think about it, Chris? What are your thoughts? What do you think about Maelstrom?
I mean, I haven't I think the testimony seems pretty compelling. and you have several nuclear officers. It's just not Salas. I think it's Nelson. He was actually at Walker Air Base in I think '64, and that was the old Roswell. And he said he's 6 incidents where a UFO fired a beam at a warhead. So I guess I'd ask or challenge you, Mick, I guess, to watch the UFOs and Nukes conference that they released. There's quite a few officers in there, actually.
Yeah. Well,
so you just think, I guess they're all wrong, or they talk to each other and they convince themselves of this?
I think there's a combination of things going on. And I think one of the things is something that they talked about in the UAP report, which apparently was partly written by Travis Taylor, which is another story. The UAP report, they talk about this kind of proximity, this clustering of cases around things like nuclear sites. I don't know if they mentioned nuclear sites, but like military installations and things like that. And one thing they suggested that it may be kind of an illusion, because very high security sites have lots of observations going on. So they have lots of equipment that is detecting things in the air. They have lots of cameras. They have security guards who are told to report the slightest thing that is out of the ordinary. And so you're bound to get more UFO reports, just simply because you've got more sensors and you've got a heightened awareness. And you've also got the fact that it's very sensitive. It's a very sensitive thing. So something takes on a lot more significance if it happens at a nuclear power station, or especially like a nuclear missile silo, versus it happening at a Walmart, when you may well get exactly the same types of things in the sky at both places. But if it happens in the nuclear realm, people are going to notice it and record it. If it happens at Walmart, no one's going to notice it or record it. So I think this kind of clustering, this idea that there's some kind of attention being paid to these sites by the UAPs is a bit of an illusion.
I guess I was saying because they watch those sites, they see them. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
Who watches them? You mean the UAPs, the NHIs?
No, I mean that you have more, like you mentioned, you have more cameras on those systems.
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly.
You have a higher chance of picking them up. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily that they're more interested. They could be, but it could also be.
No, I agree, and that's what I was saying. It's kind of an illusion that you get it. It's almost in the same. It's like the same way, going all the way back to Foo Fighters. When Foo Fighters in World War II were seen by pilots, and that is that because these Foo Fighter aliens or whatever they were are interested in the what was going on in the war, or was it simply because that we had a huge amount of planes flying at a particular altitude and pilots who were taking amphetamines to stay awake, and perhaps like traveling at an altitude where there's certain types of plasma effects and some kind of combination of those things. It's correlation is not causation, and it's not even means that there's something there. You could be surfacing all of these encounters just by having lots of eyes, lots of people looking at them, or lots of sensors. So I don't think it necessarily means anything.
What do you think about Congress looking into this? Do you think that we're using taxpayers' money correctly? To try and find.
I think there again, there's a combination of things. There are very real issues to do with UFOs. If a pilot has seen something that they can't identify, which has obviously happened, we've got lots of accounts of this happening. Ryan Graves talks about a whole bunch of different times that it happens. Now, if that's actually happening, even if it's just a portion of the stuff that he described, those are problems. The range foulers, where you can't fly around in your range, is an issue. If you simply see something on your radar and you can't identify it, that's an issue. Maybe the issue is just that the radar's not good enough, or it's too sensitive for certain things, or maybe it's because there's some kind of adversary or alien being coming into our airspace. Whatever it is, it's something that needs resolving. But I think that a lot of what we're seeing with Congress is being driven by the kind of UFOs are NHIs, UFOs being non-human intelligence lobby, like people who strongly feel that there's some kind of non-human intelligence. And some of the draft legislation talked about if they determine that this UAP is actually a human origin type thing, they'll hand it off to this other body, which means they're not really interested in these human things. They're only interested in the non-human things. And I feel it's kind of like, I don't really feel that aspect of it is justified by the evidence. There isn't really a strong evidence of some kind of non-human intelligence out there. And I think that having a body set up and investigations and money being spent specifically on looking for that type of thing is a bit of a wild goose chase and perhaps a waste of taxpayer money.
What is this, the Mick West show? In remembrance of Robert Salas, if you guys were here for the big phone home too, Lou Elizondo was apparently talking too much, and Robert Salas interrupted the discussion and said, "What is this, the Lou Elizondo show?" So that's the reference to that joke. So hilarious. And it's of course not the Mick West show, but it is fun. I'm curious, Mick, you did, I mean, since we're talking about it, you did sign our petition, which is super exciting. Yeah. It was the funnest thing, hands down, of the day so far. And you're here, which is, I think, an accomplishment in itself, because when I pitched this idea to you the first couple times, you're like, I'm not with this, because I think the asks weren't specific enough for you. And we also didn't have an emphasis on getting more data like we do this year. So I'm glad that it's attracted data-driven minded folks like you, and I appreciated that support of signing that petition. I'm curious, I mean, what did you think? Because you didn't answer me, but what did you think of the the initiative to improve FOIA?
It's fine. I mean, I have no real problem with it, but I read the proposal and the draft language for writing to your congressman, and it seemed perhaps a little open-ended. It's saying, FOIA sucks. Sometimes we have to wait 10 years to get an answer. You should improve it.
Okay,
which
so
is true and everything.
Improve? Well, here's the thing: you're allowed to improve on the verbiage of any of our templates. So if you were to add something and mail it to your lawmaker, give us a Mick West template.
I would feel, politicians they don't like to simply be told that there's a problem. They like to be presented with an answer. That's what lobbyists do. They don't actually say like, oh, you should do some legislation to improve this or to make it easier for us to drill in Alaska. They actually give the legislation to the people and say, here's some legislation which we think will be really good, and here's why we think you should pass it. And I think you should, John, because he's the guy who's really driving this aspect of it, the FOIA stuff, should say specifically what is needed. And he's come up with some things, but I think in the language for writing to the congressman, you need to be a little bit more specific than just saying I have to wait a really long time.
But I do think that the language, the way it's set up now, is it kind of gives permission to be like, for Congress to go, oh, this was our idea. Like this is coming from us, because we did get Avril Haines, coming out and saying that the overclassification of data is a real issue within these intelligence communities. And so that's sort of the thing we referenced when John wrote that. But I mean, we'll improve on it next year. Hopefully next year we can get you to mail it.
Yeah, I mean, I really have no problem with it. It's just I don't
mail it, Mick. Mail it, Mick.
I don't really feel like
email it, Mick.
Putting my name to it because it's a bit vague. Better effort.
I love it.
There's kind of a flip side to it. Like if you make FOIA requests like super easy, make government agencies super responsive, make it really streamline the process, so you can do a FOIA request and you can get loads of information back for no cost in like a week or two, which would be great and ideal, but that might lead to a huge avalanche of FOIA requests. It's almost like part of the
so what we put more money into FOIA. That's not a bad thing, expand the FOIA office, give them more.
You're going to end up spending half your money for a department on FOIA requests.
I think there's a lot of other departments that are way more wasteful than a FOIA department would be. Just a guess. I could be wrong, but that's my optimistic side thinking. But we're running out of time. So I really wanted to ask Chris Lato this one question, and that is Top Gun 2.
Yes.
Accurate?
Yeah, I made a review video about it. It's like my lowest performing video. Nobody wanted to see it.
I gotta watch that because I'm interested in your take there.
Honestly, I didn't get a chance to watch it either. I'm sorry. I just full confession.
Yeah, I was all excited. No, I launched it on the day we launched the UAP Society, when the biggest crash in crypto history. And then the video just
Chris,
bombed.
I'm not laughing at
awesome.
you, man.
I'm
not laughing at you, but I know you have a good humor. So the timing of things is always tragic, but at the same time funny. And the way you say it is just funny. You remind me so much of my brother, man. It's insane because you both are surfers, and the way your cadences are so similar.
I love it. Yeah, I thought it was a great movie. Actually, it was good.
Mick, what did you think of Top Gun 2? Did you watch it?
I did watch it. Yeah, it was great. A lot of fun. It was interesting that it had like the AtFlair thing in it, the little AtFlair thing.
I bet you perked up when you saw that, buddy.
It was very funny. One of the reasons I wanted to watch it was that Marek von Redenkamp, the guy who's my kind of Twitter stalker, who's always critiquing my gimbal analysis. Yeah. He actually said that my theory was disproven by the AtFlair rotating around in Top Gun, which is the most ridiculous thing ever, because obviously it was CGI and they weren't going for the best realism, but it was fun movie.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, I thought it was the most realistic for sure. Yeah,
really. Well, compared to Part 1, right?
I mean, yeah, it was. They captured it was obviously extrapolated. It was blown way out of proportion.
Yeah.
In many aspects. Some of the people are that ridiculous. Just like people normally
are. The mustaches that intense in
they're
the
worse,
Navy?
man. They're worse. Yeah, they're literally worse. Yeah.
What was it? I can't remember what I was gonna say. Gentlemen, this has been a really fun hour. And I'm glad, Chris, that you're so just open with how you're thinking and what you're feeling, and that's why I love you so much, man. Because I don't feel like there's a hidden agenda with you, and you also have the humility to say, hey, maybe this NFT thing won't work with the blockchain. I believe in that. I believe in the core of this thing. And I think ultimately you'll be proven right on that end. Where NFTs will be in 5 to 10 years, hey, we'll see. But I wish you all the luck. I hope it does work out. I hope we're able to fund more sky viewing, hardware like Sky 360, and I can't wait to see what you and Carl do with these 3 setups. It's going to be cool. But I'll be patient because I know you guys are working on it.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, we should hopefully by November we'll have them out there. Before then.
Awesome. Well, veteran, former F-16 fighter pilot, and crypto king, Chris Ledo, man, thank you so much for calling us from France at the time that you're doing, and thank you for your service, and thank you for being a friend of the show, and just such a cool guy, man. You're an A-OK chap in my book.
Hey, thanks for Big Phone Home, man. I was so excited. I mean, I remember this clearly. I'll never forget when I was on last year. So exciting. Yeah. You guys made such a difference, man. So I wish y'all the luck this year. I think it just sounds like there's so much stuff coming out. I can barely keep up.
There's a lot.
So it seems insane.
Yeah. And real quick, our friend, mutual friend here, Artisan Tony, with a $50 donation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Artisan Tony, man. Yeah.
In honor of Chris, Mick, and the UAP Society. So truly appreciate that, man. And then also Red Panda Koala, who's, we'll get into it in a second. He's supposed to join us in the next hour, but unfortunately he can't make it because of work. But great big phone home 3 guys. The site is easy to use. Everyone be sure to sign the petition and contact elected officials. I'm dumb and misscheduled. Be sure to show Tom Orzechowski, who's our next guest, some love, and his project is very cool. So stay tuned for that. Thank you so much for the donation, Red. We really appreciate it. But I'm gonna let you get out of here, Chris. I appreciate your candidness and your openness and your coolness, and you're just awesome, dude.
Thanks, Rather. See you, Jane. Thanks, Mick. Good to see you, man.
See you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Mick West. You tickled me today. Tickled me pink. You turned this brown boy red today. And it was really, really cool to see you support this effort. I thought it was very cool. And man, I hope we get you more data. I really want to get you the 4-minute version of this gimbal video. I want to help you add more clarity. I know when I first interviewed you versus now, man, I don't want to say it's a 180, but it's close to it. It's really, really close. And, you know, I feel kind of silly for not having understood what you were saying. And I really thank Rather for sort of slowing me down and slowing down the thought process and really sort of making me concentrate, listen to the words that are coming out of his mouth. And maybe we can, and we debated it and we talked about it, and I'm here for you, man. I think every time something new comes out, whether it be Calvine, whether it be a new video, whether it be whatever, like I said earlier, the first thing I do is check to see what you're saying about it, and what experiment you're doing in your pool, what you're burning yourself with. I just want to know what's going on with Mick. But please, man, don't hurt yourself in the name of proving us wrong.
I'll try not to. I've been tempted to actually get a hairdryer and press it into my arm, but I can't do it.
If you do live stream it, because there'll be, I'm sure, a lot of interested parties just to see you in pain. But Mick West, man, thank you again, and we'll have you. We got to get you back. And it's been a while since we've had you here just by yourself to pick your brain and make fun of resting Mick face. Although today, man, a lot of smiles. You look like you got a tan. You look good.
It's summer.
Good.
Summer. I've got a tan. Yes.
It's that summer Mick. I love it, man. All right, Summer Mick.
Mick.
Thank you for hanging out with us, man, and thank you for the support.
Thank you.
Really, honestly.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Good luck with it, and
Thank
hopefully we'll get something. I want those videos.
And please plug where people can find your work as well, please.
Now they can just search for Mick West, and I'll crop
They'll
up on Twitter and everywhere.
All right, man. Thank you so much.
All right. See you.
Bye bye. Great conversation, you guys. All right, we're at the last hour.
Yeah, man, time flies.
Whew, time flies, man. I can't believe we did 3 of these last year. But weirdly enough, man, I haven't eaten anything. Like I did eat something. I did have a sandwich, but this feels like a 2-hour show today, like our normal show. I can't believe we're in the last hour here.
Yeah, it's such good discussions. It's been one hell of a day.
Hell of a day. And we've got our last guest here now. We were I reached out to Red Panda Koala. He was so on board with this. And when I sent everybody the schedule, I put the EST time frame, which I was hoping it wouldn't give me any issues, but it did. Tupacabra came in late because he thought everything was on Pacific Standard. And I did put EST in the description of this, but it could easily be missed, especially if you're busy and sort of skimming it. But so unfortunately, Red Panda cannot be here because he's working. He's actually in the middle of work right now. But he sends his love. He's so sorry, and that he's rescheduling a show with us. So that'll be great. And also another person that was going to join us this hour with him was Jesse Michaels. Jesse, unfortunately, as well, he had a family issue come up, could not make it. But both of them have committed to coming back and rescheduling. So we're super excited to have them. But the cool thing, and then there was going to be icing on this wonderful cake. And so today we just get the icing. In the next couple of weeks, we'll get the rest of the cake. But I think it'll be just as sweet to enjoy. And that is a filmmaker that Red had recommended to me. I literally, this is gonna be the first time I've spoken to this gentleman. He edited a really cool video. As a matter of fact, I think that's how we'll kind of introduce Tom here. And I'm gonna play this video for you guys. Just give me a second. Be patient with me. I'm finding it. I want to make sure I get the one he posted, because the contrast in this one is a lot better than the one I've got in my messages. So still looking. Give me a second, guys. But what did you guys think of the last conversation we had with Mick and Chris? That was pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Of course, I'm delaying when I ask you that question. So please fill in some space here for me.
Well, I mean, I love how they have totally opposite kind of viewpoints and I think beliefs, but they're able to talk and have respectful conversations. I think that's a kind of a model for us all to respect one another and talk things through.
Agreed. Well, here, let's check this out. You guys might have seen this in the run up to the big phone home, but I thought this was really cool, and it got me really excited to Tom Orzacheski, and I probably mispronounced that last name, but we'll get into it in a second.
What basis do you say that things are real? Because qualified people have seen them. Would you give a man who's flown 10,000 hours in the air, a military pilot for years? That is a radar anti-detection device. That is natural phenomena. That is a natural. What do they look like? They look like a group of small circular lights or luminescent objects in a concave formation.
Tell us then, Mr. Reeve, why do you think they are here?
Why are they here? Of course, this is one of the greatest questions, shall we say, the $60 million question in regard to this phenomenon.
Captain, you've been flying for 15 years. You've never seen anything like this before.
Coming to theaters this summer, The Big Phone Home 3. I feel like it's a horror movie. But no, it's not. I thought it was a really cool promo, and yeah, so I'm excited to talk to Tom. So without further ado, let's bring him in. Estimate of the situation, Mr. Tom, or how do you pronounce your last name, Tom?
Orzechowski.
Orzechowski. Orzechowski.
Got a long time ago, so that's just what I'm rolling with it.
Yeah. Tom, man, thank you so much for being here. And I apologize that the rest of the panel couldn't be here, and you're probably freaking out. But I didn't prepare for an hour. Don't sweat it, man. We'll get through this together. It'll be a lot of fun. Let's just start at the beginning with you, Tom. I mean, I'm a complete stranger to your work. We're complete strangers. So let's get to know you. I mean, how did you come to be in this discussion, in this arena, I guess?
Well, I set out to be a filmmaker when I was younger. And what happened was I ended up working in a lot of commercials. So things like for Estee Lauder, Revlon, I do a lot of stuff for them. And frankly, it's not my main interest, right? So in order to get out of that, I just started creating certain things like that video, for instance. I did that a couple of years ago. I just bought a bunch of lights and I was in my room and it was like 3 a.m. I figured, let me do something with it, right? So it was cool that I got to use it, but I have a bone to pick basically with Hollywood and the way that this phenomenon has been presented. I think Arrival is pretty good. I think Signs did all right, but for the most part, I feel like it's not taken seriously. Not in the sense that like we don't need a super serious documentary, right? But it's missing sort of the gravity to it, right? Like it's always an alien invasion movie with like bugs coming out and like time travel and things like that. And it's like why? And it's the answer is because these people don't know the history. Right, the history is actually a lot more interesting than what Hollywood's been pretty much giving us. So I just started. I started creating things for myself, really, and then Estimate of the Situation was born out of that, and that was really born out of just me going back and like me really wanting to know, because I would have these discussions. Like this was always an interest of mine, and I would have these discussions with people about UFOs and whatnot, and they'd be like, "Well, how do you know? And what about this? What about that?" And I wasn't able to really answer. Like when you know something, or like at least you think you know something, and you're put on the spot, and then I was just like, okay, well, if I'm not able to articulate it, then I really don't know, either what I'm talking about or my history. So I went all the way back. I figured I'd start where it began, and the period between 1947 and 1949. And I know I've been in a bunch of Twitter spaces, and I always bring up this period, so like people are like, "Oh, this again," But I think it's such a
yeah. Share your passion, man.
It's saucers.
Yeah,
like
well,
saucers. They're just like all over the place.
Yeah. Well, it ends up being a little more interesting than just like people seeing flying saucers, and that's really like when you go back to a lot of these documents that are declassified, and you're talking about a time where the Air Force was. The Air Force, the military, the Navy, they were just like very discombobulated. Things slept through the cracks. So we're able to actually get a lot of these documents and see how these people are communicating to each other about this phenomenon. And I found that very interesting because they weren't talking about it as if like, oh, it might be there. We don't know. They actively investigated it and they came to certain conclusions. And there's a little bit of drama behind that, which is what this project is about. But it just like it was very surprising to me how concrete the phenomenon was, to these people. We can go all the way back to like Kenneth Arnold, who started everything off with his sighting, right, June 24th. But really interesting, like you find little tidbits, like there were actually saucer sightings before Kenneth Arnold, right, before that came into the cultural zeitgeist. And there's one that even made Project Blue Book. like I think it was 3 months earlier, where you had a guy at a weather bureau station pretty much see a UFO, a silver disc 3 times, right? He was able to view it through a theodolite, never made a case. And he was interviewed later on, and he was very surprised because he never went to an intelligence officer. He was never interviewed about it. He was very surprised that he had a case open in Project Blue Book about his sighting and his encounter. And that's considered like one of the pre-Arnold sightings, right? Before like, national hysteria, gripped the nation. So things like that were like very interesting to me, and like ultimately spent 2 years writing this, and just now we're starting to release issues. We're starting to get a lot of interest really from I can't really say like the production companies that are involved, but it's interesting. I think there's a real hunger for material concerning this that takes it seriously, and it's not again not a documentary, but it's educational enough where you have the information, you have the history. It's based on real people, based on real events. You can go then take that from my project and hopefully other people's projects and go, research yourself and ask yourself the question, what the hell really happened then? And come to your own conclusion. And that's basically, that's my project in a nutshell. Like I sourced artists. I've been working with a particular artist for the last 3 years. He's connecting me to other artists in South America. So, we're pretty close. We're pretty tight. We really love the project, and it's all been bootstrapped. Basically, I haven't, promoted it, sold anything, or I don't really intend to. But it's really cool to see it take shape, and really cool to see people actually like have an appetite for something like this. Because I can't watch another. I just can't watch another bad UFO movie. I really can't.
Yeah. Well, no, I feel you, man. I feel like you're right. Like Hollywood doesn't. They feel like they need to add all of these extras to make it interesting and blockbuster. Of course, I feel like this is more decisions coming from studio heads than writers and creatives. These studio heads are always messing with the product, and they always know better than the filmmakers or the artists that are actually doing it. But that's the way Hollywood works. I'm curious to know, like, I mean, some of my favorite films are, obviously Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but I think there's one film that really stuck out to me here recently where I was like, man, this is awesome. And that was, oh my gosh, why am I forget? Something by Night. It's on Amazon.
Talk about Nope yet, because I still haven't watched.
Or Vast of Night, not Nope. The film Vast of Night. Have you seen that?
Is that the one where it starts off with the kid on the bike? Or I'm thinking of something else.
No, I think you're thinking of something else. This is one that takes place in like 1950s New Mexico. And it's a rural town, and it starts off at a local basketball game. And the opening shot of this film is sick. But it's essentially a UFO story, but there's no aliens, there's no, over the top special effect. It's a very simple, like, weird things are happening in this town during this basketball game, and 2 people notice what's going on. And then at the end of the film, they come to realize exactly what's going on. And the way it's presented is, it struck me. It really hit me because it reminded me a lot of my sighting, in that all of a sudden it's there, and then you look and boom, it's right there, right in front of you, as visceral as possible. And it's dead silent. It's not doing anything insanely special, but just the presence of it is awe-inspiring. And so that's what this movie did with this topic. And I was like, damn, this is really smart. The whoever the DP was incredible. The opening shot for this film is in the realm of Scorsese. It's like one of those long continuous shots where you get one take, and it's beautiful. And it's also got one of those drone shots that whizzes through the entire set and then comes back and gets to the characters, and then the characters start the scene. It's awesome. And if you haven't seen it, I can't recommend it enough. And I think it sort of pays the respects and adds a levity that you're talking about. But I'm curious to know, have there been any films? What are your favorite sort of films that deal with this topic?
Well, I'm a really big fan of Signs, only because the first tracks anyway.
I love that flick. Yeah,
it's it captured the idea of there's something out there and we don't know what it is, but it's at least it seems very, very threatening, and just the idea of not knowing is so scary to us collectively as a species that M. Night Shyamalan like really hit the nail on the head with that one. And I like that one. I like Arrival. I tried to watch Project Blue Book on History Channel. Like I watched a little bit of it, but I was a little disappointed at like some of the things that they did. But again, you don't know who's making these decisions at the end of the day.
Right. So yeah, that to me it felt very overly dramatic, and I didn't need the drama with this. I feel like the story in itself of following Hynek around through all these cases, almost kind of like none of these episodes connect. Just every episode is a different case that he works his way through. And there's no conclusion at the end of it, or maybe sometimes there is,
Yeah, and I think that's part of the issue is a lot of these people in general. I mean, like how many times do we see the same case regurgitated over and over? Like, okay, the Kenneth Arnold case. Like, I think we know that verbatim by now. But we don't know that Kenneth Arnold basically, he ended up living or dying alone. Like his life was ruined by this, And he had a very interesting arc as a person and as somebody who was captivated by what he saw and was continuously invalidated by everybody around him, even though he never said that these were people from Mars. These weren't spaceships. Like I believe his very first conclusion was that these were missiles being tested by the United States, right? And there was some kind of secret domestic program. But this was a very very serious pilot, who had a business, who had a reputation. And it ended up pretty much defining who he was. And I don't think he was happy with that. Right. And so we don't really know the history behind these people. And that brings me to another point is, a lot of the people that, where we get our information from, when you see a documentary now and they start regurgitating case after case and synopsis, right? The researchers that actually dug up these files, you don't hear about them anymore. I mean, I don't think we ever really heard about them. And I'm going to, like Jan Aldrich, right? He's still doing things behind the scenes, and he's organizing actually all of Kufos's files and trying to digitize them and release them publicly. Now, we don't see him on documentaries. He goes to these, he has these like weird podcasts he'll do, but he's basically just asked to recount history because that's what he does. And so him, Frances Ridge, Wendy Connors, who I actually consulted with for this project, she ended up passing away 2-3 months ago, unfortunately, and her files are now in the hands of someone that she's trusted, obviously, for a while. But that also got me thinking, what's going to happen when these people, if they don't digitize all this, and a lot of people don't know their history when it comes to this, and just the way the Air Force really covered this up, and a lot of people crashed and burned because of this, right? So there's real ramifications. But if these people, they're getting into their later years now, and they have these massive archives. What happens with that, right? And I think that's a very fundamental thing that we should be supporting. And so for Jan Aldrich to be literally digitizing every document he's got the correspondence between Air Material Command and the Pentagon, and microfilm and case after case after case. This really opens a door up for people like me, who want to utilize this research, and other people really to use it for themselves, whether it's to, hey, I want to know what's going on, or maybe I want to express this in a creative medium, a lot of people in the community are doing now. So a big shout out to them. They really kind of, UFOs and Government by Michael Swords. He's also a big researcher, doesn't get a lot of credit, but I think one of the best books on the subject, period. If you want to know what happened, if you want to know how the government really reacted to this, that's a book you have to read. And it's like this thing, and it's supported by all documents, like military documents. There's nothing anecdotal there at all. And there's other people like Lauren Gross who have these volumes of basically what happened 1946, the ghost rockets, 1947, 1948, 1949. And I'm ranting a bit here, but it's one of those things
Well, I was going to say, you're kind of hitting on something that Leah Prime had hit on in our conversation last week, and that is that we have to start collecting and building a database of the generations before us, before internet, before all of these technological advancements, and get their stories and put them on paper and use those as data points, because those are going to be some of the best data points, because they haven't been influenced by technology in a lot of ways. Like, they're not on Twitter, they're not on YouTube, they're not on any of these things. They're not part of the zeitgeist anymore, but those stories are still valuable. They're still sitting there, and they need to be documented the right way. And sort of that the collection of that generations of data would be immensely valuable in the conversation going forward. So you're kind of hitting on that there. But rather, I see you want to say something. What do you got?
Well, yeah, I'm just kind of curious what you think. I mean, it seems obvious that there was a cover-up, right? And there's been decades of cover-up. I'm curious, what do you think the nature of that cover-up is? Do you think they were just covering up the fact that there is a mystery that they aren't able to figure something out? Or do you think that there are hints that, the government does know what's at the bottom of these or in our skies driving these UFO encounters?
Yeah, I get a lot of crap for this, but I really do think that the stuff that's coming out now is nothing new. It's nothing we haven't heard for almost 75 years. If you go to these documents, it's literally saying the same exact thing. So, I mean, the nature of the cover-up itself, we had Kenneth Arnold pretty much have this citing national hysteria, right? And that led up to July 4th. Like, it kind of died down a bit. And then July 4th, we had this just explosion of sightings all across the country, cigar-shaped, disc-shaped things flying over in V formation all over the East Coast and the West Coast, right? So that sparked like a national hysteria. And that's when the Air Force, at least, and the Pentagon started to get involved. Like, we were caught so flat-footed as a government, as a nation state when this happened, that like the cover-up at first was basically like, oh shit, we don't know what these are. We have to find out what it is, right? Before we say anything, right? And their first, they went through the channels of, okay, is this a domestic project? They reached out to all the branches. Is this something we're working on? We went to RAND. RAND came back twice to say, hey, this is not anything that we're doing, right? So it's not a Navy project, not an Air Force project, not a military project. So, also the time period, the next thing was the big scare was that this was a Soviet contraption built off of German technology. And like we were, it was a Soviet hysteria was very real and very big back then. And I know that the official Cold War didn't start till a little bit later, but like we were operating in an information vacuum. I believe there's a quote from McCoy, I believe, Howard McCoy from AMC. And he basically said that we get almost all our intel from Russian air shows that we're spying on. Well, they'll fly a plane over, I'll take a couple of pictures, and that's how we know what they have. So the information vacuum that our government was operating on, and all of a sudden now we have these things flying around the coast, that leads to a very, very scary situation for the government. So the cover up at first was basically to kind of cover up the fact that they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know what was going on. And that's why you see a lot of these documents would get leaked, because the secrecy wasn't there as much, right? But over time, as they investigated this, and it's like, okay, hold on a second. This is not a domestic project. It's not ours, and it's not theirs. So what is it? And that's when you don't hear anymore, oh, we don't know what this is. It's from then on, you just hear it doesn't exist. It's all in your heads, right? So the nature of the cover-up, I think there's a lot of different things. First, again, they didn't know what they're doing, and two, once they found out that holy crap, this can't be anything that is manufactured here, at least on this planet, then it becomes a totally different ballgame. And my whole project is about Project Sign, which is the first official project and first official investigation into it. And you'll see that there's a lot of competing ideologies even within the Pentagon. You had people in the Pentagon who didn't believe any of this, and then you had people who were getting these reports from these qualified pilots. This wasn't just these weren't citizens like the farmer seeing something and reporting it. These were pilots that served in World War II, that flew their test vehicles. So for me that was really interesting, just seeing how the two of them fought over what is real and what's not. And if I had to guess, I think they don't think we're ready. And Donald Kehoe said it best. Who's was a great researcher. Anybody who doesn't know who he is should definitely get into him. They're treating us like children, basically. They're treating us like children. And today, I mean, this is 75 years ago. So today, I don't know. It could be like Ross Coulthart says, like it could be a Cold War, basically. If we do have exotic material, another nation state has exotic material. So maybe it's a Cold War to figure it out. Like who's the first person to reverse engineer something? You know, that's basically that's total dominance, right? So, you know, I'm sure it's evolved over time, but at the foundation of it, the foundation of the cover-up was we don't know what this is, and we can't let you know that we don't know because we have no answer for it. So, I mean, that's at least my opinion just from reading this, and it's really interesting. Like we had some really smart people, you know, on Project Sign, like our leading aeronautical engineers, our leading intelligence officers. You know, these people would bring stuff over from World War II, either documentation of craft or, you know, actual parts of German craft, and they bring them over, and it was their job to reverse engineer it because they were at least 5 years ahead of us, which is really scary if you think about it. If we didn't win the war when we did, we'd probably be speaking a different language right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is really scary if you think about that.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this then. I mean, with all of this information and data you've just laid out there, how do we transfer that to a film? Like, what would be your idea? Do you do this in a series? Do you see this like as a television show? Do you see this as a set of films? Like, how would you, as an artist, portray these way more interesting details of this phenomenon in a fun and attention-grabbing way?
In a digestible way, right? That's where it gets tricky. And I think a lot of people had the intention of doing that. Like I think Project Blue Book on a History Channel, like they started off that way. I really think it comes down to like you have to know your history. And you have to know who's involved. And for me, I narrowed it down to Project Sign. So okay, who's working at Project Sign and what was Project Sign? Right, first official investigation by the Air Force into unidentified flying objects. So how did we get there? So we had correspondence between the Pentagon, between Wright-Patterson, and finally they're like, okay, let's do this. So, and again, I got to shout out Wendy Connors because she actually sent me, she interviewed the sons of the two main people at Project Sign. And, like the audio is out there somewhere, but you find out who is doing what and what their expertise was and why do they believe what they believed. Because these were like, like I said, this isn't just anybody. These were our top aeronautical engineers, our top mathematicians, right? And at the end of Project Sign, they came to the conclusion that, okay, this is extraterrestrial, right? And so when they sent it to the Pentagon, it got batted down, right? So that right there is a story, figuring out what it is.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to say, I feel like after, as I'm listening to you, the first thing that pops in my brain, and maybe a way to sort of tell this in a serial way, the first thing I think of is American Horror Story, and how every season of American Horror Story is like a new theme. One's a hotel, one's, a haunted mansion, one's whatever. I think it would be kind of like that, where it's like every, American UFO Story, Project Sign, boom, the whole season's about Project Sign. American UFO Story, Bob Lazar. I think that's probably the one I would kick it off with because it's the most sensational, it's the most ambiguous, it's the most fun, and you set it off with that, and then I think that gives you the permission to explore these other factual cases of ufology backed by actual documents. I think you might be onto something there.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain eras, right? I mean, we have different flaps. Like 1947 was its own flap. Then 1952 we had another flap, right? So I mean, if I was going to continue this project, I think I would do it something like that. So we'll do it through 1950, and then we'll focus on Project Blue Book and everything after that. The only problem is these investigations get a lot more clandestine as time goes on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a certain point where you kind of have to have some creative liberty as to what went on.
Of course, yeah.
Who said what. So I try to avoid that as much as I can. And, I've sent previews out to people, and like, I was really kind of, I was surprised that people really, really enjoyed it. It was, we spent a lot of time writing, a lot of time researching it. And, you just got to find a story. You got to find facts, and from there, you see who's involved, and everyone's got their own agenda. Everyone's got their own thing they're trying. But like at the end of the day, they're all trying to find out what the hell these things are, and I think that's so compelling. Like the military reaction to this, whether it is our craft, whether it is the Soviets, whether it's whatever the hell it is, our reaction to an unknown like this, and all the investigations that happened after that, I think are just really, really interesting.
Yeah, kind of one of the issues I see in a lot of UFO movies is recreations of UFOs and stuff. Like it's hard to do that without being too cartoonish or taking liberties and kind of being true to the reports with very little actual data to base your vision on. Kind of wondering how do you approach that? Do you have some recreations in your films, and what is your kind of approach and guiding lines there?
Yeah, no. So it's right now it's a graphic novel, and like we make sure. So we do, and I'll show you guys a couple of pictures too. We make sure we study the report, we know what happened, and then we try to make it as ambiguous as we can. So we know these pilots saw something. They reported that they saw something, right? But I'm not exactly going to like put a flying saucer like hovering around, spinning around, doing weird shit. I'd much rather leave it up to the audience to decide, because this is based on a true story. So I want them to really kind of figure it out for themselves, and either say this is BS or wow, something really did happen here. And I got to say, like, I'm not the only writer. Like I have a co-writer, John Zoidis, and the artist Ezekiel Anastasia. So like we've been really trying to make this happen in a really fun and engaging way. Again, where you can walk away like, wow, I learned something, and it was pretty cool. And it's, I know the space is a little, it's more on the I don't know, inflammatory side these days, and I try to avoid all that. I think UFO Twitter is a really amazing resource with really, really smart people. I think people get very tribal about certain things, and if you just do the work, you find people who want to work with you, right? I found a cover artist, and I can't wait for you guys to see it off a UFO Twitter. So Derry Fletcher, I haven't actually officially introduced him as the cover artist, but like he did amazing work. I would hand him a report. We talk over what's going on, and I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like you just announced it now. So you heard it here, folks. For her to hear first, folks. I had Chris Lato has a question and a donation. Thank you so much. He said, did anything happen in 1966? What do you think about Edgar Mitchell, who said Truman had a meeting with the military and they said that they couldn't do anything if they were hostile, so they covered it up, I'm assuming?
So I don't know if there's any documentation actually officially supporting that. There's rumors of that actually happening. It wouldn't surprise me, but I can't say like yes or no. I mean, mainly just because I'm still stuck in 1947 to 1952. So 1966 is a little ahead of where I'm at. But that's a rumor that's kind of gone around a bit. But as far as I know, there hasn't been any presidential meetings. I'm sure there have been, like, in the back doors or whatever, but like nothing public, nothing disclosed, like, okay, I met about this or I met about that. And we have to really be careful about things like that, because the UFO lore is very, very dense and very not that woo is a bad thing, but like the phenomenon itself isn't very forthcoming about what it is. So I think it is open to interpretation, right? But anytime somebody tells you they have the answer, you should really raise an eyebrow and be like, okay, well, why does he think that? And can I check it for myself? So, I'm not a fan of just kind of putting people up on a pedestal, but at the same time, I do like to acknowledge people that are doing really good things for disclosure, because that's really what we want at the end of the day. We want disclosure, and for me, it becomes a question of what happens to everybody that got smeared or their careers got ruined by the government when they were claiming this wasn't a thing, right? One of the engineers in Project Sign, Alfred Ludding, they basically cut his career short, and he ended up very unhappy. I don't think his living situation worked out at the end, but I mean, he's just one of many people that did the research and went into this, and just to be invalidated by an official authority. So now what happens if the government says like, oh yeah, actually these things are real? Do they get compensated in any sense? Is there, what happens to the families of those people? I don't know. But it's up to us to really kind of acknowledge that there's people before us that kind of laid the foundation for where we're at now. And even so.
And didn't Harriet Truman, I believe, I have the quote right here.
Sorry, Jane. I'll be right back, guys. Continue.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh wait,
I
I took Jane out instead of me. Sorry, Jane.
I think this is the quote on my website, but I don't know if it's accurate today. But I think it's from a video. Like, I think I listened to it. I can assure you that given the exist, these flying saucers are made by no power on this earth. There were a lot of early presidential quotes, about the UFOs and things like that. So that just to what we were talking about earlier in the rumors. And then to the 1966 thing, that date stuck out to me. There is a case in South Texas, actually just went down to Edinburgh recently, where construction workers were attacked by an object, and you can still go down to the site and there's still metal debris because the construction equipment was destroyed in the fire from that interaction. So yeah. Who knows? So it sounds like it was an active year, maybe, even here in Texas. So
yeah, Red Panda Koala just said he's got a document. His next video is coming out, and 66 was a big year.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, can't wait to see that.
Yeah, that's why I love Red Panda Koala. It's funny, when I first saw his videos, I was like, oh crap, there's somebody else out there that's that's trying to do what I'm doing, and he really does his homework, and it's cool. We exchange documents a lot. We exchange information when we can. And he's somebody that really does his homework and is really passionate. And, if he's coming out with something, it's been sourced from somewhere. Right. So I think we need more of that. I think that's really powerful.
And videos like that will just whet people's appetite for more videos like that. Right.
I'm tired of the spooky music and people looking for something in the woods all the time, and it's at that point it's like a Bigfoot reality show, and where I think that history is a lot more interesting. A lot of cases that are like the flyover the Capitol building in 1952 I think is really, really interesting. It's that's documented on radar. It's corroborated by many people. It was an actual event, but somehow you always say well, what's it gonna take? UFOs over the White House and finally everyone will acknowledge it. Well, that kind of did happen, but it gets buried, in history. And that's also why we should really be preserving these documents and really supporting people like Jan Aldridge, Francis Ridge and the Sign History Project. I don't mean to bring them up all the time, but I actually really believe that if not giving them a notoriety that they don't want, we can support these efforts to really digitize all these documents, again, for people like myself and people after us.
Have you?
Go ahead, Jane.
Well, because I'm with you. I'm really into the UFO history, and I get distracted by it all the time. And I've been down a deep dive into the 1800s airship waves, and I was looking into it's essentially. How I see it is in the 1800s, you had people were seeing mystery airships, but they were mostly attributed to just anonymous, human inventors, pretty much for the most part. And then then it kind of dies down, and then you're in the 1900s, and then the 40s, 50s, it's saucers. Then it's orbs and Foo Fighters. Then it's triangles, And so there's definitely an evolution of shapes and types of encounters over time, and I don't know how we're going to try to learn about UFOs, and I don't know how we can ignore all this history, but I was wondering if you've dove into pre-1940s UFO era at all yet, or if you plan to.
I definitely plan to. I did a little bit, and it's interesting because Project Sign, some of those researchers actually mentioned that there were sightings before Kenneth Arnold, going back to the 1800s and things like that. Those sightings are really interesting because again, they're not contaminated by the cultural zeitgeist. But it's just hard because a lot of these sightings, when these papers would just put them in the paper, to sell things, right? And there was no real way of actually we can't go back in time and we can't really say did this happen or did this not? It was just a fluff piece to sell papers, or was this something that actually happened? And I'm sure there's cases where you can make the argument that this did happen. But I strictly try to, stay within military documents just because it's something that's there. It's corroborated by different people. And, frankly, they're a lot more revealing than a lot of these disclosure congressional hearings that we've been listening to, which to me blows my mind, because, again, these people were not speaking about something abstract. These people in these documents describe a metallic dome-shaped craft, right, that can do things like, vertically shoot in the air, tremendous speeds. They were talking about how, no one can survive these G-forces. And again, these are all things that we're hearing right now. But this is 75 years. So I don't know what's changed within 75 years, except now that we have people that are kind of like anointed as, I don't know what to call them, but and not to take anything away from what they're doing, because they're bringing people into the subject and they're bringing, they're bringing attention to it, and that might be part of a bigger thing. But I don't know.
I'm curious about your take of the very classic Roswell incident, right? Have you come across that? Did Sign even study that, or did they investigate that? Or
so here's the weird thing about that. That's so Roswell's interesting because it's one of those cases that's like so ingrained in our cultures. Like I think it's because of that fake autopsy video that came out, which I mean is pretty awesome in its own regard, right? But at the same time, it was fake and kind of like discredits the whole idea of it. But something did crash, right? And there's no dispute about that. So when Project Sign was based out of Wright-Patterson, and supposedly they shipped debris over from Roswell to Wright-Patterson, right, around like a week after July 7th or something like that. So my question is, if you have your top engineers and your top intelligence officers at Wright-Patterson just starting to investigate UFOs, just starting to get the ghost rocket files from 46, and you're taking up resources of what is essentially an intelligence agency and reverse engineering program at Wright-Patterson, and you're shipping exotic material right down the street, and you don't let these people know, that either lets me, it's a red flag to me. Either it's so compartmentalized that, even these people weren't allowed to know what was going on, or it didn't happen the way we all think it did. So, I mean, historically, every researcher kind of has their own take on Roswell, but I think Michael Swords briefly mentions it in his book, and he pretty much lays out, there was a crash, whether it be a weather balloon or something else, but there's so many inconsistencies in the story that don't line up, and there are also too many coincidences that line up too perfectly, where it's just, it's kind of a mess. Personally, I think something did happen, but I just don't know. I don't know the gravity of it. Like, were there bodies? Was there actually an exotic craft? It's one of those things that I don't know if we'll ever find out, because people also have this impression that like things just get declassified after time. Like it doesn't work that way. Like if something's classified, right, it's either destroyed, or the person who issued the classification, you go to them, and if they're not around, you go to someone else that's like underneath them, and they pretty much issue the order to declassify this or not, right? As far as I understand it. I think Jan Eldridge was saying something like that. So with Roswell, I don't know if we'll ever see those documents, right? Because, I'll give an example, like the estimate of a situation is basically a document at the end of Project Sign that, you're supposed to assess the situation, figure out what's going on, and you send it to higher up so they can the Pentagon can figure out what to do about it. So the infamous estimate of the situation was a document pretty much laying out why this can't be ours, why this can't be Russian, and why this is extraterrestrial, right? So when they received that document, this is corroborated by Ruppelt later on, of Project Blue Book, who says that this document did exist. But when Vandenberg got this document, who is the acting general of the Air Force, it was pretty much like, okay, well, it's got to be something else. We can't do this. They burned the document, and it's just become part of UFO lore. So people still look for it, but what we got was a sanitized estimate and declassified files, right? So something like Roswell, I mean, if there are bodies involved, like I can't imagine that ever coming out unless like we were way past disclosure, or unless we have a real whistleblower. And then you look at interviews with Jesse Marcel, like, you these people these weren't like farmers. These were people who worked for the government. Who Marcel even at the time was like, I was familiar with every material we had. When it comes to aircraft and things like that. You see his interviews in his later years when he's like 70, 80 years old. There's not an ounce of wanting notoriety. There's not an ounce of like trying to continue a lie. Like he firmly believed, and he wasn't hysterically like believing it. He's just like, yeah, well, I know what I saw, so I don't know what everyone else is saying, but you choose who to believe. And that, witness testimonies like that, I know they're not the highest order of evidence, but when you have someone like that, for so long and just really doesn't care at that point, it's hard to dismiss it. It's really hard to dismiss it.
And here you were worried that you weren't going to help us fill an hour.
Yeah.
You've been amazing. You've been amazing, Tom. This has been great. I have enjoyed the conversation, and man, I can't wait to bring you in with Red Panda. I mean, it's going to get even better. Maybe we can I'd love to dive into sort of the concepts of the things that we're thinking about on paper, and he was mentioning also that you have a comic book version of this, he's
yes.
dope, and he's thinking, I think, of releasing a comic book version or possibly working on one.
So we're working on a graphic novel basically because we're seeing a lot of shows got picked up by graphic, and also it's not cheap, but it's a way for us to lay out the story in what we think is a very cinematic way, very well written way, and using like really cool artists. So the graphic novel comes out soon. This is all community sourced. This is all bootstrapped by me. I think just recently, I'm in meetings now like every other day, and it's gotten to a point where like I think I need an entertainment lawyer because people are talking about like equity and shit. Like I don't know. This is like something we've worked with in my basement for 3 years, right? So I got to figure out how all that's gonna be released. But yeah, it's a graphic novel. I'd love to share some images just to close out the hour, and then
yeah, please do.
Yeah, let's see if let me see if I can do this right.
Yeah, you can share your screen if you want. We can pop it up here. But somebody had also said here in the discussion, Austin Gilbert says Abyss will probably prove to be the most accurate alien film, and I don't know if I could disagree with that.
Kind of gave me a hint, and an alt pop repeat podcast, but anyways, that's kind of I'm tired.
That's we're going on hour 8 here, Jane. Almost done. We're almost there. We're 7 minutes away. We're so close.
So these are the covers that we have.
Yeah, go for it.
So this is Fletcher, who's been amazing. So this is kind of the vibe that we're going for. The text is not placed where we wanted to, but these are real incidents, and we try to portray them, very, very vividly, but also ambiguously. This is Maelstrom. Yeah. So it's like that, and then
those are awesome.
Yeah, thanks. Let me see if I can get Kenneth Arnold real quick because he's pretty fun, and you guys get an idea for it. Here we go. So like, these are basically storyboards, right? So we're hoping to bring this to a screen. But until then, we're trying to make sure that, we're telling the story and we're giving it the depth and the gravity that we think it deserves, And again, this is, if you like history, if you like the subject, I think you guys, will enjoy this. And this is really done out of love. Like I bootstrapped the whole thing because this is really something that I'm just really passionate about, and yeah.
Really cool, dude, I love it. I
can't wait to read it.
I want to read it. I also want to see this project come to fruition. And if you guys need any voices in that room, please don't be afraid to hit me up. I'd love to chime in. Tom, this has been a very fun hour. A lot of people have enjoyed it, but a lot of people, someone had said just a second ago, oh, wait, am I in the right conversation here? Something about this being the best hour, which was really cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. This dude is the best of the day, along with the big phone home. And that's coming from Now I Become Death. That's a huge compliment. That's a huge
I'm not a
compliment, man.
ufologist. I'm not a historian. I just, this is
I
something cool.
don't know. I'd say you're kind of close to ufologist there. you're bordering, that's for sure. At worst case, a hell of a researcher. So
yeah,
it was
okay.
fun. It was fun talking to you, man. And I'm looking forward to seeing what projects either we collaborate on or that you guys just pump out by yourselves. And I'm assuming you're in California.
No, I'm in New York. So
you're in New York. Oh, damn it!
I work 3 jobs to keep this going. So
yeah,
like,
I believe it. I believe it.
New York hustle. We're actually also working in animation.
Well, I might be out there in October, so if I am, I will hit you up.
Please, yeah, please. And if you guys like, I have no friends on Twitter. I'm new to UFO Twitter, but you can follow me at EOTS_comic.
Guys, go follow.
Talk over your handle. Say it again.
Yeah, go follow Estimate of the Situation. Go follow Tom. I mean, he's
hold on.
Here, I'll pull it up right now. I got you. Tell us while I'm doing that. Go ahead and sort of
EOTS_comic. There you go. And like, I honestly, like, I don't really post too much of myself. It's mostly like we've seen a lot of cool stuff come out, like the Calvine photo, and like just basically like the discussion surrounding that. Even like, like shout out to Chupacabra had Mick West in a space like a couple days ago, and like got Mick West to engage with the community, and the community respectfully engaged Mick West in a conversation about where he's coming from, where they're coming from. And like, if we can really keep doing things like this and band together as a community, knowing that like we all have one goal, really, like, and that's a post-disclosure world. I think we can do a lot of cool things, and the Calvine photo is a very awesome example of like a decentralized effort to get an answer, and bring it to people and have them analyze it, come with their own answer. So more of that. And I'm a really big fan of that.
Yeah, but Jazz Shaw says being a ufologist is like being a taxi driver in Haiti. You wake up one morning, stretch your arms, and say, "I'm a taxi driver." Tom, thank you so much, man. This was fun. This was a great way to end the Big Phone Home 3. Thank you so much for being a part of it. And again, I apologize that the panel kind of fell apart, but it didn't matter. You shined, my friend. This was a really fun hour.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I'm in New York, I'll hit you up. And if you're in California, please hit us up, man. You, me, Red Panda, and Tupa, maybe a dinner.
Yeah.
Hit us up, man. That'll be fun. All right, Tom. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Tom. What a day.
Wrap.
Wow, what a day. That was fun, you guys. That was a lot of fun. Insanely fun. What an incredible day. What a successful day. I mean, we got Mick West to join the Big Phone Home 3. I mean, the conversations were amazing. I'm sure we'll talk about this in the next few days. There's been a lot of wonderful support out there. There's been a lot of not so wonderful support out there. I'm not going to talk about it now just because I want to end this day on a positive note. But I see you guys. It's adorable. And when we come back, I'm going to have a little something for you guys. So stay tuned because I'm going to be calling out your hypocrisies and your bullshit.
This is a morning show.
Yeah. We'll be calling out your hypocrisies and bullshit in the next few weeks. So that'll be interesting. Anyway, you guys, killer phone home. Artist, little man, Artist Tony. This is for a shot of Tennessee moonshine for Lou, Jane, and Rather. Man, thank you, my friend. That is you're a beautiful, beautiful human. Thank you for being here. Thank you for adding the conversation. Let me go ahead and just pull up my notes here. I just want to make sure I thank everybody. I want to thank, of course, you and Jane and Rather for being here and for doing these 8-hour live streams in the show once a week and taking all the heat that you guys do for sometimes being on this show and sometimes providing the heat for me. Either way, I love it. We're here for each other. The ironing, sharpening iron, philosophy is going to live strong here. So if that's what you guys are looking for, if you guys are looking for actual, tangible activism that everybody's allowed to partake in, please share the show. Join us next time. This is not a one-day event. This website will be up for a long time. We can use these templates directions anytime we want. We could use these all year round. I implore you to. It takes a lot of planning to do these big phone homes. It takes a lot of time. So I appreciate, everybody out there that sees that and contributes, and it just helps make this show go round. You guys have been an absolute just gem. And I'm sorry, sometimes I tend to focus on the people that want to stay negative about us and want to say untrue things about us and yada yada. I just appreciate everyone out there that sees through all that garbage. Anyway, I want to say thank you to all the fans out there. I can't name you all, but all of you that stayed here for this 8-hour live stream, thank every single one of you. I want to thank all of my guests, the ones that were here, the ones that unfortunately couldn't make it. We will be resetting those interviews for future dates. So don't worry. I promise those folks will be back. I want to say thank you to John Greenwald. I want to say thank you to Jazz Shaw. I want to say thank you to Avi Loeb and to everyone who helped promote the show, and Bill from KGRADB, who had to bail out. He's got other shows to produce, but they were able to do this whole 8-hour live stream, which was amazing. So there's so many thanks and stuff to go around. I could literally be here all night. Thank my girlfriend as well, for helping me and putting up with me when it comes to this.
Thanks for putting this together, Lou. This was a fun day.
Hey,
I
man.
think we did some good.
I think we did some good too. I think we definitely moved the disclosure clock a little bit today, which was fun. I wasn't really even expecting that. And again, we don't know, let's see what happens here in the next coming days. We might get some interesting responses. John Greenwald got a response from his congressman. So that is already a win. It's a win. The whole day is a win, no matter how anybody wants to spin it. No matter, what anybody says. This was a fun killer day. And it feels good to be done. This was a lot of work and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But man, I'm happy that we did it. I'm happy that we had great conversations. Everything went smoothly. People had lunch. It was great, man. It doesn't feel like an 8-hour live stream, but yeah, please, guys, what did you guys think of the day? What did you? I'm kind of just rambling here.
No, it was awesome. I was just kind of, a spectator, just enjoying it and just getting caught up in it, throughout the day. So I'm a little tired. It's amazing what just, with the mental stimulation, how tiring it can be, because I was thinking and
Yeah. But you got to be paying attention. You got to be on your toes for these 8 hours for sure. Chris Nash, thank you for the 10-pound donation. Lou, Jane Rather, you should be super proud of yourselves. What you're doing really matters and is super appreciated. I appreciate you. I appreciate the kind words. Mr. Calhoun, awesome show. Kudos for all the effort. Kudos to you for being here. Jazz Shaw, thank you again for being here. Night Gazer, all the folks. Now that I become death, if you can donate, if you can't donate, we tried to bring in as many questions, donation or not donation, from either side. So I hope we represented you guys properly. I'm sorry if I didn't get to all the questions. I know we missed Belvet Piet. He's been a fan of the show for a long time. Thank you so much for these donations. I promise you, if you ask Mick this question on Twitter, he will answer you. So give it a shot. Please post your question there, and I'm sure he will answer you. I'm sorry we didn't get to that one. I think we missed it. We might have missed a couple other ones in there too. So if we did, I apologize. There was a lot of moving parts, a lot of things going on behind the scenes. It was a very, very busy day. But again, we appreciate the support. We appreciate the love. I can't say I love you guys enough out there. Honestly, this has been, I think, my favorite big phone home out of all of them. Just because now we know where we stand with everyone. We know what we're going to be doing going forward. We know what the initiatives are. We know now that we can do this without anybody else. We don't need anybody else to do this. We don't need anybody else's permission or approval or mark, a stamp of I approve this. We don't need any of that
Look
stuff.
at the range of people that were on the show, right? We cover the whole gambit. This is a big tent and an inclusive effort.
We had
if you're not down with that, then that kind of says something about you.
It really does. We had, you're right, it was a tent. We had people we disagreed with, people we agree with, people we love to spar with and debate with, and it was respectful, and we'll be talking and collaborating in the future, and we'll share some laughs, and yeah, man, this was awesome. But I guess that's it. That was the Big Phone Home 3. I'm kind of sad. It makes me sad. We're done. But check, we did it, you guys. I'm not sure what the schedule is going to be here in the next week. We might take some time off just because we've earned it, and also depending on what the news is going on. But I'll talk to you guys in the next day here too. But yeah, I love you guys so much. I thank you so much for being here and contributing and devoting your time to this show as much as you guys do. You're so damn dependable. You guys are rocks, and I really appreciate and love you guys for that. Could not do this by myself. Could not do this by myself. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. So with that said, you guys, thank you so much for watching the Big Phone Home 3. Thank you for tuning in. If you haven't subscribed, if you like the show, what are you doing? Subscribe, like, share. Sign the petition. Send emails, make phone calls, activate yourself. Again, it doesn't have to be today. It could be tomorrow. It could be the day after that. It could be 2 months from now. Whenever you're ready, we're here for you. Our website's here for you. We're here to help whoever, if you guys want to start your own version of this, hit me up. I will help you however I can. I'll give you all the tips I've learned doing this. I don't want to be the only one doing this. I encourage anyone and everyone, and I will support anyone and everyone who wants to fight for this, no matter who they are or what their positions are. So with that said, thank you so much for coming aboard, getting weird with us here on the Big Phone Home 3 edition of the Unidentified Celebrity Review, your home for credible news, reviews, commentary on everything UAP and UFO. Till next time, you guys, we'll see you out there. We love you all very much. From one failed actor to everyone out there, peace.